did you pick up your pencil case?
Mum?
Guarantee. Call 0800 556 557 or go to underdog.co.uk.
For the final round of the 2015 Blancpain Endurance Series, the teams head to the Nurburgring. It's the traditional venue for the last round of the championship, but this year it's a 3-hour race, and that means there are fewer points on offer for a number of teams because there is so much up for grabs over the course of the final race. The Pro Cup, the Am Cup and all the teams' competitions are going to be resolved this weekend, and when you factor in a 55-car grid and the unpredictable weather from the Nordschleife area, this could be a great race. Last time out, it was the Spa 24 hours, and rain affected the start of the race as McLaren from Von Ryan Racing led the way. Another huge grid of cars poured uphill for the first time, and only 3 corners into the race, the incident started as the ISR Audi rotated and glanced an AF Corsa Ferrari as it went by. Marc VDS was losing places early in the race, both cars perhaps slightly wrong on setup, and they were dropping down the order. As the road dried, they worked their way back into contention. HTP Bentley with one car working its way up the order. But it wasn't long before we had the first safety car period of the race. Gilles Ducan got it wrong in the Ferrari heading up to Les Camps, ploughed into the barrier, did a lot of damage to the front of the car and to the Armco itself, but worse was to come. On the restart, McLaren's led the way. Both the Von Ryan Racing cars looking good at the front of the field. Laurens Vanthoor was trying to work his way up the order in Audi number 1. Vanthoor, one of the winners of the event the previous year. But then safety car period number 2. Carrie Moget had a huge off at the top of Radion. Out came the safety car. Others went for the pit lane, and some were delayed as they had to wait for the crocodile of cars to go past. There was more drama as people got it wrong at the bottom of the hill. On the restart, another sizable accident. This time, Laurens Vanthoor was involved in an off, and the pit stop started to cycle through in earnest. As light fell, there was another incident that eliminated the Mercedes down at the first corner, and with it, Nico Verdon was out of the race. Vanthoor's off meant a lot of damage had to be repaired. The car would get back into the race, but many places down. For the teams, there was a long night as they had to battle their way through the darkness, others coming out unscathed. The Bentley number 7, rather less so. As dawn broke, it was a battle still between BMW, Mercedes and Audi. A Marc VDS number 46 car worked its way up into 3rd place at the expense of the Rover Racing Mercedes. But then the leading car had the engine seize. It spun out of the race, and suddenly the pendulum swung back in favour of Audi. But Nick Katzberg at the wheel of the second Marc VDS BMW was not to be denied. The second car suddenly came alive. It bagged 3rd, moved up to 2nd, and then grabbed the race lead. Alessandro Zanardi's BMW was rather less fortunate. That had an engine problem right towards the end of the race and was a retirement. And drama befell the Rover Racing Mercedes as well. That was a casualty with just over an hour to go. At the last pit stops, the sole surviving Marc VDS BMW was cycled back into the race in double quick time, and it was a win for Nick Katzberg, Lucas Lohr and Marcus Palteler after so many years of trying. Drivers on the podium, a historic win in the Belgian Classic for the Belgian Marc VDS racing team. It was a very popular result with everybody up the pit lane as well as for the fans. Marc VDS triumphant in the Spa 24 hours. Well, can you believe it? The sun is shining at the Nurburgring. The final round of the Blancpain Endurance Series is going to get underway under sunny skies. 55 cars making their way round onto the grid. Qualifying this morning began at 8:30. It was pretty overcast, to say the least. It was pretty cool, but the grid is a jumbled one, and that is going to add extra fun and games in the opening few laps of the race. Lamborghini will start on pole, Adrian Zaug at the wheel, with two Nissans, Ketsu Masachio and Craig Dolby second and third on the grid. McLaren fourth, Mercedes fifth, and Bentley 6th and 7th. So looking forward to a great race in prospect, but also, of course, to see how the different classes are going to be sorted out within the championship. And the real focus is going to be not only for the overall win, but on the Pro Cup Championship as well. And yesterday we had the opportunity to talk to some of the leading drivers about their chances, their thoughts, their hopes going into this final race. The Pro Cup is going to be fiercely contested this weekend, with 6 different combinations that could come out on top. And one of them is Laurens Vanthoor, no stranger to winning GT titles. He's having to play catch-up. He needs a good haul of points this weekend, and a lot of that is due to the fact that he scored badly in the Spa 24 hours.
Unfortunately, due to my own mistake, in Spa, where we were leading the big race, I crashed. We lost a lot of points. I made a mistake which I knew I should not do in circumstances which were there, but I got distracted and was not focused on the end goal, which I need to be focused on, and I made a mistake. With some sleepless nights after that, for sure, but now it's back to normal and confidence back there, so I will go out and attack 100% like I usually do. It's going to be hard, but I won a championship last year, won the race here last year. I'm not going to give the championship over without a fight.
Leading the Pro Cup is another of the fleet of WRT Belgian Audi Club Audis. The number 2 car, Frank Stippler and Stefan Ortelli, 2 of the drivers of the 3 behind the wheel this weekend. Stippler and Ortelli could be champion. And here you have 2 experienced drivers, the old guard in a sense, going up against the young guns. And in Ortelli and Frank Stippler, there's bags of experience behind the wheel.
WRT team makes a tremendous job, and it's always an honor to be part of it. Usually the young guys were slightly faster, but during the season now the oldtimer driver lineup is slightly better positioned, so it's always a big challenge to work against the young ones. But certainly we hope for the title. We try to do our best, and on Sunday evening we will know if it was good enough.
But don't rule out Bentley in the competition for the Pro Cup either. Last year, the car had 2 overall race wins. This year, Bentley has been winless. But despite that, they're still in contention. Guy Smith, Andy Merrick and Stephen Kane, the 3 drivers in Bentley number 7. And come the end of Sunday afternoon, this, again, could be a car that takes the drivers to the overall championship in the Pro Cup.
It's great to be back at Nurburgring, Bentley Team M Sports, fighting for both championships. Really looking forward to the race. Winning the Drivers' Championship is going to be a little bit tough. It's not all in our control, but all we can do is try and win the race. But we're still in the fight for the Team's Championship. It would be really deserving for the team to win it. For us, it would be great to win a race by the end of the year. So that's what we're going to try and do, and we're going to be pushing the whole weekend for.
For so many years, we've talked about Nissan in the context of perhaps winning in Pro-Am, but this year, the change of policy within the brand means that there's been a Pro Cup entry for the full season. Not only that, but it had its first outright win at Paul Ricard in that fabulous 6-hour race, 1,000-kilometre event going back to late June. And that means that Alex Buncombe, Wolfgang Reif and Ketsu Masachio could be champions.
The car was quite good, and the team did a really good job, and every pit stop was no mistake. And drivers had no mistake as well. We could show the good performance in Paul Ricard, and we feel very confident. We are still have big possibility to get championship. I'm very looking forward to fight for big title, so we are ready to crack on the last race.
Remember that in the Blancpain Endurance Series, you score points at the end of each race, but for Spa, you score points at 6 hours and 12 hours. And because of good pace there, this car, the Rover Racing Mercedes, is in contention for honours in the Pro Cup as well. In a sense, it's a surprise because it hasn't been a race winner all year, but with Steph Dusseldorf behind the wheel, it's been quick.
We're on P3 in the championship right now. We're within 9 points of the lead, so it's very good. We didn't expect to find ourselves in this position, but we scored very constantly in every race, and we're the only pro pair who scored points in every race, so that's very good. I know this track is very good for a Mercedes, but it's good for a lot of cars as well. So, you know, we need to be very much on the limit to be there and to score points. If we're Blancpain champions at the end of the Sunday race, it would be great. You know, it would be the first major title for both of us, and all the time and effort we put in would have been more than worth it.
It's been quite a year for Lamborghini. The GRT Grasser Racing team has taken over running the cars in Blancpain as part of Lamborghini Squadra Corsa. The two cars have been competitive all year. There was a win at Monza, car number 19, and the two cars together mean that the Lamborghini squad is still in contention for honours in the team standings.
Definitely been a success for the whole team, for us drivers, for the factory, Lamborghini, you know, a new program, new project with a new Huracan GT3. We're racing in a very competitive championship like the Blancpain Endurance Series, where we have 60 plus cars on the grid, very competitive field. It's never easy, but we managed to be competitive straight away, and I'm really looking forward to this last race here at the Nurburgring. Definitely we will give it everything we've got to take the maximum result.
There is one class in the championship, though, that has already been decided. Pro-Am was sorted out at Spa. Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin, the winners. And again, they've done that by scoring points very well indeed over the course of the year. It means then that they can come to the Nurburgring with the pressure off and just enjoy one final 3-hour blast for the season. And Matt Griffin, the Irishman, is bound to be as quick as ever.
A championship of this stature is fantastic, and to win it with a round in hand is superb. But obviously turning attention to this weekend obviously is a lot less pressure than if we were fighting for the championship. In saying that, Nurburgring is a super track. It's a fantastic facility, really, really challenging. I'm sure the race is going to be really competitive and exciting like usual, and from our point of view, I've come here to win and finish the season on a high.
And the other class to be decided this afternoon is the AM Cup. At the moment, it's headed by Julian Westwood and Ian Logie in the Team Parker Racing run Audi. And that, in part, is on the back not only of a great season, but a massively impressive run in the Spa 24 hours. Ian Logie could well leave Germany as the AM Cup champion.
We were really struggling the start of the season with not pace but bad luck. We were hit a couple of times when we should have picked up some points, but a good job was done at Spa, and now sitting first, championship, ours to win or lose, so it's really down to us. The key thing is the 55 cars out there. As an AM driver, you've got to stay out of trouble, give way to the faster cars, keep it safe, keep it tidy, and the race will come to us. So yeah, we're pretty confident at the moment.
Looking down on the grid, full of people, full of cars, full of colour as the anticipation builds in readiness for this final round of the championship. This is how we look in Pro Cup. Have a look at how many drivers there are in contention. Bear in mind that 2 or 3 of them are a partnership for the purposes of the race, and also take out Marc VDS's drivers, not here this weekend, although Lucas Lohr, Marcus Paltela and even Maxime Martin would have been an outsider for championship honours had the team been here. There's a lot to look forward to across the classes. We'll worry about how the championship machinations work out in due course. David Addison trackside, John Watson's down on the grid. He'll talk to some drivers pre-race, and OJ Borg will patrol the pit lane for us as well. And as I say, there's a lot to keep on focus of here with the race itself and with the championship machinations. Scroll all the way down in Pro Cup, down to Maxime Martin. All of those drivers would have been in contention, some absent. Those that are here are going to have to go for broke. It's not a case of going for points. You've got to win this race in order to have any realistic chance of taking honours in the Pro Cup, and indeed the same is true in the AM. Okay, the entry is a little bit smaller there, but it is by no means any less competitive. And when you consider that we've had 4 races, and admittedly the extra number of drivers that come in to do Spa, you can see how many have scored points in one class alone in the championship. And it really is another huge result for the Blancpain Endurance Series. Another great season has been enjoyed. So one of the teams that could win in Pro Cup, Nissan, Alex Buncombe and Wolfgang Reip, are with John Watson.
Alex Buncombe, Nissan number 23. Front row of the grid, clear air, into turn 1 first.
Yeah, that's got to be the plan, I guess. Yeah, to be honest, we didn't expect to quite be on the front row here at the Nurburgring. We didn't think the car would be up here. The goal was to get the car in the top 10, and yeah, pulled a pretty good lap out in quali, and down to young Chio-san now just to hopefully take the lead and get a bit of clear air. But you know, if the Lambo's fast, then we'll just have to slot in behind him and just try and have a clean first stint.
Wolfgang Reip, you're in second. What have you told your team at Chio-san to do in this opening stint?
Well, I think we've told him to do what he can do, so being fast. He's a very good driver, very sensible, and he has a lot of experience, so he knows exactly what to do. And we're going to approach this race like a normal race, so we don't want him to have extra pressure. And I think we will see how it goes after 2 hours.
Kachimasa.
Yeah.
I believe the reason you're in the car for the opening stint is because you're the smallest and the lightest of the three drivers.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thanks, mate. So, we are doing so good so far now. So I just focus on the race, and this is the most important race in the season. So we're gonna fight for big title. So we just do it. So we just trust each other and keep it clean and try our best.
I'm sure you will. Thank you. Let's go back here to Alex Buncombe. You're 9 points behind the Stipler Audi. They're back in the 7th row of the grid. How much of a handicap do you think that is for them? Because your job's clear. You've just got to win the race.
Yeah, for sure. We've just got to win, and then what happens, after that to those guys is sort of up to, them really. So, yeah, obviously it's not ideal for them being back in 10 and 12, I think they are, the 2 and the 99 that we're fighting for. So, for us, we've just got to do our thing and hopefully win the race. I think they've got their work cut out a bit back there, and it's going to be tight. If we can pull a bit of a gap in the first stint, that'll be ideal to take the pressure off of young Wolfgang and myself. So, yeah, we're just going to be pushing like mad to the finish.
Well, have a good one. Thank you.
Cheers.
Alex Buncombe then, 3rd generation racer. Father Jonathan, a very successful touring car racer. Grandfather John, a very quick racer in his time as well. And Alex, very rapid these days, not only in modern GT cars, but in historic sports cars as well. But he comes into this race along with Chio and right 9 points back on Frank Stipler and Stefan Ortelli, who lead the Pro Cup. And Steph Dusseldorp and Nico Bastien are just 1 point ahead of the Nissan. Now, the Mercedes was looking pretty quick in qualifying this morning, so that's another car to keep an eye to. But there are going to be so many over the course of the next 3 hours. This huge grid looking down on it with Pro-Am. Talked about earlier the fact that Matt Griffin and Duncan Cameron had won that class in the championship. Bear in mind, their car had a big whack yesterday at the end of pre-qualifying. The car was hit from behind by Leo Machitsky's BMW. Off the road it went, a lot of damage, but it's been made good for today. There's the car that's on pole position. Mirko Bortolotti did the time. Adrian Zaug, the South African driver, will start in the GLT Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini Huracan. And alongside is the Nissan, from whom we've heard from the drivers. So the Lamborghini, different team running the cars, a different car indeed this year, and great success at Monza. Let's go and hear from Bentley and its chances, because John Watson is with the drivers of car 7.
Andy, starting the 7th row of the grid, you're 15 points behind the title leaders at the minute. It's not the worst situation you could start in, but it's a bit of hard work you didn't really want.
Yeah, it is. Where we're starting is it's at the front, but it's not on the pole position, which we think we could have got. Unfortunately, we got blocked in qualifying, which is probably the story for a lot of people. But the pace is there in the Continental GT3. It's really quick over a stint, so we'll just have to go there and do our best and see if the race can come to us.
Are we going to see another Terrier drive from you in the last stint?
Well, we hope so. It's going to be a tough race. We're in a good position. The championship's a long shot for us, but we've got the speed this weekend, so hopefully we'll be in there at the end, and we'll see what happens.
You'll always make it exciting. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, extraordinary to think that in its debut year, the Bentley had 2 wins and none this year, but it shows how competitive the season has been. Every race in every class, we've had different winners. Nobody in any of the 3 classes has won twice this year, which again underlines how competitive it's been. And Lamborghini starting on pole position then, look further back on the grid. A great effort by this car in qualifying for 3rd on the grid. Now under the banner of always evolving motorsport, the Sean Walkinshaw, Martin Plowman, Craig Dolby Nissan. And it's going to be Craig Dolby who starts, with huge amounts of support as ever, not just from people here, but watching on television, I'm sure, because Craig's got his own little fan club, and it's been great to see Craig back in top-line racing this year. Forgotten about a bit after Super League fizzled out, but Craig Dolby certainly one to watch for the opening stint. Steph Dusseldorp has also got a chance of winning the Pro Cup, and the Dutchman is on the grid with Watty.
Steph, did nobody tell you the sun's come out, it's quite warm? What are you wearing all this gear for?
Yeah, you never know at the Nurburgring. You never know, and there's some clouds, maybe it's going to rain, snow, everything can happen here.
Now, you're, again, like some of the other competitors, fighting for this championship battle further back down the grid than you would normally expect to be.
Yeah, but anyway, the best qualifying of the season, so yeah, Q3 didn't really went as we hoped for, as a very busy track, but we got the race pace as we usually have, so we're quite confident on a good result, and we'll see where we end up.
Lots of new tyres for each of the stints?
That's very confidential.
Well, I'll tell you how many other teams have got them if you tell me.
We'll tell this after the television ends.
All right, Steph, enjoy it.
Yeah.
So Steph Dusseldorp then with the Rover Racing Mercedes, Nico Bastien, his regular co-driver, and Danny Juncadella brought into the car for this weekend. Danny had been racing a sister Mercedes for the bulk of the season, but although he would have, in isolation, been an outside bet for the championship, he can't now win it because any points he scores, he'll never catch up to his two co-drivers. So he sacrificed, but will be a quick pair of hands, that is for sure. There's the front of the grid then. Lamborghini and Nissan lining up alongside one another. Very shortly, once the grid is cleared, then we're going to have the cars released for the formation lap. Traditionally, the final round has been 1,000 kilometres, but this year we go back to the 3-hour format, the 1,000k race being before Spa by way of preparation, and so 3 hours it is in prospect for the drivers, and the cars very shortly are going to be released then, as I say. But the teams make their way into the pit lane in anticipation of, they hope, not too frantic a 3 hours. They don't want anything in addition to just the 2 mandatory pit stops that people will make. You can do 70 minutes as the maximum in a stint, and this isn't a fuel-thirsty circuit, so anticipate, if you've got your quick driver in, to do something like the 70 minutes. If it's the slower driver, they may be sacrificed a little bit early, so you're maximising the time behind the wheel for the quicker driver. But the cars will be looking to do 70 minutes for a stint in the hands, as I say, of the quicker driver. That drive time is extended by 5 minutes if you're behind a safety car, because clearly the lap pace goes down and it affects your calculations. There's 31, change of number for the second of the Bentleys for this weekend. I'll tell you more about that as the race goes on as to why. But let's catch up also down on the grid with the event sponsor, because this comes as the iRacing.com GT500, and OJ Borg is down there with Stephen Myers of iRacing.
Steve, what a fab...
Did you hear about Steve's crash the other day? His insurer took one look at the footage and proved it wasn't his fault. And secured his no claims. Easy to use, simple to set up, and records in high definition, both day and night. You don't even have to switch it on and off. It just happens automatically. It's like magic. But I don't know why I'm telling you this. You already know.
Nextbase, Britain's best-selling dash cams.
Oh my goodness me. Poor Harlow. He was just half the weight he should have been when I found him. What have they done to you? It makes me so upset when I see incredible animals neglected like this. But Harlow is just one of 120,000 animals that we rescue every year. Fortunately, I got to Harlow in time. But right now, there are thousands of animals experiencing unimaginable pain and suffering, and we desperately need your help today to rescue them. Please call 0800 313 4390. Text URGENT to 81025, or visit our website to give £2 a month now. Thank you.
As the next of the BMWs from Brazil, Sergio Jimenez's car on the inside, Pierre Arret in the Mercedes. Next row, Gregoire de Moustier's blue and white Audi, and alongside is Adrian Delina's yellow Ferrari. Johnny Cocker starts in the green and black Team Russia by Barwell with Demon Tweep's BMW, and alongside is the former Manchester United goalkeeper Fabien Barthez in the Ferrari. Then the white Ferrari Henrik Hedman. Julian Westwood starts Ian Loggie's Audi alongside. Attempto Racing's blue Porsche has Dimitris Constantinou behind the wheel, and Oliver Grutz in the BMW that won at Silverstone is alongside. The Kaspersky Ferrari has Gary Kondakov behind the wheel, and it's going to be Stephen Earle in the Kessel Racing car. Carl Wendlinger starts 33 alongside Christophe Amon, and then Pierre-Etienne Bourdais and Maurice Ricci are on the next row, with the back row being Christian Kelders there in the classic and modern racing BMW Z4. That is 55 cars. That is the lineup for the final round of this year's Blancpain Endurance Series. Next year's calendar announced during the course of this weekend, and a very similar format in terms of dates for next season. So The 1 minute board is now shown. The formation lap due to start at 14:40. So now engines fire up, and another beauty of this championship is that the cars are all different shapes and sizes. They all make different noises as well. You've got normally aspirated, you've got turbo, you've got big looking cars like the Emil Frey Jaguar and the Bentley. You've got the rather more stubby shapes of BMW Z4s, the Nissan that seems to tower over anything else. You've got the svelte Lamborghini on the front row, Ferraris aplenty, the Audi R8s that seem to be metronomically successful, but astonishingly haven't had an outright win in endurance this year. So all these different types of car on the grid, and we are just about ready to go then. The grid is about to be cleared. At the front with the green flag is Alain Adam, the series race director, and on his instruction the cars will be waved away, and that should be in 5 seconds time. The pace car as it is, the leading car, is there with the lights atop, and the green flag will be waved any second now to release the field. And so then that final round of the Blancpain Endurance Series is but moments from getting underway. Alain Adam waves the flags, he releases the cars then, and it's going to be Mirko Bortolotti's Lamborghini, the Huracan, a new car for this year, the Dallara-inspired car, with GRT Grasser Racing Team looking after it. It takes a long time for the back of the grid to leave the line, and it'll take a long time for everyone to come pouring through at the end of this formation lap, the pace lap, to get the race underway. But there's so much to look forward to in this. We'll worry about the championship, I think, as the race calms down, assuming it does calm down, because certainly to begin with it's going to be about track position, it's going to be about the race itself. But then as drivers start to settle into a rhythm, their position relative to the class opposition is going to be fascinating to see. Everybody is away safely, although number 10 Ferrari, I think, has dropped towards the rear of the grid. So should that have been there? Yes, it was just slow away, so it was on the penultimate row anyway. Maurice Ricci's car gets away a little bit slowly, but it has got going. So everybody clear for this formation lap. We've had a look at the grid in terms of the cars. Now have a look in terms of the drivers. Adrian Zaug and Katsumasa Chio at the front. The second row is going to be Craig Dolby lining up alongside Alvaro Parent, the start driver I'll give you. The third row is Hubert Haupt alongside Max Buch. The fourth row of the grid, Guy Smith and Harry Tinknell. And then on row 5, you've got the Ferrari of Stephen Parov alongside Renat Salikov's green Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. The sixth row of the grid, Jean-Carl Vernet in Audi number 1. That'll be a car to watch alongside 99, started by Nico Bastien. The next row, row 7, Greg Gilvers on the inside, and Frank Stippler, championship leader in the Pro Cup, with a lot of work to do from 14th. 15th on the grid, Mauro Engel. Lining up alongside him is Stuart Leonard, the eponymous team owner of that Aston Martin squad. Row 9, Marco Bononomi and Ryan Ratcliffe. Row 10, Marcus Winkelhock and Morgan Moulin-Trafford. The 11th row, Peter Schotthorst, who went off in qualifying and brought out a red flag. He lines up alongside Stefan Mucker. He'll be one to watch in 44 Aston. Mike Parisi will start 84 Bentley. Rob Bell alongside in the McLaren number 58. Then the Jaguar, Freddie Barth at the wheel alongside Duncan Cameron, the Pro-Am champion of the year. Henri Acide and Gilles Vannelet line up together on row 14. The 15th row is going to have Miguel Torrell's Mercedes, the similar car of Indy Dontje alongside. And has Stefan Mucker got a problem? Because the Motorbase Aston Martin is trickling and has come to a halt in the middle of the Schumacher S on the formation lap. The Motorbase car has a problem. It sets off now. Looked like it was one of those electrical gremlins where you have to reset things, but it's got going again now. Carrying on through the grid, Bradley Ellis and Pier Giuseppe Perezzini line up on row 16, Vasiliev and Broniewski behind. Then it's Anderson and Brito, Model and Moore, Jimenez and Eret, de Mustier and Delina on row 21. Row 22, Cocker and Bartos. The 23rd row, Hedman and Westwood. The 24th row, Constantino and Grutz. The 25th row, Kondakov and Earl. The 26th row, Carl Wendlinger and Christophe Amon. The 27th row, Pierre-Etienne Bourdais and Maurice Ricci. The last car on the grid, driven by Christian Kelders, and everybody comes out of the chicane, all formed up, all ready to go. Take one deep breath as the last race of the year in the Endurance Series, John, is set to get underway.
Yeah, it's V10. It's V10 horsepower versus V6 turbo torque, and, well, Chio, who's the lightest driver in the field, probably one of the smallest, may have a slight advantage, but really, it's going to be eyeball to eyeball at turn 1.
Here we go, lights out, the race underway. Mirko Bortolotti it is, who sprints away as up the inside tries to go Craig Dolby in the black and turquoise Nissan. Can he squeeze into the race lead? Yes, he can. Fantastic. Dolby leads. Up the inside goes the Mercedes of Hubert Haupt as well. To the outside line is Chio. There's contact between the two Bentleys that lean on each other. Harry Tinknell gets forced out wide in his GT debut in the red, white and blue Nissan. The Jaguar has gone wide at turn 1 as well. But they sprint their way through the Mercedes arena for the first time. Stefan Mucker has got the Aston going strongly. He is looking to gain ground as the cars work their way through for the first time. The 333 Ferrari with Rinat Salikov at the wheel, tries to squeeze up the inside of number 59 McLaren. Alvaro Parent has fallen back over the first few corners as we accelerate then now down towards turns 5 and 6 for the first time.
Oh, look, it's just, and all you can do is just hold position, hope for a gap, and let's get back to the lead, because that was a blinding start by Craig Dolby on road 2 to out-accelerate the pole position, and that was the pole position, the Lamborghini they will see in view. And right now the Mercedes has got ahead of Chio as well. So great start from the Mercedes from that third row of the grid.
Hubert Haupt, the driver, who knows his way around here, hugely experienced driver, now on board with Ketsumasa Chio as he works his way now up through the Schumacher S's. Lots of curb taken there. Everybody is kept out of trouble just about for the first few corners, but Craig Dolby underlining that he's a real talent, and also underlining that now with a different band of people operating this Nissan, it is going incredibly well. Up towards the end of the opening lap, then out of the Bilstein curve, 31 Bentley. That is the car in the hands of Max Buch ahead of the championship contender number 7, with Guy Smith at the wheel as the cars head towards the end of lap 1.
Yeah, it's Max Buch, the car I'm going to keep an eye on. Bentley 31 all over the rear of the Nissan number 23 coming up into the chicane, but in fact both Bentleys nose to tail. And they look, the other Nissan uses all that horsepower that had to get past the 99 Mercedes into the chicane.
And Max Buch there having a nibble at the back of the traffic ahead of him. Now Guy Smith looking for a way through as well as they come over the timing line. Dolby leading Zaug. In third is Haupt, fourth is Chio, fifth is Buch, sixth is Guy Smith that you were riding with a moment ago. Seventh over the timing line is Parent. Eighth is Salikov. Ninth is Jean-Carl Vernet. And look at this, 3 wide for 10th down to turn 1. Vernet's got 8th up the inside. Round the outside of Tinknell there goes Nico Bastian. Is he going to come out ahead? Yes, he is. The Mercedes goes by.
Regains that position. It was lost a couple of corners ago, but Bastian did a good job. Put the Mercedes in the right part of the racetrack and got the benefit going into turn 1.
And Stefan Mucker's on a mission as well as we look back from Salikov's car then now. Nico Bastian is tucked up behind him in number 99. Harry Tinknell's fallen back a little bit in this is GT debut as the cars head through turns 5 and 6. Now there's the charging Audi number 1 of Jean-Carl Vernet, diving up the inside goes Nico Bastian in the Mercedes. Has he done it? Yes, he has.
A good move. A place that's difficult to do it normally. There's never enough room left into turn 5. But Nico Bastian put the Mercedes on the line, on the apex, and there was his corner.
And Stefan Mucker is on a mission as well in number 44 Aston Martin. 19th he is at the moment as the cars work their way down to the Dunlop curve, then through that long right-hander. Lots of people in the support races have been off the road and out braking themselves there. We've got one in the pits already, Christian Kelbers from the back of the grid anyway. An early stopper, but the race leaders flick through the Schumacher S. Now Salikov is under attack from Harry Tinknell, and he is taking with him the Mauro Engel driven Mercedes. So there's another good battle developing here. There goes Tinknell back up the inside.
And Tinknell, this is the first time he's ever raced a GT car.
Exactly, as we say, his GT debut, good job done. And there's Engel getting past Salikov as well. So the Mercedes through on the inside, takes the place. So the Pro-Am Ferrari fading a little bit, and Tinknell with the wiper on loses out to Engel. Has he got a problem? Because suddenly up the inside tried to go Salikov as well. Harry Tinknell, single-seater, and now LMP2 star. But in danger here, perhaps, of losing more places. We understand also that number 3 has had a spin, which is the Pro-Am Christophe Hamon Audi. Got going again. But why was Tinknell losing places? They're coming out of the chicane. Leaders through. Dolby leading Zaug. Third is Hubert Haupt, who went well here last year. Fourth is Chio. Fifth is Max Buch. Sixth is Guy Smith. And there, look, side by side, Jean-Carl Vernet losing out to Nico Bastian. The Mercedes has always been good round here.
Well, I tell you what, that's the best I've seen the Mercedes performing, particularly in the opening laps of a race. It's just got pace over everything that he's come up. He's not had to fight. He's been able to pull up alongside and take the position away cleanly.
Lots of grunt in that car. Of course, there's another one even further up the road. Hubert Haupt in third place. There it is, the green Black Falcon car coming into shot now. The car qualified by Jelmer Berman. And as the field turns its way through turns 5 and 6, there's a yellow flag in the last sector of the lap that they may end up having to worry about if the car in question can't get going. There it is, an Audi off the road.
Yes, off the road. Don't think it's had contact with the barrier, but he's going to have to. It's just so slippery off track. The grass is saturated. Trying to just get any traction with a slick tire, even when you get back on the tarmac. And the battle, look at this.
The Audi offers Gregoire de Moustier. Place gain for Chio, who's got past Haupt. So up into third place goes Ketsumasa Chio. And now Max Buch tries to buy into this as well. You're riding on board with Guy Smith. So it's now a different order. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, heading up the hill.
It'd be harder for Max Buch to get ahead of the Mercedes than he thought it might have been to get ahead of Chio in the Nissan. But this is principally the main battle going on in this, what, just 5 minutes or so into the race. And these are the positions for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th.
Big flash of the lights there from Guy Smith because he's coming under attack now. He's got Alvaro Perent tucked up behind him.
I think, oh, there's the RD9, the pit lane stopped. I think that Guy Smith feels actually he's quicker than Maximilian Buch. Now, not many people would have thought that, but Guy clearly feels it. That's why he's on the headlights so aggressively to say, look, I'm quicker than you, let me through, I can make progress.
So de Moustier pits, but then has a problem. Let's see what Guy Smith can do. He also wants to try and get up past and take the points, take the position, but also get away from a battle because he doesn't want Perent to come past him. That's going to compromise that car's chances even more. But Buch, in the meantime, is busy looking for a way past Hubert Habs, isn't he? Down towards turn 1.
And he's not able. The Mercedes, I have to say, the performance here is not quite revolutionary, but it is very much stronger than maybe you might have seen. In effect, it's a 3-hour sprint race. This is not an endurance event. It's a 3-hour sprint, and that's what we're seeing from this group of cars right now.
So the Bentley's running together, and there is Alvaro Perent right up behind them as they work their way once again out of turn number 4. Wide goes Smith. Does that give Perent a chance? If it does, it'll be the outside line. Yeah,
it certainly put him into the position of being able to put more pressure onto Guy Smith. He ran way, way wide coming out of turn 4, and that was what Alvaro Perent was looking for, the opportunity just to get the momentum and just slide that McLaren. It was going to have to be around the outside, and there wasn't going to be much joy in the exit of the corner because Guy Smith's Bentley would be filling the tarmac.
Down they come to the Dunlop curve. Smith now having to defend. Now what does he do? Does he let Perent go, or does he try and keep him at bay, bearing in mind he's got another 2 hours and 52 minutes, and he does not want to get in any jeopardy and risk going off.
No, and he's not going to let Perent get past. He's got to be, if you like, the rear guard to Maximilian Buch. But he is, in doing so, I think, also putting himself under that pressure that he's got, because he believes, as I mentioned earlier, he's quicker than Buch at this stage of the race.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Bentley ought to consider surely swapping them over. Buch should be playing rear guard for Smith and getting him up the order.
Difficulty is putting it into effect, because you might then compromise both cars and trying to enact that scenario and let either Perent get past one or both, or let Hope get away further from the two Bentleys.
It's true enough. There's Jean-Carl Vernet under attack. Look, because the Black Falcon Mercedes Amaro Engel goes through, and another Mercedes ideally suited to this circuit up the inside and gains the place easily.
Now, if you said this is the 24 hours of Nurburgring, I would say it is ideally suited, but we're seeing 3 Mercedes independently driven, different drivers, and all 3 have made very good progress in these opening minutes.
But go back to 2 seasons ago, we had a Mercedes second overall, and in the same race winning Pro-Am. They've got a good track record around this configuration of the Nurburgring, so the field pouring over the line. Just look at this. Still they come out of the last corner. Mucker under attack, as diving up the inside there is the Ferrari. Morgan Moulin-Trafon not able to find a way by. This is 15th and 16th they're battling for.
Yeah, I mean, the Ferrari looked as if it was going to slip down the inside, but Stefan Mucker, canny driver that he is, he probably just took a bit of pressure off the brake pedal to make it very difficult for the Ferrari to take the corner, and by doing so, and again, look how much quicker the Ferrari was coming through the exit of turn 3. Not much difference on the exit of 4 and on the run down into turn 5.
Replay of the start then as the cars accelerated over the line. Good start by Mirko Bortolotti, but what a move by Dolby up the inside.
I mean, in a sense, the 2 front row grid cars are watching each other, and they didn't think about Craig Dolby, but of course he's got an identical car to Chio in the number 23 Nissan, and we know the Nissan with that turbocharged V6 engine coming off the rolling start has got that bottom end grunt that can drag the car. The initial maybe first 50 or 60 meters really give it a good punch.
And again a replay in the pack of the 2 Bentleys getting together and making contact with each other. And have a look at this, looking back from Bentley number 7. They come down towards turn number 1. Guy Smith at the wheel of this car. And there's a bit of contact with the McLaren. So that was Alvaro Perent losing out. And then there's the little whack that gets the car all unsettled. Replay at the start from Chio's point of view.
Yeah, I think just a little bit of nerves on the part of Chio. I mean, overwhelming being in the front row, effectively being pole position. But you can see Craig Dolby, he wasn't overwhelmed. He saw the gap on the right-hand side. It's a right-hand corner. And as long as he can get his Nissan stopped without overrunning, and he just about did it, he was able to take the lead from the Lamborghini. And of course, Chio, in doing so, went from 2nd on the grid, front row of the grid, back to 4th, 2 places lost.
So up front, Craig Dolby it is who leads the way, and the gap that he's pulled out is already 3.5 seconds. Now, what's happening to Audi? Because those cars are slipping away, and Vincent Vos can explain. He's at the pits with OJ Ball.
Vincent, it has been the best start to the race performance-wise? The Audi seems to be going backwards.
Well, we have difficult time, you know, especially when the first few laps in the traffic, it's been quite difficult. We will see. We have to wait that it's going down a bit, and we will see what is the real pace. But for sure, for us like this, when we have many cars around us, as you all know, we don't have a much top speed, so it's quite difficult. Let's wait a bit. In 20 minutes, we will know a little bit more.
Thank you very much.
Well, certainly with Vincent Voss, you know, he's speaking defensively there and trying to put a shine on a difficult situation. In the first Audi on the grid was on the 6th row of the grid. That's the #1 car we've seen on picture. And they had a poor qualifying for a whole variety of reasons, and half the field could probably cite the same reasons. Nevertheless, this is a 3-hour race. Watch when Audi play out their pit stops. There may be strategy if we get safety car intervention or a full course yellow, which what I would prefer to see. I hate seeing the safety car because that can determine a race which is sometimes unfair.
Meantime, Chio is trying to fight back against Adrian Zaug through the so-called motorbike chicane. They come the softer version of the chicane. There's Bob Neville, the team boss of RJN that operates the works. Nissan's not the leading car because Craig Dolby's car comes from a different team and it leads by an enormous margin over the timing line. Craig Dolby now has 4.5 seconds in hand, and here's almost everybody else in a line.
Well, what's happening now is Adrian Zaug, who had been within 1.5 seconds of the lead car 3 laps or so ago, has lost pace. His lap times slowing down. That's what's drawn Chio and the Nissan, the Mercedes, the 2 Bentleys, all back up together. And it's the pace now of the Lamborghini that's controlling 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th.
So here they come with Zaug under attack from Chio, who's under attack from Haupt, who's under attack from Buch, who's under attack from his teammate Smith, and Alvaro Parent is at the back of that little queue in 7th spot. So a fantastic battle pack it is, running for 2nd place. But keep an eye on the 8th place Mercedes there, the Rover Racing car, because that Nico Bastien is catching up to the pack ahead. Maro Engel's Mercedes is 9th, and then 10th, the first of the Audi. Jean-Carl Vernet goes through ahead of the car of Greg Gilbert. Marcus Winkelhock is next, and the Audis getting themselves together, but much further down than Vincent Voss and others want them to be.
Yeah, but I think in fairness to WRT and the Audi teams, they know this is a 3-hour race. I'm really going to watch Nico Bastien because he's the driver, apart from Craig Dolby, who's pulling away comfortably, 4.5 second advantage over the 2nd place Adrian Zaug. But Nico Bastien, he's got Alvaro Parent in his sights. He's lapping quicker. The problem he is going to face is, as he is catching up to the tail of the McLaren, his pace will then be dictated by the pace of the Lamborghini 6 cars further up the line, unless Bastien can execute the kind of overtakes we've seen so far in this race, and that is there's a bit of clear air between the guy Smith Bentley and Alvaro Parent. That's what Nico Bastien needs. He doesn't want the McLaren to be on the tail of the Bentley. That would then effectively mean it would be hard to pass a car at a time. He needs to be able to do the 1-on-1 to get himself to the tail of the Lamborghini to be within a chance.
And right now, don't forget that Frank Schnippler's championship leading car is in 18th place overall, 15th in class and out of the points. So let's see as the cars come over the line whether this time Chio is going to be able to make a move against the Lamborghini. This is how the Pro Cup would look if things stay as they are. The Nissan would take the class in the championship over the Audi of Ortelli and Schnippler because that's not yet scoring. And Nico Bastien and Steph Dusseldorf's Mercedes would bag 3rd. But there's an awful lot of water to flow under the bridge before we get to that point.
Yeah, we're just 15 minutes into this 3-hour race. And again, Chio all over the Lamborghini coming through the exit of turn 3. Again, the Mercedes Herbert Hoop, I should say. Again, the same process, just having to sit. The 5th car on that line is the white and yellow 99 Mercedes. Again, the Nissan trying to use alternative lines to get the run off. And an opportunity coming down the hill out of turn 6 all the way down into turn 7. Adrian Zaug, very experienced, very canny, single-seater driver by instinct. Knows how to make, you see, goes in early, but runs up a little bit wide, and that almost allows Herbert Hoop to come through in the Mercedes.
Yeah, Haupt tries to get past Chio because he was sort of on the wrong line along with Zaug, wasn't he? So Hubert Haupt tries to buy into that, can't quite do it. And while they're all squabbling like this, Craig Dolby is now 5.6 seconds up the road. He's not even in shot, he's done Lapri already, he's got past Gary Kondakov. Chio thinks about the inside, he's being held up by the Lamborghini, and he's got Hubert Haupt crawling all over the back of him.
Yeah, and it's really the Mercedes that is going to be the car, I think we should keep an eye on, because as Gio tries to look one way, look the other way, and all his concentration is going forward, that's going to give the Mercedes driver that opportunity to take advantage. If, as we saw going into turn 7, just on this lap, where the Lamborghini ran slightly wide, it was followed, and there's a mistake. That's the one of the lap cars getting out of the way. Yeah, it's getting away. Just had a moment of panic there as he saw the view from the camera, but it was the Ferrari that had been lapped originally by the race leader. So the two Bentleys again, nose to tail. Guy Smith has given up on flashing the lights because he's had no reaction from Maximilian Buch, and I wouldn't expect the German to be phased by... Oh, there we go, lights back on again.
Well, the punt, isn't it, guys? So this time he's going to make the move. Look, going into turn 1, he's done it. So that's good for Bentley for the championship. Guy Smith goes through, and now Max Buch has to fend off the traffic behind. It's his job now to keep everybody else behind Guy Smith. Bentley number 7 then goes ahead of what's normally number 8, this weekend 31, taking the number that won the 500-mile race at Brooklands in 1929 when Jack Barkley and Frank Clement were the winners in the 4.5 litre, and they're hoping that by using that number, a little bit of good fortune might just smile on the car that's had rotten luck all year.
Well, let's see. Guy Smith has finally got ahead of his sister car. His job is now to chase the Mercedes, to chase the Nissan, to chase the Lamborghini. I wonder also, Alvaro Perez, will he think now, well, let's see if we can get past number Bentley. We saw that the number 7 car get past the 31. Maybe now my McLaren will have enough legs to put itself ahead of the Maximilian Buch-driven Bentley.
Another little lock-up, a little slide by Chio going down to the Dunlop curve. He's still on the back of Adrian Zaug, and this is Guy Smith taking the place off Buch.
Yeah, I mean, he's quite a long way behind, and I just wonder, was that a little bit instigated from the pit wall, because he was normally in a racing context, the gap was quite too much. I'd expect to see an easy overtake like that. Maximilian Buch would have normally been more aggressive in his defence, so I suspect the message has come from pit wall. If you've got a problem, if you're not able to run at the pace you feel you can, and we think Guy Smith can run more quickly, let him go.
Indeed so. Meantime, Craig Dolby's advantage is now over 7 seconds. Hubert Haupt there in the Mercedes heads uphill as Chio thinks and has a look for the inside, but again he's quicker, but Zaug's defending well here.
Yeah, I mean, Zaug is going to be using every bit of the tarmac that he needs to keep that second position away from the Nissan. Nissan clearly has got more lap time, but not able to make use of it to access. And now Hubert Hooper is on the Mercedes, on the tail. Watch the Mercedes. Can it dive out down the inside into turn 1?
He's going to have a look, but so too is Chio against the Lamborghini. So who's going to come out of this ahead? Hubert Haupt wants to try to buy into it. Guy Smith, of course, is closer to that battle as well now.
Yeah, but Hubert Haupt did the right thing, and now he's really in a good position. It'll not be through turn 3. There's not an awful lot you can do. And here we have this battle between well, we've got 2 Mercedes running tail gunner as such. So the Nissan runs slightly wide. The Mercedes can hold the tighter line. That'll give it the benefit of speed off turn 4 and the run down into turn 5. So a little bit of breathing space for Adrian Zaug, but it's only momentary.
Indeed so, because they're all queued up behind still. And look, the Mercedes have joined the line as well, haven't they? Not only has Nico Bastian caught up to them, but he's brought Mauro Engel with him. Former runner-up in the British Formula 3 Championship as he heads off downhill. They're now in the Black Falcon, the black and yellow Mercedes on the back of the Rover racing car. Zaug then heads this group, but remember that up front it's still Craig Dolby, whose advantage now is 8 seconds.
Well, can you be surprised? Because he's running about a second a lap faster than this bunch of cars. So every lap goes by, could chunk another second, another second, another second. And Craig's got clear air. He's driving his own race under no pressure, not putting any stress or load into his car other than above, just running at a very quick race pace. And all the field behind is being really backed up, unintentionally, but backed up by Adrian Zaug and the Lamborghini in second place.
He's the cork in the bottle, isn't he? As soon as he could be dislodged, everybody will go flying past and get away. But for now, because he's got wide elbows, he's being able to keep that car in second spot. Again, Chio Saint-Cloud is up coming into the chicane. There's Hubert Haupt in 4th place. What about the 2 Mercedes? Can Bastian make any more progress? He's got himself onto the back of Parent. Of course, the higher up the order you go, the harder it is to make progress. You're in quick cars. There is the leader, Craig Dolby, then, to the delight of his fan club, the Dolby Dolls watching at home. The advantage at the end of 10 laps is 9 seconds. And then Zaug heads this battle pack for second that takes you from 2nd to 9th in a line. And is Chio going to have a go? Thought about it, found a Lambo in his way.
Yeah, I mean, Adrian Zaug is basically anticipating what Chio Sando's going to do in the Nissan. And if you're coming down into turn 1, you don't leave a big wide gap down the inside. You make it as narrow as possible without putting yourself at a disadvantage on the exit of turn 1 and then into this very long turn 2 evolving into turn 3. It's the Mercedes yet again Hubert Haupt is the one that I'm keeping an eye on, because we think that you say a good analogy, the cork in the bottle being the Lamborghini. But I think once this group can break free from the Lamborghini, it's the pace of Hubert Haupt that's going to be, I think, the challenge to Chio, and he will really feel the heat from the Mercedes.
Heading downhill, this is lap 11, 3-hour race. And you can see the clock counting down to the end, but we've still got an awful lot of good racing to look forward to. Adrian Zaug again into the Dunlop curve. Chio takes that wider line that gives Haupt a sniff of the opportunity on the inside. Guy Smith is there in 5th place. And in 6th spot, still Max Buch. There, Fabio Babini, with the sunnies on his head, who will do probably the 3rd stint in that car, looks on from the pit bunker. He will drive, in fact, the sister car, number 19, the one that won at Monza, but he's not yet behind the wheel. He saved for himself until the last stint.
Since Guy Smith has overtaken his teammate and Guy Smith is in 5th place, the progress that he had thought he might be able to make, it's not really happening. I mean, principally because, like Maximilian Buch found when he was behind the Nissan, he couldn't really do an awful lot about it either. So everybody's being held up, in effect, by the pace of the 2nd place Lamborghini. And we need a little bit more action to evolve to get this group broken up and allow the true pace of these 6 or 7 or 8, nearly 8 cars now running through 2nd through to 9th place.
Yeah, drivers tell you it's not an easy track on which to overtake, and the best chance is down into the Mercedes arena, which is at the end of this straight. And again, as they come over the line, it's Zaug in 2nd, 4 tenths up on Chio. Is he near enough to think about making a move? Well, he's always thinking, but he hasn't got the gap, and he's also mindful not to try anything that won't work, and therefore give Haupt a chance in the next sequence of corners.
Another factor you've got to consider, it shouldn't be coming into play as early as we are in the race, but this is a really hard circuit on brakes. And a big break into turn 1. You've got another big break all the way down into turn 7. And then at the end of the lap, you've still got a fairly substantial, but not as big. And the brakes don't really get a great time to recover. So wear is an issue. I don't think anybody will need to change pads, but if it's not wear, then it could be heat. And running as these cars are more or less nose to tail, that's where you will do a bit of damage to your brakes, in that they will get overheated.
So the clever ones might just lag back for a lap or so and get some clean air in. And they can see the Bentley of Guy Smith is just dropping away slightly. And off the road has gone Gary Kondakov in the Kaspersky Ferrari. That's at the chicane. It's well and truly beached in the gravel.
Now, let's hope this doesn't either have a circuit full course yellow or a safety car. It's in the gravel. It will have to be retrieved. It wouldn't be able to get himself out of there. Now, what did he do all wrong? Well, just trying to get out of the way fundamentally to be the decent guy, and of course onto the gravel, and once it then spins and buries itself going sideways like that, it'll not be able to reverse out, so it'll need a truck to pull that car away from the corner, and hopefully it can get it back into the race.
Yeah, not for the first time this year we've seen Gary Kondakov in strife, but hopefully that car can rejoin. Car's heading up now towards the chicane. And as the yellow flags are waved, into the yellow flag zone they go at the chicane. But as yet, no suggestion that it's going to need a safety car. But if anybody else ran off, they're going to hit that, aren't they?
It's not in a good place. And I mean, I just think, a full circuit, full course yellow would be my view. There is the pickup or the snatch vehicle that will put a rope onto the front of the Ferrari, pull it to safety. Might be able to pull it into the pit lane itself, and then let the car drive through the pit lane, clear all the gravel and muck. Nissan still looking, but you know, it's all it's doing is showing its nose. It's not doing anything more that is threatening. And Adrian Zaug probably feels now reasonably comfortable that he's not really under serious threat.
Yeah. So what's going on in the Nissan thought process? Bob Neville has the answer, and he's with OJ in the pits.
Bob, what's the plan here? What's the strategy? Chio's being held up, and he's got a Mercedes all over the back of him. What do you tell him to do?
We're just telling him to keep calm about it, not to worry about it.
Is he going to press?
Not to be tempted to try and dive down the inside.
But surely, watching the other GTR disappear off into the distance, you want it to get past that Lamborghini?
Yeah, we do. We'd like him to get by it, but we're not worried about the other GTR. Not in the championship, you know. So we just don't want to incur any damage going by him.
So currently the plan is stay calm, stay where you are.
Try and stay calm.
Thank you, Bob.
And now look, Chio is under attack. Hubert Haupt gets to drive up the hill, get all the grunt from the Mercedes. We've seen it here every season in Blancpain. Over the curb goes Haupt. That compromises his run, and now Guy Smith makes a move up the inside, but it's the outside for the next corner. They lean on each other. Hubert Haupt's got the inside line. He'll go back ahead. He takes the place back again. And Max Book arrives on the tail of Guy Smith as well. Good effort that by Guy Smith. Opportunistic stuff. It did not quite pay off.
No, it was a mistake by Hubert Haupt coming up into turns 8 and 9. Got the car out of shape. Guy Smith read it perfectly. Got the run, but of course he got the run on the outside as they go into a left-hand corner. And easy for Haupt to recover and to consolidate. But you know, it's little errors like that that are all you need just to break up this line of the front 9 cars.
On board with Nico Bastian then, he's on the tail of the McLaren. That's Alvaro Parent at the wheel. Parent, you could argue as well, surprisingly, has not been able to make progress because he doesn't lack anything in the talent department, does he?
Not at all. But again, he's like everybody else. It's their momentum is being stalled. But the gap, you can see just the Mercedes has fallen back that little bit more than we have expected. And now looking at number 99, Nicky Bastian, that's indicating that Alvaro Parent was either a little bit aggressive on the brakes and overran, or is himself suffering a little bit of problem. And the Mercedes comes up and tries to get down the inside, forcing Parent to go slightly wider to avoid the contact. Now that was good awareness from Parent. He avoided what would look like it could have been a bit of right front, left rear. And consequently, Nicky Bastian again putting a big pressure onto the McLaren into downhill turn 5, and then the right-hand turn 6.
Well, there was half a gap, but no real opportunity to find a way by Nico Bastian then, who's been very impressive this year in the Blancpain Endurance Series and having another very good run here in the number 99 Mercedes as the cars power off downhill once again. He's got Mauro Engel still right on his tail, but Nico Bastian then now accelerates uphill once again. Former Polo Cup racer, former Mini racer, former Seat racer, but he knows his way around here. That's good enough because he's done lots of ADA CGT races, he's done lots of VLN races. We've seen him in Blancpain Sprint also, so doesn't lack anything in terms of experience. Nor does this man, Hubert Haupt, who is still stuck fourth as the cars turn their way out of the Bilstein curve once again. And he's not yet got himself back onto terms with the Nissan. He might be just taking a breather for a lap, and the safety car is deployed. Safety car deployed then.
Full course yellow! Why have we got a safety car? I mean, a full course yellow would be the most, for me, suitable. All you got to do is get that tow truck, get the thing attached to the, what are they doing? I think they're on the, oh my God, I can't even begin to wonder. I mean, how, surely they could remove that car more quickly. I mean, a full course yellow, in my view, and I'm not the race director here, but in my view would have been the appropriate situation, but there we are.
Safety
At least it's picked up the race leader.
It has indeed.
Important. No, that is really crucial that it picks up the race leader, so no one in effect has lost out, except this man in the lead, Craig Dolby. All that hard work he did to build up a 9.5 second advantage.
K-Tech. 100% commitment, 100% confidence.
This is an urgent appeal from the RSPCA to help rescue animals in danger. Abuse. Shocking cruelty. Relentless neglect. We're here for suffering animals 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We never rest. We often find animals barely surviving in atrocious conditions. How could anyone treat an animal so horrifically? No animal should have to suffer like this. Puppies and kittens starving to death in filthy cages. Please call 08000 121 805 or text CARE17 to 81400 or visit our website and give just £1 a week. Because day and night, the RSPCA rescues animals from shocking conditions, from people who simply don't care. We exist only because of public donations, and for us to be there, we need your support. These innocent animals need your help right now. Call 08000 121 805, text CARE17 to 81400, or visit rspca.org.uk/247. Just £1 a week will ensure that any time an animal needs us, we're there for them. Day or night, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Thank you.
Beyond national and continental championships, there are great events of international renown where the best F3 drivers around get together. That's the case with Macau and also with the Zandvoort Masters from the Netherlands. Good news, you can watch it in full on Motors TV Sunday, September the 20th at 5:15 in the afternoon.
It seems that the way the car is being dragged, it's causing as much of a problem as the car was in the first place by being in the gravel.
So it's on the grass verge. It is now feasible that the car can be driven back to the pits. So the car's now behind the safety car. We're on lap 16, and the field in the order. Craig Dolby then, his 10-second give or take advantage disappears altogether. Tremendous first stint. And Craig once again reminding people that he's not forgotten how to drive. He's not got any slower just because he's not been in the limelight. And a very good first stint. Now Martin Plowman, one of his co-drivers, did a great job this morning in qualifying as well. Let's hear from Martin now. He's with OJ in pit lane.
Martin, there's time for a yellow and there's times you don't want a yellow, and this is one of those times you don't want one.
Yeah, this is a shame. The first stint by Craig was mega. He got like a 10-second lead on the field. That Lamborghini was really helping us out, kind of bunching up the whole field. So it's a real shame that we got this yellow now, but still a long way to go. The car's great, and hopefully we'll bring it in first place at the end.
Well, you said the car's great. It seems to have a real advantage over everyone else. Why is this car going so well?
I don't know. It's just a new team this weekend. We've got some really good engineers that have been working on the car in America all year, and combined with our full-time guy Gus this weekend, it's just a really good chemistry, and it's just really come together this weekend.
And you seem really enthusiastic and really excited about driving that car. How much do you want to get in there and show what you can do on the track?
I can't wait. I just hope it stays dry. I mean, I don't mind it being wet or dry, but it's just obviously a lot less stress when it's dry. So I'll wait and see. Just keep my fingers crossed.
And how much have you been looking at that weather app to see what it is going to do?
Every 5 minutes.
Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
Martin Plowman, somebody else reminding people how good he is. British driver, comes from Burton-on-Trent, but he's done the bulk of his racing initially in karts and single-seaters in mainland Europe, and then he went off to race in America. So many Brits haven't even heard of him, but he's another great talent.
Yeah, and he's going to be the third driver in what is currently the leading Nissan. So that's being run by Always Evolving Motorsport, a US-based company very familiar with Nissans and doing a very strong job in North America. And I think the influence that they've brought to the team over the last couple of events where they've been directly involved has shown through, not least of all here first in qualifying, and now a really strong showing from Craig Dolby. I mean, it's been made slightly easier for him by the fact that the Lamborghini has been backing everybody up, as we heard Martin Plowman say there.
So one more lap behind the safety car. Gary Kondakov's Ferrari has made it back to the pit lane, but it's going into its pit box, so the gravel can be vacuumed out of it, and then the car, I suspect, will rejoin the race, and there the track will need sweeping, I suspect, also.
Yes, gravel on the racetrack's never a happy sight, but it's been known, tyres getting cut down by, that looks pretty good pebble. It looks like what they call a stonewash round pebble or something. I know that because at Silverstone had about half the quarry's worth in Great Britain in all its gravel traps over many years.
So the field turning its way now through the Mercedes arena. There is Craig Dolby, the race leader. And if you gambled on putting your quick driver in, your quickest driver in first, the plan disappears. But of course, in the Pro Cup, largely they're very, very evenly matched these days on pace. That was Stefan Mucken getting on before the safety car, because 15th, despite the car's problem on the formation lap, he was another one finding it hard to find a way through. Part of it, the balance of performance that makes the car so equal by design, but also it's just not an easy track on which to overtake anyway.
No, I hate to say it, but the majority of overtaking at the end of this first hour is going to take place during driver changes, pit stops.
Yeah.
And there will be teams that are outstanding in the pit lane who will use that to their advantage, and there'll be other teams that are maybe not quite as experienced or quite as capable, and that's where the most overtakes will happen.
Now, what about Bentley's chances as the race goes on? Malcolm Wilson of Bentley can tell OJ all about it.
Malcolm, when you've got two of your cars racing each other, as a team boss, how does that make you feel?
It's good at the moment, I have to say. I'm quite happy if we can keep the pressure on the way they are.
then yeah, it's looking okay. But some of the guys are a bit nervous, but to be honest, I think they both know what's at stake this weekend, and they realise the job they've got to do.
Was it team orders to let car 7 through, or was that racing instinct?
No, just racing instinct. I mean, it was a clean move by Guy. I mean, as I said, they both know they've got to stay out of trouble. And yeah, it was just a clean move by Guy.
Would you ever step in? Was there ever the point where you'd think, come on guys, let's calm this down, let's, you know, we've got good position on the track, we're still trying to win something here?
Oh, there's no question we would if it gets to the point, you know, at the final stage of the race and we're in with a chance of the championship, then for sure.
So what do you do then to get ahead of that Nissan?
We just keep the pressure on, and we could see the performance is starting to drop off a little bit, so hopefully we can, but as you can see, we're all caught in traffic, and it's difficult to get past at the moment, so it's quite tight track in places, so let's see what the rest of the afternoon brings.
Thank you, Matt.
Cheers.
Yeah, of course, Malcolm, you've got to get past the Hub Mercedes as well before you can get onto the tail of the 23 Nissan, but clearly, you know, the Bentley's pace, we know it is a quick car. But that Mercedes of Hubert Haupt is the car that's going to put a lot of pressure on Chio as they come down into turn 1, and it's a green flag.
And Haupt is ideally placed, isn't he? He's right on the back of the Nissan, but then it sort of booms away, does the GTR in a straight line, so the Mercedes loses a couple of lengths back onto the tail under brakes for turn 1, and Dolby's trying to get away, but now we'll see who's really on their toes on the restart. This, with everybody bunched up, is where you could gain a place. Trouble is, safety cars breed safety cars, so it's also feasible that you might get a bit of contact in the pack as they all go for the same bit of road.
Yeah, everybody, and Chio using a lot of the inside curb just to hook the wheel on the inside of the curbing and hold the car in. Everybody's had a little bit of a breather. The tyres have had a chance to get a little bit more back to normal operating temperatures and not the strange stress that they would have been under following cars so closely. Again, now that this race has got underway, it's going to be very tight for the opening 3 or 4 laps until things again form a pattern and then begin to settle down.
So can Craig Dolby extend the advantage? I suspect the fan club, the Dolby Dolls, will shout yes at the screen. As there,
yes.
Wide goes Zhao down at the Dunlop curve. Now, does that give Chio a chance to get the run coming up the hill? Let's see. No, he can't take advantage. Again, that very, very svelte shape of the Huracan. He's able to stay ahead of the Nissan and the Mercedes. Hubert Haupt is still there in 4th place.
I think that was an opportunity he was slightly lost because the Lamborghini got well off what I would call the natural line, and that was an opportunity for the Nissan to forcefully, I mean, it was going to have to be forcefully, find a way to get alongside up the hill into turn 8 and 9 and try, and again, wrong foot, the Lamborghini driver.
Max Boot wide in the background, hooked a wheel into the dirt as he tries to fend off Parent. Through goes Chio, Wolfgang right there, the bespectacled Alex Buncombe watching on with Darren Cox in the red coat, the Global Motorsport manager of Nissan, as Bastien has a cheeky look at the inside of Parent. Doesn't work going into the chicane. Can he make a run up the inside of the Coca-Cola curve? He thought about it. Parent moves across and defends.
But watch off this corner. Parent had to go defensive, didn't get the best line into the corner. Bastien had a better exit. The gap between the 2 cars is pretty static. And let's see if the Mercedes has got any more horsepower down the straight.
Coming over the line, the other Nissan has just creamed itself up against the pit wall, and that has got debris on the road. We're going to end up with another safety car, I fear, as Parent gets assaulted by Bastien at turn 1, and round he goes into the gravel. 2 separate incidents on the restart.
And that will also probably see a penalty for the Mercedes because that was an avoidable contact. Parent was ahead. He got tagged on the right rear by the Mercedes-Benz, and it's in the gravel trap, and we've got again a yellow flag, whether the car can be retrieved more quickly or it's going to be another safety car.
But we've also got this Nissan that's parked on the pit straight. Harry Tinknell's car got contact coming out of the last corner, went into the pit wall, and it's out of the race with a lot of damage, and it's on the pit straight facing the wrong way. So we've got 2 incidents within the first part of the lap, which are going to have to be attended to. And there is the Nissan in question. Harry Tinknell's car up against the pit wall. Darren Cox not happy about that, nor will Von Ryan be about this sight, because the car is in the gravel at turn 1. Number 6, Marcus Winkelhock versus Greg Gilvaire, and Winkelhock goes round the outside there, going out of the Dunlop curve. It is possible to overtake there.
Yes, but I mean, in fairness, Marcus Winkelhock slightly ahead of the curve, literally, in this case, metaphorically, in terms of driver skill and ability, and just used that experience to put himself ahead of the sister Audi up the hill into now turn 10.
So, Harry Tinknell off on the pit straight, but with a bit of an assistance. And number 99 has got a punctured tyre, if not worse, as a result of the contact with Alvaro Parent.
Yeah, left, front, right, rear. I mean, the Mercedes had contact. It's inevitable you're going to cut a sidewall of a tyre down when you have that kind of contact, both from the mechanical part of the car. And there is Harry Tinknell getting out of his car, and what a disappointment. I mean, I've never seen a car facing the wrong way on the Nurburgring. It must have been, I don't know what kind of contact it would have been from the rear, or whether just it was, well, we'll have to find out from Harry. He'll be back in the Nissan garage very quickly.
And you can see it's left lots of bits of bodywork on the road, so the recovery team there clearing up bits of Nissan, but they've also got to get the car out of harm's way. And down the pit road, look, comes Rob Bell. Now, this could be a good roll of the dice by Von Ryan. In it comes.
It's very early to make a pit stop.
It is, but it's gambling, I suspect, on the fact that there might be a safety car here or a full course yellow, because you've got 2 cars off the road. They did it at Silverstone, and because you've got you've got 2 cars that need retrieval, I'm surprised that it's still just a yellow rather than anything more than that. Others are gambling as well. Number 99 Mercedes is in for its puncture, but this could be a shrewd roll of the dice by Davy Ryan's guys.
Well, as we said, it worked. It won them the race at Silverstone. Totally different circuit. Not necessarily playing to the strengths of the McLaren in the way that Silverstone certainly did, but it was that play, that very early pit stop, got them out of sequence, and then they were the winners when it came to the checkered flag.
So the yellow flag zones are in Sector 1 and Sector 3 at the moment, and there's a driver change going on at 99 as well, look. So Nico Bastien, having had to make that early stop, they're going to treat it as a mandatory stop now, and therefore change the strategy. So they've lost time on the in-lap because of the puncture. Nico Bastien will have a few words to say about it, I'm sure, but now they're going to try and stay on their own strategy, do the driver change, do the refuel, and not fall too far down.
Well, I think Nico Bastien will have something to say about it, but I think it's Alvaro Perez who I would really like to hear, because he's going to be really very unhappy from a contact. Okay, it was close racing, and we've seen it for since this race really got underway 40-odd minutes ago. It's been nip and tuck all the way into turn 1, but on this occasion, the Mercedes was not sufficiently alongside the back of the McLaren to say, this is my corner, and the contact was inevitable. There is the Mercedes returning to the track, and it's returning at the point when the lead Nissan is coming down. Now, this is interesting, because the pace that the Mercedes has got is not dissimilar to the lead Nissan, and what Craig Dobby will not want is to have to be held up. He should, in theory, be allowed to go through if the Mercedes is doing his job.
But crucially, it stayed on the lead lap, hasn't it? So number 99 has stayed on the lead lap. That is significant. Also into the pit lane has come the number 1 Audi. Jean-Carl Vernet comes in. So again, teams gambling here, but still we've got the recovery of the Nissan on the pit straight. They're going down the pit road. Briefly, you saw number 1 Audi. Double wave yellows all the way down the start and finish line as the Harry Tinknell Nissan is being retrieved. Now the cars on that 21. And we understand, news from the pits, that Harry Tinknell's car cut out coming out of the last corner, and he got a whack from behind from somebody, which then turned him around.
I mean, what can happen is if you run up against the limiter, some engine limiters are quite aggressive, and it literally just cuts everything.
Yeah.
And the effect is that suddenly the car stops going forward. And if somebody's right on your tail, of course, they're going to be completely wrong-footed by it, and that could be just quite as simple as that.
Well, the downside is Harry Tinknell's impressive GT debut is no more. Lots and lots of teams now getting ready for more pit stops. Number 1 Audi gets away. So at pit out, you just blast straight back onto the track. And of course, that car will stay on the lead lap as well. Good cycling through of the pit stops there. Dolby's advantage being increased. And even though we've had this car parked on the pit straight, it's being removed. Harry Tinknell's car is not far away from the vehicle access point on pit straight. So without the need for a full course yellow or a safety car for it, the track very soon is going to be clear again.
Yeah, there we are, back on board with Chio-san.
Let's find out from Harry what happened. He was somewhat startled, I think, to get stuffed into the wall, but he's with OJ to tell the tale.
Harry, after an amazing start, it's a shame to see you stripped off and back in the pits. What happened out there?
Yeah, we just seem to be having intermittent power issues, and 2 times before the safety car cut out on the exit of a corner and lost a couple of places. I think that could have been fine for the leading Pro-Am, but and then after the safety car, obviously bunched everyone up. Around the last corner, exactly the same thing happened, just went to get on the power, and then suddenly everything just cut off, and the Ferrari behind me was super close, had nowhere to go, and just hit me from behind and sent me into the wall. But a little bit of a knock, but lived to fight another day.
Are you more frustrated or disappointed?
Just disappointed really, because first GT weekend, didn't really get much running yesterday, but it was going really well. They were doing the same pace as the leaders, and it was the first time I jumped in a GT car of any sort yesterday, and really gutted for Guitan and Ricardo, because they're super fast. Come through the GT Academy program Wolfgang doing a fantastic job, and I think we're on for definitely a class podium, if not a win today.
And what happens when one car of a team has an electrical problem? Do you start looking at the other one and worrying about it there?
I guess so, but I guess that's up to the engineers on the pit wall to decide. But I think so far the 23 car has been running pretty well, and Chio's doing a fantastic job, and obviously Wolfgang and Alex to come, two fantastic drivers. Hopefully they can win the race and win the championship.
And one final question: if you were Chio and you had a choice, you can either keep attacking and overtake, or hold off and defend. What would you do?
I think in this situation, you've got nothing to lose. They're not the cars leading the championship. They've got everything to win and nothing to lose, really. So I would just keep going flat out, try and get in the lead, pull a gap, and then see what happens behind.
A great driver's view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So big disappointment for Harry Tingle. The car has been retrieved from the pit straight, so that job was done without the need for a full course yellow or a safety car. The track is clear once more. Up front, Craig Dolby's getting away. The gap is extending, not quite as markedly as it was before the safety car, but it is building, as you can see. It's still Zaug ahead of Chio, ahead of Hout, ahead of Smith, ahead of Book, ahead of Engel, because of course he's up to 7th now with the dramas for Nico Bastian. Steph Dusseldorp took the car over and is in 48th place.
Steph Dusseldorp right now actually pulling away from Craig Dolby, which is quite normal because you've got a brand new set of tyres, and there's another Mercedes with not a non-familiar problem. The gull wing is doing its gull thing, and the driver can't reach it from the seat because he's held in so tightly by the 6-point seatbelt harness. But the battle, look at this, for 3rd place, still is intense. The Lamborghini has dropped away from the tail of the lead Nissan. It was literally within 1 lap of the safety car being withdrawn, falling away. Craig Dolby again lapping in the middle 157th, whereas the Lamborghini lapping in the low 158th. And what we've been seeing through the race, we're now seeing a repeat of, with the exception of the Nico Bastian. And let's look at again this manoeuvre down the inside. Well, in fact, in fairness, he was almost side by side, but of course he was too quick at the point when the McLaren wanted to turn in. I think that might be reviewed, and the blame that I would put on Nico Bastian, when I now see it from this perspective, there's maybe a little bit, the Mercedes could not turn. It was too tight to the apex, and the McLaren did commit. So that will probably go down as a racing incident, because both drivers might have been or could have done maybe a bit more to avoid that collision. But I'm sure Alvaro Brent will feel, I was driven off the racetrack, and I think it'll be very hard to persuade him otherwise.
The incident between Harry Tingle and Morgan Moulin.
10th marathon of the year. Woo! Be right. I don't know what I'm gonna do, bro.
Accelerate and propel your body forward.
Sick of the same old people, kind that'll sell your soul. Traded for a shining stone. Ain't nothing in this life for free. Running from the greatest evil.
Right, you can come and join us, lose your fear of the water.
A man's gotta fight temptation.
If you're paying through the nose for broadband, you might be tempted to give up and become a full-time off-grid spoon whittler. But hold on! PlusNet has prices you're gonna love. Unlimited broadband from just £2.50 a month for 12 months when you take line rental. How many spoons do you really need? Feel the love with unlimited broadband from just £2.50 a month for 12 months. That's better. Don't miss out! Unlimited broadband from just £2.50 a month. Great service at a great price. It's broadband that loves you back. Call 0800 313 4444. PlusNet will do you proud.
There are talkers and there are doers. Talkers talk. Doers do things that get talked about. Talkers think about the future. Doers are building it now. Talkers can imagine the feeling. Doers know the feeling. World leaders in 100% electric since 2010.
Time is the overseer of all things.
It sees men build their kingdoms. It sees them become legendary. Will you build an empire that lasts forever? Game of War. Play for free now from the App Store.
See where that car feeds back in after this pit stop. So now Dolby leads Chio. It's a Nissan 1-2. It's Mercedes 3, and then it's Bentley 4-5. Smith ahead of Book. Sixth is Maro Engel now. And Marcus Winkelhock has done good stuff for Ernst Moser's Phoenix team. He's brought number 6 up into 7th place now.
And that's the normally we never say 7th is the first of the Audis.
Yeah.
They're not really. It's not been their weekend so far. But as Dan Saint-Vos said, you know, this race is only well, the result comes after 3 hours, not after 3 laps.
Indeed so. Where's number 1 after its pit stop? That car fighting back because it was an early stopper, but it's down in 42nd place.
Chiho is beginning to open up a little bit of a gap between the 2nd and 3rd place battle. And now that he doesn't have to worry about the pace of this car, which is now returning, and it's going to be lucky if it can get back on track before it'll be okay. It'll be back on track before it goes a lap down.
The incident between Bastian and Parent is under investigation as well. Rob Bell's McLaren that pitted early, incidentally, has got a bit of damage on the front, so maybe that was another reason why it came in. Shane van Gisbergen is at the wheel of it, and the team managers of Morgan Moulin Traffolt's car and also the Steph Dusseldorf Mercedes both being summoned to race control immediately. That suggests a penalty is heading in their direction, doesn't it?
Would indicate there's something going on, and I mean, having seen that onboard stuff between the McLaren and the Mercedes, at one point it's difficult job. It'll be a hard call for whoever gets penalised.
So the race order on screen: Nissan's 1st, 2nd, Mercedes 3rd, Bentley 4-5, Mercedes 6, and then Audi's 7th and 8th at the moment. Of course, now you've got lapped cars in the mix as well. Stefan Mucker comes through, and the lights being flashed at him by the Pro-Am Aston behind of Stuart Leonard. There is the Emil Frey Jaguar trying to dive up the inside of the Auger Grutz BMW. And 3rd in Pro-Am at the moment is the Jaguar, Freddie Bath at the wheel of it. So remember, it was a 3rd place at Silverstone. They got on the podium at Silverstone in that car, but going strongly. So another good effort, this.
I mean, if you want to see a team or a car driver package that fulfills what you might say the essence of what Blancpain endurance is about, that's got to be the car.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've worked and worked and worked and worked on a limited budget with one car, so limited data as well. And there have been occasions where we've seen it briefly in the bronze test and no more, but it's good to have it, having had that tremendous result at Silverstone, and again going strongly here.
And the key is it's going strongly, because that's often been the case. The Jaguar has maybe shown a little bit of pace, but poor reliability. Now it's showing strong pace and good reliability.
Yeah, it's going, and it's going well. 23, Katsumasa Chio then. We need to look at his sector times relative to Craig Dolby. Well, in the first sector of this lap in clear air for the first time, he was fractionally quicker. Not by much, but fractionally. And in turn, Hubert Haupt quicker than the pair. So that Mercedes just won't go away.
What it wants to do is get ahead of Chio in 2nd place, but now that the Lamborghini's dropped out of this battle for the top 3 places, it's given Chio a chance to pull away. And as you say, on that last lap, he was fractionally quicker than race leader Craig Dolby, but that's just the ebb and flow. We don't know where Dolby on that lap was, whether he was in traffic or having to deal with things that Chio was not having to deal with.
So blasting back down the pit lane, number 75 Audi, which has served its first mandatory stop. Frederick Verviche at the wheel of the car as it heads back out on track, and it is now in 24th and a lap down, and almost gets in the way of Max Book there, who gets run out wide. Book will have the inside line for the next corner, so 31 goes through, takes the place away up the inside. But of course, they're of comparable pace, these cars, so Frederick Verviche is going to be a bit of a thorn in the side in this battle. He wants to get through the traffic. Book wants to keep him at bay. And Maro Engel needs to get past the Audi as well. So that car, for the leading group, really has joined at exactly the wrong time and the wrong place.
Certainly, the Audi looked strong for the first time in the race. We're seeing now an Audi delivering, which we've really had to wait until almost the first hours of this race is over.
There's 75 then, a lap down after the pit stop, but of course it'll gain that back as others cycle through. The lead gap is 4.6 seconds, which is between Dolby and Chio now.
And also remember, these cars that are coming out on new tyres in most cases. Most teams, due partly to the weather over Friday and Saturday, has enabled them to save new rubber. So coming out new tyres, even with a full load of fuel, you're still going to be quicker than low fuel and worn tyres.
Now, number 63 comes up over the timing line. And the Lamborghini, after its first pit stop, is quite a long way down the order now. But of course, number 1 Audi pitted much earlier and has been out of traffic, therefore. They've got Robin Fritz behind the wheel, and so on the pit stops, number 1 Audi has gained hugely against 63. Now, partly a gain from the Audi, what we don't know is whether it was a bad pit stop, because we didn't see all of it from the Lamborghini squad, but certainly that car has lost relative to the Audi.
Well, that may have been a normal stop for the Grasser Lamborghini team, but we know that WRT are mega in their pit stops. That's where they will snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, and that's the key, as I pointed out earlier in the race, that the ultimate result of this race will be determined by what happens here in the pit lane rather than what's going to happen on the circuit.
And significantly, Mirko Bortolotti at the wheel of that Lamborghini has done the best middle sector of anybody in the race thus far. He's only done a lap and a bit, so he's absolutely flying. As there, look, Stuart Leonard is under attack because for second in Pro-Am, Freddie Bath is right on the tail of him in the Jaguar. 2 British marks together. The Emil Frey Jaguar looks for a way by now.
And for the first time, we're saying race leader losing his advantage, because second place 23 Nissan was quicker on the last lap by, what, 9/10 of a second. Again, no doubt due to traffic, but that's the first point at any point within an hour that gap has started to go backwards rather than go forwards.
So we've had the change. Up into second has gone the Jaguar for Pro-Am second place. Up the inside, Freddie Bath, then he gains the position away from Stuart Leonard. Can he get away? Sprints away. Yes, he does get away. So up front, we've got the lead gap coming down, and there you've got second and third in Pro-Am having reversed themselves as well. There's still a huge amount shuffling out of this, and then you've got the pit stops being cycled through as well. So there's going to be another big jump in the order soon. 51 Ferrari out of Pro-Am has just pitted, the Cameron Griffin car. There's the leader, but as John rightly says, a shrinking advantage.
Well, shrinking on lap 27. We don't know about lap 28, the lap we're presently on. I suspect that whether the Nissan had to pass the Lamborghini or not, I'm not sure, we didn't see that, but something caused Craig Dolby to lose the best part of a second, and that would not be ordinary, that would be not normal, unless the driver made a serious error. So I'm suspecting that Lamborghini was the reason where the time was lost, and I would imagine that the pace that the lead car will normally be running at is the time that he's now returning to. So we're looking for a high 157, maybe a middle 157 from the lead car as it comes across start-finish line. Last lap, 157.6.
And the gap is 3.8 seconds. A tenth quicker just was Dolby than Chio. Hubert Haupt is falling back a bit now, isn't he, in third place in the Mercedes. Fourth and fifth, Smith ahead of Book still. And in sixth, Mauro Engel, but he's in the traffic.
But isn't it ironic that the second place Nissan is now directly behind the car that he was behind really for the first 26 laps of this race, just because the way the car has been recycled has come back out on track.
Now there's 41 Ferrari. That's another of the Pro-Am cars. And Darren Cox from Nissan looks on as they anticipate the crucial first pit stop for number 23. All the effort now can go on one car. Frustratingly, of course, they've lost one Nissan. Kessel Racing's AM car, 111. Team manager being summoned to race control as well. And, of course, that's him with a chance of winning that class in the championship. Mauro Engel being badly held up in traffic here, isn't he? He's got two back markers now ahead of him, and he's falling away from Max Book. There is a drive-through penalty for the 99 Mercedes for causing a collision. That's the Dusseldorf Bastien Jean Cadea car. A drive-through penalty for causing a collision.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, you have to say it was the McLaren that was punched off the racetrack, and the Mercedes didn't slow down sufficiently, and therefore that's what led to the contact. Now, this is the trouble that Chio's got. He's been behind this Lamborghini early in the race. He needs, well, I'm making about a Ferrari, not a Lamborghini. He needs to find a way past that car really quickly, or else Craig Dolby's going to be up and away and extending his lead. It was, and they came across the line 3.8 seconds. I suspect it's going to be nearer to 4.8 seconds. There's the car that's going to suffer the drive-through, and he's coming in at the earliest opportunity. Get it out of the way and just get on with it and forget about it.
Well, the car was 38th, so it's going to lose places, but it needs to stay on the lead lap.
But the problem is, it's poor Steph Dusseldorf who's having to take the penalty, and the driver that caused the contact, he's back in the pits, you know, chilling out. How Why ironic?
Yeah, indeed. Team effort and all that. So Steph Dusseldorf comes down the pit lane, and the race leader is in the pits as well. Look, there is Craig Dolby. So he loses the lead now to Katsumasachio, but round of applause for Craig Dolby's first stint. John applauds. Excellent job.
I mean, that's what you expect from a driver. Being given an opportunity in a competitive car, done a brilliant job, done all he was requested to do, required to do. So now in gets Sean Walkinshaw. Now this is a big, big challenge.
Yes.
Sean Walkinshaw needs to get this car turned around, get it back out. The gap between first and second, which was with the 23 Nissan, was just about 4 seconds at the point. So this is going to be about quick pit stop. And I think always evolving motorsport. You're now running this car. They will see if they can do a better job than the previous operators.
Oh, it's all going pretty nicely so far. You've got one of the Santilok Audis in, Greg Gilver, Gibbs Way. The other Lamborghini look is in the background there. That's the number 19 car that's struggled in the hands of Jeroen Mull to make huge progress in the first stint. Right, driver strapped in, fuel is in 173, tyres are changed. Where will this car rejoin relative to number 1 Audi? That's going to be the key to all this, because Robin Frintz has got himself up, remember, on the pit stops ahead of the 63 Lambo that he was miles back from early on. 173 is ready to go, just about. Only 2 mechanics permitted to do the tyre stops. Grueling work for them with the pressure on, but away goes the Nissan. And there, look, is the Audi that comes down the pit straight. So number 1 has just bought itself another spot, and the Lamborghini will go ahead of the Nissan as well. Number 1, with that decision to pit early, has gained itself huge amounts of ground, and the Nissan has fallen back behind the 63 Lamborghini also.
Yes, but remember, those cars, by stopping earlier, they've done, what, the best part of 8 laps or so on their tyres. This is a brand new set of tyres on the Nissan, and they are out of sync, so they're relying upon something happening, most likely to be another safety car intervention, to enable them to recoup and not be out of sync when everybody else is going through on just simply 2 more pit stops.
But the regulations say just do 2. They've done 1. They're not going to do any more than that because they know they're going to lose the time. And it's not a fuel critical circuit, so they'll be trying to tweak the strategy to maximise this stint and get themselves for another 70 minutes. So they should be good. The notional pit window that the teams work to opens on lap 20, and they were within that. We've got a drive-through penalty for number 111 Ferrari for speeding in the pit lane. And the team manager of the number 22 Nissan now to race control. That was the one that was assaulted Harry Tinkle's car.
Can't imagine why they would be required to, other than to give an explanation from a technical perspective as to what was it on the car. You don't want to give a driver a penalty if it wasn't the driver's fault.
Go along with that. I think that must be the answer, which is good to hear from the race control unit. So now that we've had this first round of pit stops, it's all nice and shuffled. So number 1 Audi looking a lot stronger because of the positions it's gained. There, look, he's 23 Nissan. Katsumasachio at the helm. And let's hear from Craig Dolby, because he's been the hero of the first hour, even though it's lost places on the pit stop. So let's hear what he's got to say for himself. Craig is with OJ.
Craig, amazing first stint. It was not just showing what the car can do, but what you can do as well.
Yeah, obviously this year it's been a mega year for me. I owe it all to JRM. I missed 3 years of racing full time, and they brought me back, and it's taken a while, but I think I'm showing now what I can do. And this one's for my granddad. He passed away last week, so that's for him.
And I think you were showing not just speed, but a really emotional drive by both you and Martin as well.
Yeah, there's me, Martin and Sean. We've done a fantastic job this weekend, and I just hope now we can have a clean race to the end, and the car's fantastic. So thank you to the always evolving boys. They've done a fantastic job coming over from America, and yeah, the car's mega.
And let's just talk about the race quickly, because you did that stint, you came in, but you seem to have rejoined not back in first place. How does that work?
No, I think there's a lot of people kind of doing the undercuts, and we'll see, because I think the longer we go, the longer the tyre will last, and round here it seems that the tyre wears away quite quickly, so we'll see where we are at the end, but hopefully it's a good position.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
More Nissan pit stops. Katsumasachio is in. You're riding with him as he comes down the pit lane. So that's going to give Hubert Houghton the lead, going a long way in the Mercedes relative to the others. Bentleys likewise.
Yeah, we've got the 2 Bentleys also following behind in 2nd and 3rd place. So they're going to be having to make their pit stops within the next 2-3 laps. So we get the Nissan in, and let's see. It's going to be, yeah, both going right. Driver change taking place. So it'll be interesting to see where this car, the pit stop from the Bob Neville's team. So the fuel's gone in now as the 4 wheels tyre's going to be changed, and it's really about getting that car serviced as quickly as possible, mitigating any of the little errors that can come in so easy just something drops, or the guy in the air gun just happens to get in the way of the guy carrying the wheel and tire. There is the car that has dominated this race since the lights went out, but then the pit stop round lost its lead. Sean Wolfenshaw behind the wheel. He's going to get back ahead of the number 23 Nissan, in my view, because the Nissan just beginning to roll. It's well, let's have a look and see.
Robin Frins in the Audi look. He's going to get ahead potentially. Here comes Ripe up to speed.
No, he's
but
not.
he can't get the line for the white line yet. So the Audi's on the outside line into the corner. Can he get the undercut as they turn through, or can Wolfgang Ripe hang on to track position? Robin Frins up to speed, everything up to temperature. He goes round the outside, up the inside of the Audi. Now goes Bortolotti. They touch. The Lamborghini is going to go through. So Bortolotti moves himself up ahead of the Audi, and Wolfgang Ripe has just been able to hang on to the place.
Well, Ripe did all he could, and he did the best job, and he kept the Nissan ahead, but it was poor Robert Friens, I should say, in the Audi that got suddenly compromised and wasn't awaiting, didn't expect to see the Lamborghini being as aggressive and forceful, but the momentum was with the Lamborghini, and it's still with Bortolotti in the Lamborghini, who is going to give Wolfgang Ripe another working out down the hill into turn 7, then all the way back up the hill through turns 8, 9 and into 10.
Don't forget Bortolotti, the quickest man on the circuit. He's done the best lap. Hubert Haupt, by the way, is pitted. So Guy Smith and Max Buch now are first and second, but they've not stopped. So, of course, when they do, they'll drop down the order and everything will be corrected. What we need to see, though, is where they all feed back in after this first round of pit stops. But Wolfgang Ripe, effectively the race leader then, ahead of Mirko Bortolotti. But Robin Frins running in that third spot of those that have made a pit stop. Excellent decision by the WRT team and Adam Hardy at the computer to say, right, this is it. We're going to bring him in early, get Jean-Carl Vernet out of traffic. Hubert Haupt then, who was up in that leading group as well, pits. You saw the motorbase Aston of Stefan Mucker come in. Away goes Dominic Schwager's black Ferrari. So where next does Hubert Haupt rejoin relative to Ripe, Bortolotti and Frins?
Well, if we look back down the racetrack, we'll see those cars as they make their way, probably coming up to the chicane and then into turn 15, the final turn onto pit straight, as the left rear not quite maybe as efficient in terms of the symmetry of getting these wheels and tires done. So then they're starting to do the right-hand side. And there are those cars making their way down, and I think the Mercedes, the Black Falcon car, might well have lost out.
I think you're right. So Wolfgang Ripe is ahead of Bortolotti, but Frins has been the real winner after that inspired pit stop. Very early, but it got him out of traffic, and so there, through back markers, goes Wolfgang Ripe. Huge challenge for him, and yes, he's done a few years of racing, not as many as those around him, but the former PlayStation Academy winner thrown in at the deep end in as much as he gets into the car, he's got to rejoin the race and defend effectively the race lead and battle against the cars all the way through the Mercedes arena, but he did a good job of doing so as in comes Guy Smith. So the Bentleys will pit on different laps. That means that staying out for at least one more is Max Buch.
Yes, and obviously that's part of the team strategy. They cannot bring the two cars in at one time, so they do it one after the other. So Max Buch is the second of the cars. The car that's leading ordinarily will get the choice as to when they come in, and that's why they brought the Guy Smith car in first. Max Buch makes his way down the pit lane, and expect again from M Sport team, who run the Bentleys, to do a pretty impressive job and try and use this, as again we see with WRT so frequently, to get their vehicles ahead of the positions that they had been running on the racetrack.
Now the Emil Frey Jaguar has just come in and it's coasting down the pit lane. I think he couldn't find his pit box for some reason, but anyway, that car is in. The pit lane is getting busier because Smith is in, Engel is in. Lots and lots of cars now as they get to the end of the allowed time. Remember, it's 70 minutes for a stint coming into the pit road. If a safety car's on track, you get 5 minutes grace, but it's 70 minutes at this point. Hot brakes on the 7 Bentley.
Certainly are. A lot of heat coming off those brakes.
Yeah.
Those are the pads getting really well cooked, and you have to be careful when you go back out. Just give the brake pedal a good dab or 3. As we see Wolfgang Ripe right at the tail.
Being delayed in traffic, he's got the Attempto Porsche in the way, and so Bortolotti's car tries to get at the inside, but Wolfgang Ripe, he's certainly under big attack, isn't he, as they come off the final corner. Remember, before the pit stops, the Lamborghini was ahead. Over the timing line they come, then now, Ripe, then Bortolotti, then Frins. Here comes the Bentley, but he's going to lose places as it gets out of the pit lane, down to turn 1. Now to the inside, looks Bortolotti in the Lamborghini. Couldn't do that.
Well, Bortolotti was just left standing. The power of the Nissan off, turn 15, just nothing the Lamborghini could do. Wolfgang Ripe brake, maybe normal place, and I think Bortolotti thought, I'll have a bit of this because I can maybe slide down. Maybe, I think the Lamborghini driver feeling that he can maybe have an opportunity under brakes into turn 1. He sort of tested the water on that lap. Next time round, if he's in the position, he's going to be looking a little bit more seriously at taking a position away from the Nissan.
But look how the Audi now is very definitely in the mix. Number 1, which is Robin Frins at the wheel. There is Guy Smith, Bentley number 7, as in comes Max Book. So we're almost at the end of the first round of pit stops now.
Just looking at the times, at number 173 ridden by Sean Walkinshaw, his last lap in the 1:57.5. So the pace of the car that was leading the race is a strong pace, certainly quicker than those cars that are directly ahead of him, including Wolfgang Reip, the Lamborghini and the Audi. So Walkinshaw pushing and doing a good job to try and recoup and get back to a position, not of the lead, but to put himself into a position to challenge for the lead.
Yeah, of course, those 3 cars all squabbling, holding each other up. Sean Walkinshaw with clear air catching up to them as we are on to lap number 35 now. There, look, is Reip getting away once more from Bortolotti. Robin Frins very definitely in the mix now for the race honours. But as far as the championship is concerned, still a long way down the order, and out of the points is the Ortelli Stippler car. And that therefore means it's looking very good. Keep your fingers crossed if you're a Nissan fan at the moment for number 23. It leads effectively the race at the moment, allowing for the pit stops to correct things. And there is 31 ready to rejoin the race. So Andy Merrick in number 7 back on track. Over the line goes now the race leader Wolfgang Reip. 9/10 up on Mirko Bortolotti, but in 3rd place Robin Frins for a car that was nowhere in the first stint.
You know, you've got to trust what goes on in the pit lane. I hate to keep repeating it, but the race will be won or lost ultimately by the pace of the car on the track, but primarily what you get done in the pit stops. You've got one more round of pit stops to go, and I don't know whether WRT with the number 1 car can work a further oracle, but certainly they've brought that car from being out of the top 10 right into contention for podium honours.
So the roll of the dice has been a successful one. There it is in 3rd place. There 4th is Sean Walkinshaw. In 5th place, look now behind as the cars work their way through, is the first of the Bentleys, which is number 7. It's the head in turn of the Mercedes. So the Hubert Haupt car, now Jelmer Berman at the wheel. That's lost out a little bit, hasn't it, on the first round of pit stops?
Yeah, it just looked like the method that the team used for how they take the tyres to and from the car, not maybe as slick as we see from WRT or from the Bentley or from other teams in the pit lane. And it's that you're practicing it in big lumps of debris in the middle of the track on the exit of turn 9. Probably a big bit of bodywork, more likely a bit of rubber that's just bailed off from inside the car. You get a build-up of rubber inside, and then it just suddenly drops off.
So there's 63, Mirko Bortolotti. He had that bid to try to take over the race lead. It did not work, and so now he runs in 2nd place. So the Nissan into the lead. Kelso Masaccio points at the screen. Alex Buncombe stands alongside him. 31, which is the Max Book car, is going to be another one to keep an eye to see how that fares. Now, look at the Pro Cup standings in the race at the moment. The Nissan set, if things were to stay as they are, to score class honours in the championship, but with an hour and 47 minutes, there's an awful lot that can yet happen. Here come the leaders then over the line. Reip leads in the Nissan. 2nd is Bortolotti in the Lamborghini. 3rd, Robin Frins in the Audi. Then in 4th place now, it's Sean Walkinshaw's Nissan. 5th is Andy Merrick in the Bentley. 6th is Jelmer Berman's green Mercedes. 7th is Maxime Soulet in the 2nd of the Bentleys, and then in 8th place it should be there the blue and white Santalok Audi of Miguel Molina. 9th, Shane van Gisbergen, and number 2 Audi, Stefan Rashalmi at the wheel, has just gained a place, just got past Sean Thong in the Phoenix Audi, so that's going to bring him up to 10th in class now, and that means for the first time number 2 is starting to score points.
And they need every single point. There's the pass down the inside.
Through the back markers.
Yeah, and that's a clean pass. And I mean, the back marker just simply stayed over to the left of track to let the quicker car, the number 2 Audi, and its quest to consolidate its championship lead. It needs something better than it's got. They can't rely on the 10th place. And board. As we come down into turn 6, and we can see the amount of cars running off track. And that was better.
Now, the number 1 Audi we've been getting excited about because the strategy to bring it in early has worked. It's up to 3rd, and Laurens Vanthoor is awaiting his stint. He's with OJ. Apologies, we'll come back to the pit lane, hopefully. so we can't hear just yet from Laurens Vanthoor. We'll get back to it if we can as soon as there. The 50 Ferrari back into the race, having been in the gravel earlier, tries to keep out of the way of other cars that are a lap down and those on the lead lap. Everybody fighting everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unenviable situation to be in, that you're one of the slower cars on the circuit. You've been off the track, you caused the yellow flag, the safety car, and you're being overly cautious and you're trying to not get in anybody's way. It's not the way to drive a race. Unfortunately, that's the situation the car and driver find themselves in.
Over the timing line, there's number 1 Audi then, mired in traffic on this lap, but Robin Frins will be able to work a way by. As long as they can keep 70 minutes out of this next stint, they're going to be still good, I think, to go to the end of the race, and there gets past the back marker.
Yeah, I mean, Robin Frins was very cautious just coming down into turn 1. Wasn't certain if the Mercedes was going to concede, but it stayed well to the left, and that was the indication that then the place, it wasn't a place for position, it was a place just to an overtake. So Robin Frins was being cautious, being rightly so, particularly in a car that maybe he wasn't certain as to which of the drivers in that car is behind the wheel.
27, the Aston Martin of Salah Yolok being given a drive-through penalty for cutting the white line at pit exit. So that car, 27, new to the championship, the TF Sport, Tom Ferrier's team, the Aston will be serving a drive-through. It's a long way down the order, I'm afraid, anyway. But you're looking here at what's going on in traffic as Sean Walkinshaw in 4th spot tries to find a way round on the outside of the Mercedes. Oh, and there's contact.
Yep, there's a little contact right front and left front of the Mercedes, and don't think there's any particular damage, but it's that kind of contact that's so easy just to cut a tyre. But I think that one, he's gotten away with it. He doesn't need to be taking any more risks. So up the hill and into turn 10. Looks to be, it's escaped any damage, certainly to this. The tyre would be my concern. Bodywork would be very light if there was any damage whatsoever.
The Mercedes being driven by Daniel Allemann, new to this type of racing, but pretty experienced in Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland. But anyway, getting in the way a bit. Sean Walkinshaw committing to the outside, and that little brush between them. So Wolfgang Reip is the race leader. The number 23 Nissan works its way up now to the end of lap 37.
So Wolfgang Reip comes across to the start-finish line to complete lap 37. Last lap, 157.7, good pace from the race leader, and sits behind the wheel of the Nissan, very comfortable, has got clear air ahead of him, doesn't have to make any compromises anywhere on the approach, the entry, the braking into turn 1, then clean exit, gets the power on, good traction from the Nissan. Of course, the Nissan with that V6 twin-turbo engine got loads of punch, and one of the problems that Nissan can suffer from is you spin up the rear wheels, there's so much torque available, so you've got to be judicious with the throttle in these lower speed corners. Just balancing the car on the steering and on the throttle, comes out of turn 4, then the run down to turn 5. Turn 5 is one of those corners you come in a little bit early, but you want to hug the curb as much as possible, not run so far wide, because then it compromises your entry into 6, and consequently then slightly on your exit of turn 6 on the run down, and it's quite a quick run down into turn 7 for the race leader. Again, clear track, there is a car ahead, but not coming into play. At the end of this lap, he will be that little bit closer, so we will have to think about where will I find a way through without compromising my lap time, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to give any advantage to the second place Lamborghini, only 2.2 seconds behind. So where Wolfgang Reip will actually overrun or run up to the back of the car ahead of him, he can control that to some degree. He will try and run it down as quickly as possible, but he wants to do it, and there will be a slightly awkward situation. He wants to do it going into the chicane, but the car is too far ahead. So he needs, in this instance, not to overrun into the chicane, which would then maybe put himself into an awkward position, but just balance the speed in that he runs close to the back of the car coming through turn 15. And from what I can see, he's doing it pretty well. Well, just got slightly caught. There's a Porsche, in fact. So fractionally losing momentum, and but should have enough straight line performance to put out past the Porsche down the hill, down into turn 1. But the Porsche's got loads of squirt too, and the Nissan not really making any yards, but because the Nissan on the inside, and he's the race leader, will be a wave blue flag to the Porsche to indicate a lead car coming through. So good job by Wolfgang Reip on lap 38.
With my poor credit, I felt toxic.
Finance companies were asking very high interest rates.
Couldn't afford it. My only option was an out-of-warranty used car for cash, or so I thought.
I called Wheels for Sure. Week later, I had a lease for a brand new car.
All manufacturer-backed and upgrade to a new one every 3 years.
I felt valued. Too good to be true? No, simply true.
Used car on a costly loan or an affordable new leased one, you know the choice. For sure! Click or call Wheels for Sure on 0800 044 5805 now. We can help.
This is an urgent appeal from the RSPCA. Abuse, shocking cruelty, relentless neglect. Day and night we find animals barely surviving in atrocious conditions. No animal should have to suffer like this. Puppies and kittens starving to death in filthy cages. We exist only because of public donations. That's why we need your support. Because day and night, the RSPCA rescues animals from shocking conditions, from people who simply don't care. These innocent animals need your help right now. Please call 08000 121 601 or text CARE8 to 81400 or visit our website and give £1 a week. Your help will ensure that any time an animal needs us, we're there for them, day or night, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm using Get. I'm using Get.
Top-class racing from Great Britain with the BRDC Formula 4 from Donington, and that's followed by the final round of the British GT Series from the same venue, Sunday, September 20th at 5:20 in the afternoon on the high-speed television channel.
New tires, but the longer we drive, the closer we get to them. So I think our degradation is a bit less, but we will see. Robin is still plus minus half an hour to go for me to jump in. On a good position, but let's see.
Thank you very much. So we'll see where the car slots in at the end of the second round of stops, but it's up there now on merit, on pace, and the lap times comparable to those that it's running with. In fact, last time around it was just 5 thousandths quicker on a lap time than the Lamborghini there, but works its way up through traffic, gets itself ahead of the Santa Lock Audi number 36, and now the Audi pounces on the back marker.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Robin Friends is always that little bit more cautious on the commitment to an overtake when it's particularly close, like one of the slower Audis or one of the other, the Pro-Am or Am cars. Never quite certain as to what that car's going to do, whereas some of his teammates are clearly more naturally aggressive, and they would make the decision for the lap car. But Robin Friends just playing a cautious game. He knows he wants to hand his car over to Lawrence Van for that final stint, and he does not want to have unnecessary contact and therefore potential pit stop or penalty for a driver error.
Another car that pitted early was the Von Ryan 58 orange McLaren. That is in 9th place. It's not really yet part of that leading group, as there through the traffic goes the 5th placed Andy Merritt Bentley. But Shane van Gisbergen, of course, learning another new circuit, is 22 seconds adrift of the race leader. Not out of the hunt completely. Never know what might yet happen with 96 minutes still to go. Sean Walkinshaw, though, is closing on Friends, so 2nd, 3rd and 4th bunching up. The incident that involved car number 12 from earlier on, the TDS Racing BMW, no further action taken against that, so we are told from race control. But there, number 1 Audi working its way out of turns 5 and 6, ready to plunge downhill. And Sean Walkinshaw giving a very good account of himself in 4th.
Yes, he's had a reasonably good run and relatively clear air, other than having to come up against some of the back markers. But he has closed the gap. There was about a 3-second gap when he got behind the wheel on his first opening lap to now just fractionally over a second. And now he's in that zone where he can really sense, I can now put a bit of pressure on this Audi in 3rd place. I can make Robin Friends start to look behind himself as well as trying to, as he's doing right now, look forward. And in fact, the Lamborghini has managed just to pull maybe a couple of car lengths from Robin Friends as they're on now lap 43.
Berko Bortolossi's lap time last lap round was over a second slower than Wolfgang Reip, who is now getting on up the road. So winner at Paul Ricard for 6 hours, what can it do in a 3-hour race here? And at the moment, it's not only doing great things in the race, but also for the championship, whereas number 2, Stefan Rochelmi, we need to perhaps look at, because he's in 10th place, bad for points, but what progress from there can be made. He's got to find another 17 and a bit seconds before he can attack anybody else. Bortolotti getting away. Now, Frins under attack from Walkinshaw.
Yes. And remember, Lawrence Van Voor said about top speed. We've got to know that the Nissan has got really, really powerful straight line speed and a strong defence, Robin Friends. But look, Walkinshaw drives down, immediately swaps back, dives on the outside. Now can he make the undercut as the Audi runs slightly wide? Now trying to go around the outside of turn 2 into 3 normally ends up in tears. So Walkinshaw pulls back into line and follows the Audi through into the tightening apex of turn 3. But the message is clear that the Nissan is on a charge. So a Nissan leading, charging away. A Nissan in 4th place trying to get back to the front where it dominated once this race started.
And in fairness to Sean Walkinshaw, he's not gone this well all season. We're seeing the best of him as a GT racer, and a great effort. And remember Martin Plowman to take over the car, another very, very quick driver as well. So it's still looking good for a good result, this. Could it be a podium finish come the very end?
Well, I think a lot of this confidence is coming from the preparation and the engineering that's going into the always evolving motorsport Nissan. And once a driver has confidence, he can do anything behind the wheel. And Sean is less experienced than the co-drivers that he is racing with, but certainly showing and runs fractionally wide. That's just the aero effect, the air getting off the nose of the Nissan coming up through turns 8 and 9. Again, the power of the Nissan on that uphill incline, almost getting him alongside the Audi, the V10, naturally aspirated Audi against the 3.5-litre V6 twin turbocharged Nissan.
So for 3rd and 4th, Robin Frins with a great single-seater pedigree before he came into GT racing. Tries to fend off Sean Walkinshaw on the way up the hill, but the Nissan looks to the inside. Frins, a relative newcomer to GT racing. Walkinshaw, a relative newcomer to GT racing. They've done lots of miles over the course of the year. And look, they're being caught by an old hand at this sports car racing, Lark. Andy Merrick in the Bentley. He's getting up and up and up with them because it's almost now 3 of them together for 3rd place.
In fact, it's going to be 4 of them together, because the second Bentley now also wanting to join into this battle for 3rd place.
Make it 5 because you've got the Mercedes there as well. Walkinshaw has a big lock-up from Merrick, hunting them down. Need to start thinking about the Bentley in championship, don't we?
You need to be careful with that lock-up. If you get a flat spot on the tyre, or you flat spot it sufficiently, then you're going to be forced into the pits. The vibration that will come from that heavily flat spotted tyre, it would just be virtually impossible to drive. Andy Merrick just makes his way out of turn 4, and he's got his sights on the rear of the Nissan, as Walkinshaw's got his sights on the rear of the Audi. And Robin Friends is wondering, what have I got to do to try and put that challenge on 2nd place? And I was doing that successfully, but the Lamborghini's kind of escaped the clutches of the Audi, and is fallen back into the Walkinshaw's awaiting arms for that 3rd place.
It's only a couple of seconds between Bortolotti and Frins, but it has opened up, as you say. There is Walkinshaw now on the back of the Audi, which is on less fresh tyres by dint of stopping early. So are we now to the point where the tyres are having an effect against the Audi?
Well, again, going back to Lawrence Van Voor, he said he thought that the Audi worked better towards the end of the stint when the tyres were less. There was less degradation. Some of the other cars, you know, their weight distribution, the aero effect might use the tyre more. So the Audi has done more laps on its current set of tyres than those 3 that are pursuing it.
In the AM Cup, Karim Ogier is the category leader at the moment from Anthony Pons Ferrari and Jürgen Herring's Porsche. And there is the leading AM BMW. It's the middle of those 3. It's the black and orange car. Remember, it had its big accident at Spa, but Karim Ogier, class winner at Silverstone, leading the way here as well as they come over the line. Ferrari tucked up behind to try to make the move. That's out of the Pro-Am category as they drop down towards turn 1. And the Francisco Guedes car is allowed by. There's no point fighting that.
No, I mean, I'm just thinking back to Spa. That was one almighty accident, and there's still a bit of damage on the left front of the BMW. A little bit of the air deflectors looking like they've slightly been deflected themselves. There's the battle, and right on the gearbox under the rear wing, and also the Bentley doing the same thing. So Andy Merrick, not shy and putting his foot in the door and trying to force an issue. The Nissan's got through, the Audi's dropped back 1 place.
And it could lose another, couldn't it? Because Merrick has arrived on the scene as well. So the Audi in this stint potentially wilting, but they've got to get him for at least another 20 minutes before they can think about a pit stop. So Robin Frins now goes into damage limitation mode. He's got to defend, but Walkinshaw is away up the road, and Frins making that Audi very wide indeed now.
Yes, and that pass occurred in turn 1, but we've now got to see whether the Nissan in third place can do anything about Bertolotti in the second place Lamborghini. Once he's been released from the rear of the Audi, then you can see how much he's been able to pull away, and you can see the lime green Lamborghini as it goes into turn 7. The Lamborghini exits it, and so the Bentley is doing its work, preparing to look for an opportunity again, probably most likely into turn 1. There's the time. I mean, just Sean Walkinshaw just took a punt, went down the inside. Robin Frins decided that, you know, I want to finish this race. We've got one more pit stop to go. We can regain probably our position in the pit stops, so don't let's cause any damage to the car. And there, Andy Merrick, he's feeling a bit feisty. He thinks, I want to get alongside that Audi. Once I can do that, I can get ahead, and then I can put further heat onto the rear of the third place Nissan.
So that's what's happening at the moment. So Sean Walkinshaw driving the race of his life up into third place. And there is Frins now having to defend from both Bentleys. Merrick and then Soule tucked up behind him. Number 7 is Smith. Sorry, Merrick in the car that Guy Smith started, I should say. And then 31 is Maxime Soule, having taken over from Max Book. And actually 31 at the moment, looking the quicker. It's clawed its way onto the back of the sister car.
Very much so. And I'm going to say Maxime Soule is probably going to be doing what we saw Guy Smith do much earlier in the race. That's getting used to headlights going. But I don't think Andy Merrick is somebody who's in nature is inclined to give way unless there's an instruction. We heard Malcolm Wilson would have no hesitation whatsoever. Stephen Kane keeps an eye on what's going on in that car. He's got no hesitation whatsoever in saying one or other driver concede, the other car's quicker. I mean, Soule using the inside of the curb again at 3 gets, you can see them, his pace off turn 4 fractionally quicker than that of Andy Merrick. So whatever the differences are in the handling of the cars, or just simply maybe slightly better rubber for the Maxime Soule car, it gives it that little bit of an edge on the exit of these corners.
Downhill they go once again, lap 45, just about at the halfway point, with now an hour and 28 minutes remaining as they turn their way through the Dunlop curve. And you can see how Robin Frins is falling away from Sean Walkinshaw, but is Walkinshaw going to be able to close now on Bortolotti? Vincent Voss nearest the camera, Pierre Dieudonné with the other headset on. Looking on, they are the brains behind the WRT squad. But if you're liking seeing Frins drop away.
No, but I have to say, concern written across the face of Voss and Dieudonné, because that letting the Walkinshaw Nissan get through maybe relatively easily. And I think the reason Robin Frins did it is because he thought, I'd rather let the place go and let's rely on our pit stops. But ultimately leaving a position for another car, a competitive car, to take your position in relatively easy ways, maybe the team just think that that was given up a bit too easily.
Yeah, Robin came into GT racing, didn't he, with this great track record from junior single-seater racing. The career stalled because of lack of money. He had a pretty horrible baptism with his accident at Nogaro that meant the car couldn't race there after qualifying incidents. But he has got on with the job of being a GT gun driver this year. But, yeah, you're right, it did make Sean Walkinshaw's life a bit easier, that pass going down to the first corner. So now Frins defends from Andy Merrick, and they work their way up towards the turn 2, turn 3 sequence, with both Bentleys stuck behind the Audi, and the clock ticks away, but there's still another 26 minutes until you get to the hour mark, so 16 really before they can think about a pit stop. Now, if things stay as they are, Buncombe, Chio and Wright would be Pro Cup champions. Ortelli and Schnippler would be second, and Kane and Smith and Merrick would bag third if things stay as they are. But there's another hour and 26, so things are likely to shuffle, that's for certain. But the way that the number 23 Nissan is going, it leads the race and it leads Pro Cup in the championship, and the number 2 Audi is the one that's really struggling to make any progress at all.
But a car that is making good progress, Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz, Elmer Berman in it, 7th place, currently 2.7 seconds behind 6th place, and he is lapping at the minute probably about 3 to 4 tenths of a second quicker than these cars here. These are the cars that are all battling over 2nd, 3rd, 4th positions.
So out through the traffic comes Robin Frins, and there making a move, Andy Merrick trying to use the traffic to his advantage, but he's going to get stuck behind the Ferrari. He has to give way. He arrives very, very quickly at the next S, and Maxime Soule is in with a chance of getting by, but backs out of it as well. So Robin Frins hangs onto the place. Merrick thought he had a chance, then found traffic in the way.
Yeah, he pulled out and went the wrong side and found another car, slower car, so had to quickly make the switch back. and in the process almost allowed his own teammate Maxime Soulet. Soulet looks to go up the inside, but has to pull back into the line. He was nowhere near in a position to take that position away from Merrick in 5th place.
And Fritz look up the curb as he tries to get past the Barwell Team Russia BMW. Up towards the timing line they come. And Fritz, as you see, second, side by side over the line. It's Walkinshaw on the outside of Bortolotti. He had his nose in front when they went over the timing line, but the Lamborghini's got the inside line for turn 1. Sean Walkinshaw tries to stand his ground on the outside, can't do it, has to give way, but the pace of the Nissan is there, and Sean Walkinshaw driving the race of his life.
Yeah, he could have been a little bit more thoughtful and try to, allow Bortolotti to run slightly deeper and trying to make the cutback, but we're sitting here in the commentary booth and Sean Walkinshaw driving blinding race. He thought he could bully it out by going around the outside and then be in position, in the right position to be ahead of the Lamborghini in turn 2.
Fritz through the traffic as well. Is he going to be able to put a back marker between himself and Andy Merrick as they go downhill there? Look at the back of Sean Walkinshaw's Nissan. He's been briefly ahead of the Lamborghini when they went over the timing line. He had his nose in front by 54 thousandths of a second. In the background, Jelmer Berman still working his way up through traffic. He's got past the Team Russia BMW as well now as the cars work their way through the Schumacher S.
It's a 6.6 second gap between first and second. Of course, then 3rd place right on the gearbox of the 2nd place Lamborghini. So Sean Walkinshaw, there's maybe only one place on the circuit where he might be able to think, I've got a really good, clear chance of getting ahead of the Lamborghini, and most likely that's going to be at the end of pit straight into turn 1. Had a go, did it, tried to go the long way around into that corner, but Bertolotti was deep into the corner and forced the Nissan to keep going wider, wider, wider. And then the advantage returned to the Lamborghini.
But if they squabble, that's going to bring Robin Frins back into the mix, isn't it? They're going to hold each other up, and Frins and Merrick and Soulet, and to a lesser degree Berman, might get up there as well. So depends really how long that scrap's going to rage on for. Here they come again up over the line. Walkinshaw not close enough this time to have a go at the end of the straight, but now, as the turbo power kicks in, will he get close enough come the end? Let's see. No, not this time around. So starting that 48, order is the same, and there Robin Frins is 1.6 seconds back.
Well, the pace of the Lamborghini, as we saw in the early phases of the race, is actually drawing 4th, 5th, 6th pace up to the back of the Nissan, and that's what's going to be, I suspect, in another 5 laps of the situation. We're going to have 5 cars ultimately battling for what is currently 3rd place, or 2nd and 3rd place. Soulet, good exit coming out of turn 4. Look, lights, he goes to go down the inside. Now, is this going to be ground conceded? And I think, yes, it is. I think this time it was decided that the pace of Andy Soulet, Maxime Soulet, not his brother Andy, sorry, that's Andy Souchet. So, pass between the 2 Bentleys. We saw that happen in the first hour when Guy Smith found his way around Max Book. So again, the 2 Bentley drivers cooperating as a team.
And now we'll see what they can do in the reverse order. In other words, Soulet ahead, about Robin Frins as up through the chicane there. At the Schumacher S comes Bortolotti. Sean Walkinshaw hunting him down once again. And Robin Frins trying to stay with them, but the Audi just dropping away a little bit. Wolfgang Wright leading Dolby-esque in a sense by 7.2 seconds now.
Yeah, and that's gone up over the last lap. So that's what I'm saying, is that the Lamborghini is actually holding up this battle that's going to concertina in the next few laps again. I think maybe some of that time lost was due to the traffic that now the Lamborghini is going to have to contend with, and it's not just a single car, it's 2 cars. This will give Walkinshaw primarily an opportunity that he's been waiting for, because unless the Lamborghini can get through cleanly here, then it's going to be about getting a good run off the final turn for the Nissan, which is what Walkinshaw will have been preparing for, as the Lamborghini is concerned about where am I going to get past these 2 back markers. And in the meantime, the Nissan should be powering all the way down the straight. Again, a fairly aggressive move from the Lamborghini. Traffic will be the outcome of this battle for 2nd place.
Through the Mercedes arena they come. Bortolotti to the inside, and a back marker spins, and thankfully they both missed the number 3 Audi, but Walkinshaw is delayed as a consequence.
Now, was that contact? It looked to me like it could have been contact. There was no obvious reason for the Audi just suddenly to lose it. It was only driving its own race, but there we see the Lamborghini, no obvious signs of contact, but it only had to be in a very, very light lean on the left rear corner for the Audi to lose traction. Fortunately, it didn't catch the Nissan, which went to the right-hand side of the spinning Audi as it went from left to right across the track. So let's see if we can see, was there any contact? I would like to think there was. I mean, it's very difficult to tell. And Walkinshaw did a good job because the Audi was going to go from left to right on the racetrack, and he gave enough space to avoid any contact. But in doing so, again, he had to concede a little bit of track position. Here we are back to.
But his delay has brought Frins closer once he gets past Carrie Mauger. So Walkinshaw has lost time, not only to the Lamborghini, but relative to Robin Frins. Look, who's about to get up the inside, and trying to go with him is Maxime Soulet. Up the curb goes the Bentley. They get past Carrie Mauger. And that incident between the Lamborghini and the Audi under investigation.
Yep, I think that you'll find there was fractional contact, and that's why the Audi was spun around. Whether that means a drive-through penalty or it might be seen as a racing incident, but bearing in mind what we saw with the Nicky Bastien incident with Alvaro Perez, I think that could easily be a drive-through penalty for the second place Lamborghini, and that will be a bitter pill, having done a pretty good job defending that second position.
Bortolotti, of course, was the man that started on pole position, so the cars had good pace. And there's another incident that's under investigation as well, which is Stefan Rochelmi, and also car 30, which is the Pro-Am, I should say, Ferrari. So another Audi in strife, number 2, which is still struggling in 10th place, now has this Damocletian investigation.
Can't be very long before Robin Friends is going to be getting instructions to come into the pits, because they stopped around about 40 minutes, I think, when they made that initial pit stop. It was a very early stop, just around the time of that safety car intervention. So it's coming to the end of the stint. 1 hour 18 to go.
They've got at least 8 minutes they need to stay out for, because then they'll be on target with 70 minutes to the end, and 70 minutes is the maximum you can do, so they need to get through at least 8 more minutes.
Well, they're hoping that they will have the fuel on board. It's just a question as to what the condition of the tyres are and the pace that Robin Friends is able to maintain. Andy Merrick running very wide. That's the second time in a couple of laps we've seen Andy getting the rear wheel dropping off the curb and kicking up a load of dust and sand. Seesawing backwards and forwards, obviously under brakes. The gap closes, but then on the acceleration off the corner, it opens back up again, and Merrick having to battle his way past one of the BMWs in the AM category up the hill, runs the curb, and
K-Tech. 100% commitment, 100% confidence.
This is a Provident loan. It could be right up your street if you can't get a loan from the bank. Because at Provident, we make decisions by getting to know you better. So, to apply to borrow up to £1,000 and spread the repayments, just arrange for someone to call round. Go to provident.co.uk. Representative 399.7% APR. Provident, the loan that comes to you.
Don't think all used car warranties are the same, because they're most definitely not. That's why I personally designed this one to be what I believe is the best in the UK. Warranty-Wise do lots of things differently. Unlike other warranty firms, we openly publish online exactly how much we pay out in car repairs. Not all warranty companies want to tell you that. Get a quote now. Call 0800 001 4550 or go to warrantywise.co.uk.
Discover your family history with myheritage.com, the simple way to build your family tree online. Start your family tree now at myheritage.com.
If you're paying through the nose for broadband, you might be tempted to give up and become a full-time off-grid spoon whittler. But hold on! PlusNet has prices you're gonna love. Unlimited broadband from just £2.50 a month for 12 months when you take line rental. How many spoons do you really need? Feel the love with unlimited broadband from just £2.50 a month for 12 months. That's better. Don't miss out. Unlimited broadband from just £2.50 a month. Great service at a great price. It's broadband that loves you back. Call 0800 313 4444. PlusNet will do you proud.
The Mercedes-Benz GLA from £299 per month, including 3 years free servicing.
Cars go over the line with Wright ahead of Bortolotti, Frins third, fourth Walkinshaw, fifth Soule, sixth Merrick, seventh Berman, eighth Miguel Molina, the DTM Audi driver, having his GT first outing, ninth is Van Gisbergen, and 10th is Stefan Rechelmi. Nobody bailing early, because if they do, they're going to be the wrong side of the maximum 70 minutes for the final stint for a driver, so they need to go a little bit further before they can pit. The safety car might help some, but I reckon it's come a bit early for others. So the yellow flags wave, and it might even be a moderately lengthy time, this, because if there's barrier damage, that will need addressing.
Yeah, I mean, where the barrier is, it's not in what I would call a critical part of the racetrack, but a race car's gone off on a part of the racetrack that I consider not to be critical, so it may well be that the barrier needs to be repaired. There's certainly a lot of bodywork on the grass, and a substantial amount of it also on the racetrack. That needs to be cleared. Now let's look and see. There's the car coming. Oh, he's off. He hits.
He got a hit from behind, didn't he?
I'm not sure he got hit from behind. Certainly he went. There you can see the bodywork shredding itself and shedding itself into the middle of the track. So whether that was a contact on the exit of turn 6, or whether that was just running slightly wide and the back end of the Bentley just went too wide and the car then snatched back, and it just simply had no chance. Once it's on the grass is saturated here, and now it was off into the barrier, and nothing that could be done to save it.
So there is what's left of the Bentley. It was a big hit, wasn't it?
Yes, I mean the shock that goes through the entire front of the car. I mean the chassis that holds the engine in position, chassis legs, the deformable structures that are a part of that will all be, I think, fairly heavily damaged. And even, we're just going back to the accident that we saw last night in practice when Matt Griffin was punted off the back of his Ferrari, the car that has won the Pro-Am Championship. They had to replace the entire rear of the chassis as well as the suspension. Let's see if we can get a clear view as to what did occur. And of course the replay comes on. I don't know whether he was touched or not, or it's strange. He looked to me to be sufficiently out of the corner, and then the car just appeared to turn left. It didn't appear that Mercedes came into contact, but because it's so far away, it's a difficult. There you can see the sad remains of what was the front of the Bentley. It may not all bodywork and carbon fibre, but there will be heavy damage to around the front, the radiators, and parts of the engine even those very sudden impacts, shock loading goes through. So still under safety car as we go on to lap 53.
So our second safety car period of the race, and Wolfgang Wright, the race leader. Of course, these cars still trying to play catch-up, so the safety car scrambled and therefore didn't pick up the leader, but you saw it with the green light on the roof. That means it's okay to pass, and so cars are allowed through until it's the leader that is behind, and then the order is restored. So the safety car on track. The field working its way downhill towards turn 1, so the leader shortly will be picked up behind the safety car.
There it is, the safety car is picked up, Wolfgang Wright, and that's up at turn 14. And he's waved him through.
Oh. Well, that's curious.
Yeah, got waved. The leader has been waved through by the safety car. The safety car now running behind the race leader. I don't really understand now. It's got the number 2 position car, the Lamborghini, and it's remaining behind. So why would they have waved the Lamborghini, the Nissan through? I think we might have to get OJ down to the old Nissan pits and work that one out. So there is
green light flashes, look. And if the green light's on, you can go past. And he waves him through.
Yeah.
I think it's an error from the team in the safety car, but it'll need addressing somehow. The easiest thing is to ask the Nissan team to get the driver to back off, isn't it? But that's not necessarily going to happen.
I suspect there's pandemonium right now trying to get this sorted out, but it was I've never seen that before, where the race leader is way through by the safety car, and the safety car then picks up what is the second car.
Now the lights are out on top of the safety car. So
where is the lead car?
Clearly something not right here. The lights aren't even flashing anymore. So consternation all round for the safety car team.
Well, consternation for the pit lane, particularly for second, third, fourth, fifth, and whatever.
Well, now they've got the lights back on, but there's going to be some grumpiness from those in second and downwards, because if the Nissan is allowed a free lap,
well, then that's job done.
Yeah.
But I mean, what a way to win a race.
So all the others now head down the pit lane, or many of the others, to try and gain on this safety car period. And there is a rather bemused Wolfgang Reip.
Now he's slowing down to allow the safety car to retake. I mean, I think Wolfgang Reip has just slowed right down. The safety car must be about to overtake, and then he can slot. There it is.
There it is, good.
Like, oh no,
he's lost the lead now.
He's lost the lead. I can't believe it.
He's lost second as well. Oh, for heaven's sake.
No, he's gone over that. Okay, it's all been resolved, and oh dear me, what can you say? Human error. I suppose that you have to say things sometimes happen, but it's been rectified, and it's always good to see the correct outcome being restored, and it has been restored. So Wolfgang Reip, who was probably totally confused by what was going on, is back where he should be.
Right. Hooray. So we've got 68 minutes to go. If you do a pit stop now, you're okay to go to the end because you're within the 70 minutes drive time. So expect, leader in, second in, and now the safety car is going to pick up anybody it can find.
Well, if anybody can catch the safety car before the safety car light goes out, it'd be quite because there you can see the cars that are now, they're probably about a couple of seconds behind.
Yeah.
And they will be on the tail of the safety car by the time they get down to the end of the pit straight.
Staying out, number 31, Maxim Soulé leads the race now. Pro Tem ahead of Jelmer Berman. Ian Loggy comes in, and there at the end of the pit lane, the Audi teams ready for numbers 1 and 2. So it's going to be a very, very crowded pit lane, isn't it?
It's going to be, once you get into your pits, that's one thing. But it's getting out, there's the lead Nissan. So this is going to be the pit stop that will win or lose the race for the number 1 car. WRT, who are outstanding in their pit stops, driver changes, refueling. As we saw, the Nissan. So can we see the Nissan get turned around and get back out? There's Alex Buncombe in the car, Wolfgang Reip helping with the belts, but I think that the WRT Audi, and again you see those cars that came in that earliest opportunity are all filtering their way back down as the Nissan. So now the right side there is the Audi about to come on. The Audi, I think, is ahead in terms of the pit stop, so the angle the Nissan is in, it's making it very tight. Even the angle that the Audi is in, it makes it very tight to change the right-hand side tires. The Nissan's got to be pushed back, and it comes out. Oh!
Stays ahead, but only just.
That was released. And where was the Audi? Still.
Well, significantly, the Bentley's ahead of the Lamborghini.
There's the Audi coming out.
But the Bentley has gained on the pit stop, so that's gained up 1 spot. The Audi falls to 4th on the release, but Bentley number 7 is the winner on that. It's got ahead of the Lamborghini. So remember that car had dropped not only behind the Lamborghini and the Audi, but the other Bentley. It's really bought in at the end of that pit stop, hasn't it?
It certainly has. Good work by the Bentley boys. No, good pit stop. They got in and out. And who's behind the wheel? Is it now Stephen Kane?
Should be, yeah.
Oh, he's the man.
Absolutely. So he's in the box seat, isn't he?
Stephen Kane, when it comes to putting the hammer down, when it last stint at Silverstone last year.
Absolutely.
Other events. I mean, I called him a little terrier on the track interview, and he knows how to battle and work a car to get it to his advantage.
So Kane, Buncombe, Babini, Vantor, all the stars, as we are going to go green then, and those that haven't pitted are going to lose out, I'm afraid, by pitting after the safety car period, because they will lose more time relative to the opposition on the pit stop. So Soulé's Bentley and Berman's Mercedes here are about to be compromised, but they stay out and they battle for race leadership, but when they pit they're going to lose quite a lot of time because they will be pitting under live conditions, not safety car conditions. Sule trying to repel Jelmer Berman, former single-seater star. The safety car is coming down the pit lane with another wave behind it. And they're being delayed as they head down the pit road as well. So those that didn't pit are being compromised, and also Berman's being compromised because he's stuck behind the Bentley.
Yeah, well, Jelmer Berman has been on this stint very quick all the way through. But there is the Nissan back out on track, and we need a lap or two to wash this all through to see what are the relative positions. We think it's still the Nissan technically leading the race as the Lamborghini, and the Audi Walkinshaw with Martin Plowman now behind the wheel. Let's drop back to, well, it's all going through this whole cycle, so it's somewhat irrelevant, but not maybe, I don't know why the Bentley found that time in the pit stop, but whatever it did, they got through. The only thing I could think of was the Audi was pretty tight into the pit box, and that could slow down that whole process, just simply because it had no more space.
And Vantor is a man on a mission. Look, he's right on the back of Fabio Babini now as they come down to turn 1. The 63 Lamborghini, apologies, Mirko Venturini at the wheel of it as they turn their way through turn 1. So Venturini hangs onto the place briefly. Vantor tries the outside, and now to turn 3. Giovanni Venturini then under real attack. The Audi tries to get to the inside line. Both cars out of the Audi group, and certainly there's a bit of commonality between the R8 and the Huracan, but Vantor absolutely charging, and Venturini's going to have to work really hard now to keep him at bay.
Yeah, well, Vantor wants to get through at the earliest chance. He doesn't want to be stuck behind a similarly powered car. We know that the Lamborghini has got good straight line speed. We know that the Audi fractionally more draggy in terms of its body and downforce. So it will be a battle for Laurens Vanthoor to make this pass early. He does not want to spend more than a lap. He'll lose his momentum. The whole familiar story that we know, getting caught behind another car, which you are capable of lapping quicker than, but you can't find a way around.
So uphill comes 63, the green Lamborghini, just for the moment at least being able to fend off the challenge of Laurens Vanthoor. Giovanni Venturini at the wheel of what is traditionally the second of the 2 Lamborghinis, but has really shone today, and it works its way now through the Bilstein curve. To the inside looks Laurens Vanthoor, but he can't make that move stick. And how are they getting on relative to Bentley and Nissan up the road? They're certainly falling back because they're busy squabbling. Into the Avant Bourgogne they come now through that fast right up the hill, heading towards the chicane.
So Laurens Vanthoor had his chance, and now that they've been a couple of laps into this race, he really is not able to do anything with the Lamborghini. It's going to take a mistake or it's going to take traffic. But right now, the Audi's got nothing for the Lamborghini.
There's another incident under investigation. It involves Harold Primer and number 99, the Dusseldorf Junkerdeier Bastian Mercedes. We wondered if there was contact. That's part of the answer, and it's that Mercedes again, seemingly in the wars.
But who was behind the wheel? Was that Dusseldorf behind the wheel? It was.
Yeah.
It's difficult to tell that long-range camera shot. We couldn't see. We were seeing the cars in that head-on position. We couldn't tell if there had been rear contact, but obviously there's something that the stewards do want to investigate, rightly so. And again, if there has been incident, then there's going to be another penalty to 99, and that was a heavy incident for the 84 Bentley, and taken it out of the race and done probably about £100,000 worth of damage, and that's probably a minimum amount.
Indeed so, as the leading cars then dive through the traffic. There is Danny Junkerdeier in the 99 investigated Mercedes, and there, getting stuck in the traffic is Jelmer Berman, but he has got through now. He leads on track ahead of Maxim Soule. So the Mercedes leads for the moment. He's got another pit stop to make. Maxim Soule, they're down in second place. So Mercedes leads in Germany. Bentley second as they come over the timing line. Down towards turn 1, traffic all around. There's just no room really for Soule to make a move here as they get into the braking zone for the corner.
And then the Mercedes even continues to try and make progress, goes wrong the long way around the outside, gets himself in position, out of position. Bentley up the inside now of Jelmer Berman. Berman on the outside being forced wide. And of course the BMW now is forcing again the Mercedes to lose even more ground. 3 wide going into turn 4, it will not work.
So they shuffle themselves back into some sort of order, but Maxim Soule then retakes the lead and has gapped, has he not, the Mercedes now?
Yes, he has, and also the 99 Mercedes has gotten ahead of a Jelmer Berman car, caused by traffic coming through turns 2 and turn 3. Berman opted to go the long way round and got really wrong-footed by the BMW, which was caught in no man's land. Not his fault, just happened to be in the wrong place.
Now, after all those pit stops, the car to watch is 58 because Kevin Est has made 2 pit stops and that car is ahead of the Alex Buncombe Nissan. So the Von Ryan McLaren, remember that pitted very, very early in the first stint, after the second stop is now ahead of the Alex Buncombe Nissan. So the orange McLaren is in 4th place. It's done its 2 pit stops and that therefore for the moment is in a very, very, very good position.
That's not the story of the moment. The story of the moment is Stephen Kane in 7th place. Fastest first and third sectors, a 1:55.9.
Fastest lap of the race.
Wow.
But he's still effectively third. This then is the car that is the notional race leader. So as soon as the next stops have cycled through, then it is going to be in the box seat because the 2 pit stops are done and it's the leading 2 stopping car then. So Kevin Est at the wheel of the McLaren, and what sort of advantage has he got over Alex Buncombe? Let's wait and see. Look at all that empty track, a yawning gap before the Nissan there arrives. So Alex Buncombe is still on for a good result, but can he catch the McLaren before the very end?
Well, can the McLaren maintain its pace until the very end? That's the other question. So Nissan, the later of the stoppers, will have slightly fresher tyres all the way through. The Lamborghini and the Audi, Lawrence Van Thorp, still unable, with all his speed and skill, unable to find a way past the Lamborghini. And same old story on a circuit like Nurburgring, the chances to overtake are few and far between. And if you sit behind a car, you're going to be controlled by that car's pace.
The result, potentially second for the Nissan, would still be enough for the Pro Cup honours. But the 58 Kevin Est McLaren then, which did its personal best lap last time, a 56.7, is the leader. There is Laurens Vanthoor, still frustrated behind Giovanni Venturini as they work their way up out of the Coca-Cola curve over the timing line now. Leaders go through, staying out. Maxime Soulet, the leader, 2.4 seconds up on Jelmer Berman. But there is Kevin Est, 4th on the road, but the leading 2-stopper.
I mean, when you think at the start of the race where that car was starting from, again, bright, clever strategy, as we saw at Silverstone earlier this year, has brought that car right into contention. At the start of the race, we'd have thought, if a top 3 position, you would be very lucky indeed. Oh, and this is the nearest we've seen Laurens Vanthoor to getting that position away from the Lamborghini, and he's got a good run off turn 4. But again, the Lamborghini, just once it gets in a straight line, just is able to consolidate and marginally pull away.
Are they in danger of being caught as well? Because hunting them down is Christopher Mies in the Santilok Audi. And Laurens Vanthoor, regarded by many as one of the top GT drivers, now needs to prove it. Can he find a way through? It's not easy to overtake around here. The cars are evenly matched. The team manager of 99, Rover Racing Mercedes, back to the race control building. He must go. So there's another penalty, I fear, heading that way as Vanthoor uses the curb, tries to get up the inside, but the back stepped out. That didn't work. 58 minutes and counting of the race to go. We're into the last hour, the final third of the race, the last hour of the Endurance Series for 2015, and there's still a huge amount to be decided.
And he left a bit of rubber on the racetrack in the process of trying to use as much of the 560 horsepower of the Lamborghini, or the Audi, and the Lamborghini, the same engine. Just it's a question of what the BOP between the 2 cars is. Good run off. Now turn 11, this is an opportunity for Laurens Vanthoor. If he can stay close to the back of the Lamborghini, he's going to have a look to try and make a maneuver up into turn 12. That corner will be, not to say blocked, but the Lamborghini will use the middle of the road to defend, and of course Audi now has lost that advantage coming off 11. Again up into turn final 15, so let's watch and see what Laurens Vanthoor can do again right at the back of the Lamborghini. Lamborghini having to go defensive into the middle of the track, forcing the Audi. If you're going to go down the inside, you're going to have to brake earlier than me, so it's the Lamborghini that opts to go down the inside. The Audi goes slightly wider. Watch for the cutback, but Vanthoor really isn't able to get on the power any earlier than he can manage. Again, has to fall in behind the rear wing of the Lamborghini, but real nip and tuck stuff. Now, trying to get up the inside, going into turn 3. Again, tags are back. No, that was... No, I was going to say the Lamborghini's coming back. Now, whether that will be again seen, and the Lamborghini runs wide, and the BMW, nothing to do with this battle, just slides ahead. So I think that will be, Venturini will be wondering, what was that all about? And the contact, which was very, very slight. Let's look again and see Laurens Vanthoor's coming. Not really in a position to do something, but just, well, it's the lightest of bumps, and I don't know whether that's going to be brought to the attentions of the stewards or not. Certainly it was, there was light contact, but I don't know whether that seemed or deemed to be an unfair pass.
Well, a pass it was, and so, yeah, up to the organisers now to decide what, if anything, to do. But Van Tor is away and gone, isn't he, now? He's off like a scalded cat. So, having got through, I was going to say, before that incident happened, remember how difficult it was early in the race when they were trying to get past Adrian Zaug. I mean, that Lamborghini was a hard car to overtake for really the first hour of the race. There is the race leader, Kevin Est. He's in traffic. Now, the car pitted the second time while there was that confusion around the safety car, and it hadn't got the whole pack behind it. So Kevin Est was able to come out in effectively clear track space and then go like smoke to try and catch up to anything because he had the clear road ahead. And that is why, as people pitted afterwards, it suddenly rocketed back up the order.
Yeah, but you said he went like smoke, trying to catch up to the tail of the group. But those cars that he was catching up to still behind the safety car, because if he was running at a pace which is, I think, greater than that of the safety car pace, would that be seen to be an unfair advantage?
Not sure, because they do say you've got to catch up to it. So also it was so early in the stint as well. There were very few that he had to catch up to. Down to the organisers, they'll have a look at the lap times, won't they, and assess that, whether it was unduly fast. And there's the Nissan, is it? It's the Audi and the Nissan have had a coming together, so we'll try and get back to that in a moment and piece it all together. Number 2 Audi is in strife.
And that's the championship leading car.
And that was the car, that led the championship coming into the race. And has 23 been involved?
It seems so. There's concern on the face of Darrell Cox and Shio San, so that would be, I mean, how the heck did those two cars come into contact? Again, waved yellow flags, so the Audi gets back underway. That was all the way into turn 1 that incident occurred. So is there damage or not to the back or to the side or whatever of the Audi? So the championship leading car coming into this final run, and we're looking to see the car that at one point had been leading.
Now that was in 10th place, so the report we had was that there'd been contact between Audi and Nissan, but trying to piece together where they would have been on the track together. Anyway, the Audi, after its moment, has got going. We'll no doubt have a replay of how it got there. And so that potentially makes life easier for this car, with the Audi further delayed, dropping it back even further in the order. So race leader still, because he's got to make another stop, Maxime Soulet. Second, yet to make another stop, Jelmer Berman. Third, yet to make a final stop, Dominic Schwager, where he gives back to Stephen Parov in the black Ferrari. And then Kevin Est leads from Alex Buncombe by 6.2 seconds, and the gap is coming down. So there's the McLaren leading the way, but the gap is coming down between Est and Buncombe. Just to confirm what I was suggesting a little while ago, while you're catching up the queue, you're okay to go at full pace, according to the news we've had confirmed from Race Control. Dave Ryan nearest to us, Andrew Cocotti in the middle, Rob Bell in the background. Their car is leading, but it's being caught by Alex Buncombe, who is all fired up. This will be a good way to end the season, wouldn't it? A fight for race lead.
Well, between two cars of totally differing sort of design, integrity, one your ultimate sort of sports car Group C almost configuration McLaren, and the Nissan GTR, which is, the kind of car that you go and buy in a normal Nissan showroom, albeit the quickest thing in 4 wheels. So 2 different cars, all with the BOP giving them virtually identical track performance. But the gap between those 2 cars is whereas the Nissan, we can't quite see it yet coming up through turn 9. As Kevin Estre needs to make his way as quickly as possible through this traffic, and again the same problem that Kevin is having.
So this is Ortelli on board, and it was the 173 Martin Plowman Nissan that arrived out of nowhere and glanced the left-hand side.
What was that all about? Oof. I mean, whatever the speed the Nissan was travelling at, went past the Audi. I mean, it is a zillion miles an hour.
Yeah. There's an issue about overtaking under the safety car, so a number of drivers being looked into for overtaking behind the safety car, we're told. Kevin Est comes up towards the timing line then. The leading 2-stopper goes through, and the advantage over Alex Buncombe was 6 seconds last time. The Nissan is 5.1 seconds back, so the gap is there, but the gap is shrinking. 5 seconds and 51 minutes, that's not enough, is it?
No, it's going to be a tight finish. We're into this last third of the race, so there is race leader. 58 and 5.1 seconds. I mean, in terms of lap time, what's Alex? Is he going rally crossing? That's his dad's skill. It took a lot of grass on the inside. So Alex Buncombe doing everything he can. Grass tracking coming through turn 3 as the McLaren goes out of turn 6. So wait for the Nissan to come into view. There it is. So the gap as they went across the line on the last occasion, 5.1 seconds. Traffic will have affected the pace of the McLaren. It's going to now affect the pace of the Nissan as the Bentley following through. And this is Stephen Kane again, using all that ability. Stephen Kane usually does the final stints in the number 7 Bentley, and really has done some outstanding jobs. Again, getting stopped. Oh, traffic coming up the hill there, and that was a bit of a moment for Stephen Kane, fully committed, and then having to make an adjustment on the steering wheel and probably get out of the throttle momentarily.
Yeah, Porsche arriving sideways and heading for the gravel, so more drama. Number 1, Lawrence Vantor, is being given a driving standards flag for that little bit of contact up the back.
Yeah, but that's the only penalty. But he's under observation.
He is, so any more of that, and it'll get worse. Right, Kevin S leads the way. Alex Buncombe second. Even if the car is only second in the class in the race, it'll still win the championship. So are they going to settle for second? Let's see. This is the reason for the driving standards flag.
I mean, the Lamborghini was slowing down and the Audi was still maintaining its pace. To me, there was no intent in that, and I think the judgment given is a driving standards flag is the right call.
Yeah.
There was no intent. I mean, he didn't intend to either to pass him there. It was more because of the Lamborghini backing off a little bit earlier than the Audi was required to do. Alex Buncombe is taking loads of the inside of the racetrack coming into turn 3. So this time using just the curbing. Gap this time as they came across the line, still 5.3. Actually, Kevin Estre pulled out a couple of tenths a second on that final lap, again largely because of the way that traffic is interfering with the flow of these lead 2 cars.
Okay, let's have a quick thought about the championship, because if Alex Buncombe stays second, then he's going to win Pro Cup for himself and Chio and Ripe. But behind, remember, is Stephen Kane. Now, if Kane were to get past the Nissan and to get up into the lead of the race, then the Bentley would win the Pro Cup in the championship. So there's even more pressure on Stephen Kane. He's going as quickly as he can anyway, but can he do anything about the Nissan? And then could he set off with 48 minutes to go in pursuit of the McLaren? The lap time suggests maybe not, but Stephen Kane is in traffic, so given a clear lap, you never know.
Well, all he can do is doing what he's doing presently. That's drive the wheels off the Bentley. That's why he's usually the 3rd driver in a team of 3 drivers in the Bentley. We know that in the final stint, when it comes down to the short hairs, that he is the go-to guy in Bentley to deliver. So Stephen Kane will do what this car can allow him. He can't do any more than that. It'll be down to tyres, it'll be down to the brakes. Have the brakes, are they on the limit? I suspect probably they are. And Stephen Kane will just use that available to him. The Nissan certainly is within reach. And it's a question, again, whether the pace of the Nissan and the pace of the Bentley pretty much similar. But look, the Bentley is closing this lap. It has run down the Nissan more than it's done in any previous lap.
If you're paying through the nose for broadband, you might be tempted to give up and become a full-time off-grid spoon whittler. But hold on! PlusNet has prices you're gonna love. Unlimited broadband from just £2.50 a month for 12 months when you take line rental. How many spoons do you really need? Feel the love with unlimited broadband from just £2.50 a month for 12 months. That's better. Don't miss out. Unlimited broadband from just £2.50 a month. Great service at a great price. It's broadband that loves you back. Call 0800 313 4444. PlusNet will do you proud.
Oil, it's a vital part of your engine. It cleans, protects, lubricates and cools. No matter what you drive, ride or maintain, Opie have a range of oils and fluids to suit your needs and your pocket. For a great choice of top brand oils and much more, visit opioils.co.uk or our eBay store. Opie, no oils.
We need something that says dependable. Pounds to Pocket do loans from 6 to 12 months, depending on what suits you.
Find out more at poundstopocket.co.uk.
With my poor credit, I felt toxic.
Finance companies were asking very high interest rates.
Couldn't afford it. My only option was an out-of-warranty used car for cash, or so I thought.
I called Wheels for Sure. A week later, I had a lease for a brand new car.
All manufacturer-backed and upgrade to a new one every 3 years.
I felt valued. Too good to be true? No, simply true.
Used car on a costly loan or an affordable new leased one, you know the choice. For sure! Click or call Wheels for Sure on 0800 044 5805 now. We can help.
The 18th and final round of the World Championship motocross season is live on Motors TV, and it comes from the United States. If in MXGP the Frenchman Romain Febvre became world champion at the previous round, there's still much suspense in MX2. Moto 1 live Sunday, September the 20th at 8 in the evening. We return for Moto 2 at 11 in the evening.
So Alex Buncombe under pressure, and again in the case of Nissan, he's the go-to driver to bring the laurels back to Bob Neville's team, but he can't afford to relax. He can't afford to get caught out with traffic. There you can see the last 3 laps, and the 64 and 65 taking 2 seconds out of the advantage over the Nissan. Again, these 2 Ferraris directly heading a further 2 up the road. So where is Alex Buncombe going to get past one of them, let alone 2 of them? And Stephen Kane just adding more pain with those lights flashing. I don't know if they're LED headlights in the Bentley, if they are. So up the inside, gets the job done on one of the 2, and we'd expect to see Stephen Kane slot up the inside of that Ferrari up into turn 15. So no significant gain or loss to 2nd and 3rd place battle.
And Kevin Est goes across the timing line, then ahead of them. And the last lap that he did was a 58.0. Buncombe did a 58.6, Kane a 58.9, but it's all down to traffic. So if and when they get a clear bit of track space, then it has a very important effect, because then you can see the true pace of the cars. But in real terms now, it is 5.5 seconds covering the top 3.
Alex Buncombe has got himself backed up a little bit behind the Ferrari, and that's what Stephen Kane looks to try and take advantage of. The Ferrari sort of inviting the Nissan to come through, but then not really, going forward. So it's all back to the Bentley getting the run off turn 4 and the run down into turn 5, and this is Stephen Kane looking to find a way past the 2nd place.
Duncan Cameron at the wheel of the Ferrari, the car that's already won Pro-Am in the championship, won it at Spa and repaired after its accident yesterday, but seeming to be holding up a little bit at the moment as Kane tries to get a run downhill. Is this the chance? No, thought about it, had a good run, but the Nissan, equally powerful, booms ahead again in a straight line. Now he commits to the inside to get past Duncan Cameron, and Stephen Kane will want to go with him.
Yes, he's got through, and he's got through with a little bit more momentum than the Nissan was able to do. Alex Buncombe had to be certain that the Ferrari was giving ground before he would commit. Stephen Kane was watching that, and he saw what was going on. But again, the power of the Nissan, that ability to drag itself up the hill out of turn 7, just again opens up the advantage over the turbocharged V8 Bentley.
42 minutes on the clock still. This is the battle for 2nd place, and it will have an effect on who wins the Pro Cup in the championship, because if the Bentley can get past the Nissan and get away and then attack the McLaren, then things become very different indeed. But in real terms, they've been concertinaing up anyway, 1st to 3rd. Alex Buncombe will be aware of all of this. Bob Neville spoke earlier on in the weekend about all the charts they have. There is the man himself on the radio, and he'll be communicating to Alex Buncombe about the pace of the McLaren, the pace of the Bentley, where they are in the championship. Kevin Est goes through them. The last lap was a 57.1. He's pulled the gap out to 6.4 seconds now.
Yeah, and that's all due just to the 2nd and 3rd place cars having to battle their way through the traffic. We've just seen all that.
Race leaders work their way out of turn 1. So Kevin S leading the way. And now, where's the next back marker? A couple of corners up the road. So Alex Bunkum's got clear track space for at least 2 corners. And way up on the curb, Stephen Kane.
I mean, almost the left side wheels in or on the grass again, much quicker on the exit of turn 4. But again, the squirt that Nissan has got, once it gets straightened up, and Stephen Kane, there's not enough room there to dive down the inside into turn 5. Alex Bunkum shuts the door enough to keep the Bentley, but again, the Bentley will look to make the cut back on the exit, coming out of turn 6. But again, once Alex gets the car straightened up, you can see just by the yard, or let's be European, by the meter, able to pull a couple of car lengths as the way into turn 7.
If the Bentley were to get ahead of the McLaren and win the race, the Nissan second, then it's good for the championship for the Bentley boys. But if the Nissan is able to fend off the Bentley, then it's in the box seat. So Stephen Kane's pace relative to the McLaren is all important, but for as long as he's stuck behind the Nissan, it's all academic.
Yes, it is, and I think, again, the way that McLaren have approached this race, that early pit stop on the first sector of the race, and the good fortune, let's say, of the safety car intervention, giving them that track position to then, once everybody else dived into the pits for their pit stop under yellow flag, put the McLaren in the pound seat. And Kevin Astra doing the job that he's paid to do. Make no mistake, McLaren is a professional team. Von Ryan Racing knows all about how to win races, and that 6.5 second advantage that he currently enjoys of this battle for second place, he can afford to be a little bit more relaxed, because these 2 cars have not really made any inroads at any point over the last 10 laps into that leading McLaren's advantage.
No, if anything, it's gone up again, hasn't it? 6.9 seconds. So if things stay as they are, 23 Nissan is going to win the Pro Cup. A Bentley win, a Nissan second, then it's Bentley championship. Bentley second, Nissan third. It's a Nissan championship. But for as long as the Nissan is ahead, then the answer is simple. Bunkum, Wright and Chio will be champions as they work their way now once more up through turn number 3. And Alex Bunkum realising that perhaps he hasn't got the pace to go after Kevin S, but what he has got to do is defend and keep that Bentley at bay. 38 minutes and counting now. Once more down towards turns 5 and 6. It was here a lap ago that Stephen Kane made a little move, and again he takes a slightly tighter line out of turn 6, but the Nissan is of comparable power, so Alex Bunkum stays ahead on the run downhill. Let's see what the sector times are going to be like. Kevin S has got more traffic to think about and is still pulling away. Another half a second gain in sector 1.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show that you can start in the 12th row of the grid, you know, probably down in 24th position. And there you are, come the last sector of the race, be leading it with that, calling a 6.9 second advantage a comfortable advantage, but knowing that the battle here is more about second place than it will ultimately be about any challenge that one of the 2 of these drivers' car combinations might be able to offer up in the closing 38 minutes.
You're on board with Stephen Kane. Ahead look is the effective championship leading Nissan now as they go out of the Ad Van Bogen up towards the chicane. And the gap is down by only a 10th, but it's down between S and Bunkum in the middle sector, and that's because of all the traffic that Kevin S has had to work a way by, and there's a lot more traffic for these 2 to find a way through as well. So Alex Bunkum's life is about to change, isn't it? Not just about defending from the Bentley, but he's got to get through the traffic as quickly as possible without leaving an opportunity for Stephen Kane.
And that's not going to be an easy task. We've got 4 cars side by side, all Ferraris coming down the pit lane. They're in their own little battle. They will have to be aware, they'll see flags. But I mean, this is what Stephen Kane will hope, that he can pressure Alex Bunkum into making a marginal manoeuvre and maybe force an issue, and that would allow Kane and the Bentley to get into second place, demote the Nissan down to 3rd. But that's always the difficulty in these endurance races, where you get disparity of lap times. Again, you see just the way Stephen Kane was forced to go the long, wide way around. Ultimately, it not really cost him an awful lot of time, because within another corner, he's back into the position that he's been in pretty much since these drivers took over the respective cars.
Downhill they go for the 70th time. It is still Kevin Est then leading the way in the Von Ryan Racing McLaren. Could that car be the first double winner of the championships season? It leads the way at the moment. Down towards the Dunlop curve.
Stephen Kane's really, I mean, I think he's actually had to give himself a little bit of a breather, because running so close to the tail of the Nissan, the temperature of the engine, the temperature of the brakes may be a factor. He's pushed hard all the way to keep in contact with the Nissan, but maybe just now feeling I've got to give myself a chance to regroup. I've got traffic coming up. I want to be in a good place to use the strengths I have as we get through to that traffic.
Can I get all excited about the Jaguar? It's leading Pro-Am. Gabriele Gardel, the former FIA GT champion, is at the wheel, and the Emil Frey Racing Jaguar GT3 is leading the Pro-Am class. This is how the Pro-Am standings are in terms of the race order. Jaguar, Mercedes, Ferrari is the top three. So the Jaguar leads the way. Number 70, Mercedes runs in second place. Cedric Sbriazioli's Ferrari is the one in third. And then Michael Lyon's Ferrari is in fourth place. Fifth is Sean Johnston in the Mercedes. And sixth now Michael Meadows in number 32 Aston Martin. In seventh in the class is 66, which is the next of the Ferraris. Stephen Parov at the wheel of the car. But the Jaguar, we talked early in the race about how that has got better and better and better. Well, it's had one podium at Silverstone. Now it leads the class. And with 35 minutes to go, would it not be a great way to end the season in Pro-Am if we could have the Jaguar as a winner?
I think it would be outstanding. I mean, the thing I think the Jaguar have done with this car is get the reliability. The performance was the almost secondary. They just needed to get the car to do the miles, to do then the development with the car that they had been unable to do. They've now got that reliability and they're getting the performance.
Now this is how the AM Championship is going to pan out. Look at this, Ian Loggy, Julian Westwood on the same number of points as Jürgen Hering, Dimitris Constantinou and Frank Schmickler. Now Loggy and Westwood had a win at Spa, but the Porsche team have not, I think I'm right in saying, had a victory all season. So on a tie break it would go to the Audi squad because they've had a win.
In the meantime, the battle for second place beginning to run down again. Stephen Kane much closer to the back of the Nissan as they come up the hill, threading their way through the traffic. And look at the traffic ahead of the four more cars. And then, in fact, it's five with the Parker Racing Audi, and that's the car that is leading right now. So
there's the second place Porsche within the championship. So that's the Hering Constantinou Frank Schmickler car. I think it's Frank Schmickler in it now, is it not? Because he's hugely experienced. It is second in the class. Now Schmickler is 35 seconds back from the class leading Fabio Barthez. So it is possible that Schmickler might be able to take the win on the road.
Oh, Stephen Kane, what's that all about?
Big slide out of the chicane.
Back end, just suddenly, that's as if he got water on the tyres. So the curbing is holding moisture, and he just suddenly got the back end of the car. And look, Alex Bunker's fellow Jonathan, he liked that. He thought, wow, is that a potent to what we might see towards the end, 30 minutes or so of the race remaining? Is the Bentley wearing its tyres aggressively?
Well, now they've got to get past Stephen Parov's Ferrari. The lead gap is 9 seconds. Kevin Astra now is pulling away. On board with Stephen Kane. Buncombe being delayed a bit by the relative newcomer to GT Racing, Stephen Parov. Round the outside goes Buncombe, and there was just room for both of them to do it. That's another heart-in-mouth moment, but it's worked.
Yeah, that was a good pass by Stephen Kane. He had the more difficult of the two cars to make his way around. He had to do the long run in turn 3, and he made it stick into turn 4. So again, the remorseless pressure Alex Buncombe is under to consolidate his second place. And you could see the joy in the pits of the Nissan team when they saw Stephen Kane almost going for a wild ride as the tail kicked one way, then back the other way as they run up into turn 15.
Down to the Dunlop curve again, lap 72. 32 minutes are on the clock still. So this is for second in the race, and it will have a bearing on the outcome of the Pro Cup in the championship, that's for sure. Number 99 Mercedes, incidentally, after its assorted penalties, is now in 15th place. Danny Joncadet at the wheel. And Andy Soucek's Bentley has just copped a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That was the Soule in, Soucek out pit stop, and speeding in the pit lane gives 31 a drive-through penalty now.
We haven't talked about the 173 Nissan that led the race for virtually the first hour. Martin Blyman behind the wheel. We saw that contact into turn 1. That currently down in 8th place, but some 32 seconds. And there's only 32 seconds between the first and 8th car.
Indeed so, but it's about to gain a place when Soucek serves his drive-through. So they'll gain 1 place back, but after the season they've had, even if they come 7th, I think they'll be pretty chuffed with that because the pace has been there and it's a much better result than has been seen hitherto. This is the second and third battle. It's 0.3 of a second over the line. Stephen Kane right there on the back of the Nissan. Does he think about a move? Well, he may have thought, and he has another thought, but Buncombe repels him.
Yeah, I mean, there was almost, he went, then he stopped, then he had thought about it again. Will I have a second look at it? And Well, there wasn't. By the time he made his second attempt, there was a closing gap, and he knew that there was no chance. So obviously he thinks maybe in some circumstances, as again Alex Buncombe does a bit of dirt tracking, rally crossing. Now Stephen Kane does the same thing on the inside of turn 4. I mean, you couldn't have two more equally matched cars, albeit that if the Bentley was ahead of the Nissan, it would pull away.
So they work their way to turn 6 with just half an hour remaining. And this is a battle on track for second place, but as I say, if the Bentley were to get through and go after the McLaren, then the championship starts to come alive once again, because for the moment it looks as though the Nissan is good for the title. As long as Alex Buncombe keeps the Bentley at bay, it doesn't matter that the McLaren is winning up the road.
And the McLaren's winning up the road by over 10 seconds, 10.5 seconds, as Kevin Astor managed to eke out. So his position is looking more and more comfortable, and it's going to be this knuckle ride and knuckle. I mean, the fingers of the Bentley and the Nissan team are going to be back down to the quick. As this battle again, it's going to be ultimately, I suspect, decided by traffic. And Stephen Kane just again puts the nose of the Bentley into the offside mirror of Alex Buncombe, and just all Alex Buncombe could do is almost just put on blinkers, forget about the Bentley, and whatever happens, and there's the Russia. What's happened to that BMW? Stalled up at the chicane.
It's been at the chicane, yeah, and stalled after its rotation, seemingly. Now, can that car get going? It's in a pretty awkward place. The leaders have gone by then. Yellow flag in that last sector, but hopefully the car can get going. It's trickling back into life. Everybody else goes past, but Leo Machitsky at the wheel.
Everybody slowed right down to full course yellow.
It's not come up on the screens, but it's about to now. Yes, full course yellow is employed.
Slight confusion as if some drivers were diving into the pit lane as the BMW got rotating, so it's a full course yellow. And that will, of course, once again, the lead of this race will evaporate, because Kevin Astor had worked very hard to get up to 10 seconds. Let's have a look and see up in the chicane. Oh, there's...
That's too quick in, isn't it?
Yeah, just made a big mistake. But again, drags gravel and rubbish onto the racetrack. So full course yellow.
Yeah, the team's got the message on the radio before it came up on the timing screens. In fact, it hasn't yet come up on the timing screens at all. So they got the message on the radio, and therefore some slowed earlier than others.
Yeah, well, certainly second and third place cars were amongst the first we saw who were definitely slowing down on pit straight. So Kevin Astor, where is he in relation to second and third car? There is second and third. Further up the road, it'll be maybe half a dozen cars between second and third. So really, in a full course yellow, there is the lead car, so there shouldn't be any loss or gain to any of the first three cars. Green, track has gone green, and everybody now has to be alert. Kevin Astor is the one that needs to very quickly clear these two slower cars ahead of him up the hill, and there is the battle for, where is it? No, it hasn't even come down into turn 7 yet.
Yeah, it's just behind this little group, isn't it? The Acura Cost BMW is there ahead of the second Von Raan McLaren. There's Buncombe, there's Kane behind him. 9 seconds when they started this lap. Now let's hear more of Bob Neville's thoughts. Pressure is on, 28 minutes and counting. Bob Neville runs the Nissans, he's in the pits with OJ.
So, Bob, all these hours of driving, all the kilometres driven, and it comes down to a half-hour bun fight. How are your nerves?
A bit frayed, but yeah, I mean, if we don't catch the McLaren, we'd come out quite well on the points side of it. But if Stephen got by, but at the moment Stephen can't get by, so we'll see.
So that's the scenario. What do you do? What do you tell Alex?
We've just told Alex to drive, and we've let him know that if the McLaren were to win, we'd be okay. And we were third, but he's driving so hard you can hardly talk to him.
And do you think he can keep that Bentley at bay for half an hour?
Possibly.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you.
Yeah, don't commit, Bob. These are big ask when you've got somebody like Stephen Kane behind you, but Alex Buncombe, who has really blossomed as a GT driver over the last few years. He also has these occasional enduro races in Australia through Nissan again in the V8 Supercar Championship, but still rather overlooked by the British media for reasons unknown. But he is a very, very good peddler, Alex Buncombe, and he is doing a good job of keeping Stephen Kane at bay. There is the scene in the Bentley pit bunker, studying all the monitors, all the data, all the permutations.
Yeah, I mean, this is getting really sort of pressure time for the Nissan. 30 minutes, 26 minutes in fact remaining, and it only takes one little mistake, one little slip in traffic, and the Bentley will be up into second place. The gap between first and second is currently 8.6 seconds. So the prospect of the Bentley running down the McLaren in these closing 26 minutes, I don't think it's going to be great, but the change for second place is realistic for the Bentley guys. Up through 8 and on through 9, and again, driver matching driver. Again, this bunch of cars come in. The Aston's the first of the cars that they're going to meet. So the straight line performance, very similar, but you can see how Stephen Kane really looks up the inside, tries to make it. Oh. Well, that nearly caught Alex Buncombe by surprise. Opportunistic move by Stephen Kane, and it almost came off.
But because it didn't, and Stephen Kane had to back out of it, he's lost a bit of time, but here he comes again up towards the chicane now. So from being absolutely together, he's about 2 lengths back. Into the braking zone they come, through the left, through the right, back on the power. 25 minutes of the race to go. The lead gap down fractionally last time at 8.6 seconds. Kevin S goes through, still lapping in the high 57s, and Alex Buncombe may have been able to get after him if he weren't having to defend like crazy. He's lapping about 9/10 slower, so the gap is going up, because a lot of Alex Buncombe's energy here is going into fending off the Bentley, and Stephen Kane likewise might be able to catch were he to get past, but for now they are still tied together. Look at that, it doesn't get much closer, does it?
No, with the strengths of the cars, under braking and into some of these corners, particularly through turns 3 and 4, the Bentley does seem to have a marginal advantage, but once you get pointing in a straight line, then the Nissan just lights up those turbos. Again, Stephen Kane can't really get any closer coming through these final corners onto the first of these relatively short straights down into turn 5. The Bentley looks one way, then Nissan covers that, so into turn 5, not likely to be a realistic chance to pass. Traffic is again going to be the feature. Stephen Kane good round turn 6 and close to the back of the Nissan, but again it's the squirt of the Nissan in the straight line that just is able to eke away another car length, then underbrakes. The Bentley runs right up to the tail, almost under the rear wing. You can see in the back of the Nissan, I suspect the Nissan's probably struggling for rear end grip. Ultimately that's what Alex Buncombe is having to contend with, and he can't really commit. A little bit sort of cautious going through the first part of turn 8, up the hill through the right hand, and then back up into turn 10.
More traffic ahead as well, so they've got to cope with that as they work their way up through the right-hander, powering their way downhill. We understand as well that Wolfgang Reip has vacated himself in the pit garage. He's got to go and sit in the hard car because he's so nervous he can't bear to watch this. Alex Buncombe with all the pressure on him. Up front, Kevin S leading the way with nothing to lose really. There's a race win at stake, but he doesn't have to think about the championship frustratingly because of bad results at Spa across 6 and 12 hours plus the end of the race. But Kevin S still leads, and for Dave Ryan's team it could well be, looks like it is going to be, a second win of the year. Alex Buncombe only has 23 more minutes to keep Stephen Kane at bay. To be fair, even if the Bentley got second and the Nissan were third, it would still be enough for Alex Buncombe as he's about to have to work his way through the traffic. Gets up the inside of 27 Aston there, diving down towards turn 1. Goes past Ewan Hankey, and then Stephen Kane will try and get past the Aston Martin as well.
I thought maybe the Aston might have been a bit more generous to the Bentley this time, looking to try and get up the inside into turn 3. The gap is left. So again, it's the management of the traffic. Alex Buncombe got through cleanly, and Stephen Kane just that moment didn't quite get the follow through that he'd hoped, but back onto the tail, under the rear wing, back to turn 5, and I mean it's just been the same lap upon lap upon lap.
Oil, it's a vital part of your engine. It cleans, protects, lubricates and cools. No matter what you drive, ride or maintain, Opie have a range of oils and fluids to suit your needs and your pocket. For a great choice of top brand oils and much more, visit opioils.co.uk or our eBay store. Opie, no oils.
When you move, Sure Motion Sense reacts. It has unique microcapsules that break with friction, releasing freshness that lasts all day. Motion Sense, protection to keep you moving. Sure, it won't let you down.
With my poor credit, I felt toxic.
Finance companies were asking very high interest rates.
Couldn't afford it. My only option was an out-of-warranty used car for cash, or so I thought.
I called Wheels for Sure. A week later, I had a lease for a brand new car.
All manufacturer backed and upgrade to a new one every 3 years.
I felt valued. Too good to be true? No, simply true.
Used car on a costly loan or an affordable new leased one, you know the choice.
For sure.
Click or call Wheels for Sure on 0800 044 5805 now. We can help.
If you're paying through the nose for broadband, you might be tempted to give up and become a full-time off-grid spoon whittler.
But hold on! PlusNet has prices you're gonna love. Unlimited broadband from just £2.50 a month for 12 months when you take line rental. How many spoons do you really need? Feel the love with unlimited broadband from just £2.50 a month for 12 months. That's better. Don't miss out! Unlimited broadband from just £2.50 a month.
Great service at a great price. It's broadband that loves you back.
Call 0800 313 4444. PlusNet will do you proud.
This is a Provident loan. It could be right up your street if you can't get a loan from the bank. Because at Provident, we make decisions by getting to know you better. So, to apply to borrow up to £1,000 and spread the repayments, just arrange for someone to call round. Go to provident.co.uk. Representative 399.7% APR. Provident, the loan that comes to you.
When it came to improving your stop at Esso, we had some really exciting ideas. But in the end, a new look and synergy fuels just made more sense. Esso, energy lives here.
Of course, he's still got the BMW on the outside. He's trying to keep the car on the racetrack. The back's skipping and hopping across the racetrack, and then he's clear. Once the BMW, once the Bentley gets its nose ahead, then there's no going back.
So now it's a rather more resigned expression in the Nissan garage. Captain Masachia referring to the contact there, but it all started because Ollie Bryant in the BMW was getting in the way.
Yeah, I mean, and the responsibility of the car that's being lapped is to get out of the way, especially of cars at this pace and at this position. So I think there might be a lot of happiness between Kyrgios and Nissan on the flight home tonight.
Well, they've now got through, but Guy Smith's car that Andy Merrick took over and has now got Stephen Kane behind the wheel is edging away from the Nissan as they head downhill then. 18 more minutes on the clock. Kevin Estrit is leading by 12 seconds. And number 7 must give back the position to number 23. It says on the timing screen, the Bentley must give the place back to the Nissan, and that presumably has to be because of the contact.
I would assume that's the only thing I can see. I don't see how that contact had any significant bearing, other than, I suppose, Nissan would say, well, he bumped into the back of us and unsettled the back of our car, and we were then slightly forced out wide. So that's a judgment from the race director. So number 7 is going to have to concede. Well, no one saw that one coming, least of all Stephen Kane.
Absolutely, so he's going to do the hard work all over again. So there it is, confirmed on the graphic. Car 7 must give back the position to 23. And that'll really frustrate Stephen Kane, because not only did he pass, he pulled away as well. So they've got to do the swap, and then Stephen Kane has got to do it again. But yeah, you saw the contact. It certainly did force the Nissan out wide. And well, so now he's got to swap over.
I wouldn't say that it did force the Nissan out wide. There was a contact, but I think just the biggest problem was that the Bentley was on the inside, the BMW was on the outside, and there was nowhere for the Nissan to go on the inside. It had to stay wide, and of course by being wide, then that's where the BMW all came into play. So Stephen Kane, I don't know how many laps he feels he can continue running ahead of the Nissan, but he will have to concede that very shortly. But he will try and, well, there's nothing to be gained. Just let the Nissan, there he goes. So the Nissan goes through, ironically, almost at the same part of racetrack where this. So now he's going to come back immediately. I mean, he should have been under the rear wing. The minute the Nissan went ahead, I'd have been right under the back of the Nissan again and giving Alex Buncombe the most amount of grief that I could. Judgment by the director or by the stewards. And under the circumstances, I don't think anybody's going to complain about it.
So the battle continues. Alex Buncombe has still got to defend for 16.5 minutes, so it's not finished yet. And we know that Stephen Kane is on his toes. We know that he will seize any opportunity.
Again, it's going to be in traffic. So McLaren up ahead. So let's look and see Alex Buncombe, what he can do.
Guy, at this point in the race, it's a very simple question. Was that fair, having to give the place back?
No. Stephen got a run on him. He came across, they touched, but that was that. And then Alex ran wide. Stephen had a run. They raced side by side, cleanly for the next corner. It's a really good move, actually.
Stephen's proving, though, he's got the pace to get past the Nissan.
Yeah, I think the Nissan's holding us up. Stephen's got really good pace, but you know, we know the Nissan's very quick in a straight line, and he's using its strength. So he had to take the opportunity while he was there, and we all thought it was a great move, but that's racing. So
thank you, Guy.
No problem.
Concerns the frustration, but we're not done yet. Guy Smith watches on as Stephen Kane mounts another assault then on the run past the pits. Nissan versus Bentley. Look at all the traffic ahead that they've got to find a way through.
Ugly. It's ugly.
There's a McLaren to get by, which Alex Buncombe will try to commit to as he gets up the inside of Adrian Quave-Hobbs' car. Stephen Kane goes with him. Right, is it game on like we had a couple of laps back? They could not be closer, could they?
Well, it's the same part of track, and the Bentley clearly is quicker through turns 2 and 3. And it was at this part of track that a little bit of contact occurred. This time Alex Buncombe makes sure he is absolutely on the inside line going into turn 3, gets ahead of the Audi on the outside, it gets out of the way. But again, the Bentley all over the rear wing of the Nissan. But it's that, you know, Guy Smith told us, we've seen it all afternoon. Straight line performance of the Nissan has been its salvation.
Downhill they head then out of turn 6. Alex Buncombe defending the inside line. 14 more minutes on the clock. And these two have run together nose to tail for virtually the whole of this stint, haven't they? They're going down towards the Dunlop curve again. Lap 81. Bentley brakes as late as it dares. The Nissan swings through the right-hander. Is Guy Smith going to be able to get a tighter line out of the corner? No. Can he sprint up the hill alongside? No. Alex Buncombe able to hang on to this as they work their way into the Schumacher S now. Now, let's have a very quick word from Katsumasa Chiyo. He is another nervous onlooker to all of this. He's with OJ.
Gio, 14 minutes left. Simple question again. Can you hang on?
Yeah, it's hard to see it. Very stressful. So as time goes so slow, I've never longest time in my life. So I hope he can hold on his position for the last minutes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Time goes so slowly.
I tell you what, Gio-san, look forward to getting old, because believe me, time goes a lot more quickly.
Out of the chicane.
Oh, look at it, good run, a good run. Oh, that was a strong run from Stephen Kane as they came out of the chicane, and Alex Buncombe was on it, but it was an indication that Stephen Kane has not given up hope of taking that second place.
The gap between them, 4 tenths. The gap between the leader and the second place car, 16 seconds, because A, they've got traffic to get through here, which Kevin S had a few laps back, but of course he's on his own, driving his own race, whereas Buncombe is so busy defending, and he's also got to be mindful of the traffic and every car that he comes up to. How does he get past without leaving the door ajar for Stephen Kane? It happened once, and look what the outcome of that was. Both of them using lots and lots of curb as they work their way through turn 3. Kane again much quicker coming out of turn 4. But there just aren't enough passing opportunities.
Well, I mean, there are opportunities. The problem is that every time there's an opportunity made, as soon as the Nissan points in a straight line, bosh, it's gone. I mean, Stephen Kane's all over the back of the Nissan through the twiddly bits. Down the hill, again, watch the performance. Rides the curb a little bit. That might check the performance. So Stephen Kane will take that on board, think maybe I've got a chance. Again, he just hasn't got the track position to force the issue. I mean, almost again in contact with the Nissan in turn 7. And watch the Nissan. I'll see if the tail lights come on once again as he comes up the hill. Yes, they do. So, I mean, rear end grip is the limiting factor. That's been the limiting factor for the last quarter or more of this sector for Alex Buncombe.
And again, Stephen Kane the quicker as they head into the next S through to the Bilstein curve. There's another back marker ahead, and Kane again goes to the inside. Is he up alongside? No, not fully. Another little nudge, but the Nissan just comes out ahead.
Oh, I tell you what, imagine what it's like being in the pit lane's one thing, but being in the seat of that number 23. And this is a real battle with two great drivers doing outstanding jobs. defence on the one hand, attack on the other hand. So with, what, 11.5 minutes to go, Stephen Kane has not given up again, closes right up, gets the nose up inside the Nissan, but the drag, the power of the Nissan will have it into turn one ahead.
But Stephen Kane, if he can stand his ground on the inside, might have a chance. Where's the nose of the Nissan? It's still on the outside line. This time, surely Stephen Kane is going to get the job done. Under braking for turn one. Yes, he's done it at last. He goes deep into the corner. Alex Buncombe tries to get the undercut and get level with him to turn two. But Stephen Kane has done it.
Great thought, working out. He got the nose on the inside in the middle of turn 15. Alex Buncombe couldn't get on the power as early as he needed to do, and the momentum then swung from the Nissan, even though it's quicker in a straight line. Had the momentum, went back to the Bentley, but hanging on down that 700-metre pitch straight. I thought that the Nissan had enough legs to get not just alongside, but to stick its nose and therefore take it the lead again, or the advantage away from Stephen Kane. But, well, I called him a terrier before the race got underway, and that's pretty much what he did. He bit the leg off Alex Buncombe in that process to get past.
17 seconds up the road is the leading McLaren. Stephen Kane now has got only 10 minutes left, which is not, I fear, enough laps to do anything about the leading car, but he's going to have a go. There's Alex Buncombe in third place then as they work their way through the Schumacher S. Just up the road is the number 4 Audi. It's a back marker. Number 1, by the way, is still fourth, Laurens Vanthoor, not that far behind in the background, and Kane almost gets badly bulled by number 4. He's not got past it yet. What is the Audi doing?
That's ridiculous. I mean, that's just poor driving. The Bentley all over the Audi coming into turn one. The Audi turned in early. I mean, just sometimes whoever is in the car just get in.
Sacha Bottomau is the driver.
That is poor driving. Again, coming. And again, not even conceding. And now we can almost see Alex Buncombe using that opportunity to regain. The momentum has been lost by Stephen Kane. Again, the Audi shuts the door. And
he's racing for position, isn't he? He's now tripped himself up by being on the wrong line, but Bottomau is treating this as a proper battle for position, and he's not. He's being lapped.
But I mean, surely somebody must be telling him, well, get out of the way.
It's on the timing screen. Car 4 must respect blue flags, but finally the Bentley goes through. Now Alex Buncombe has got the same problem.
A car in 27th position, holding up the lead, or the second and third place in a significant battle. Well, you know, some of these drivers, AMS or not, I don't care. There are blue flags out there, and it came into effect, and that's poor driving in my judgment.
Sacha Bottomau, who's done lots of French GT racing, he's done the Carrera Cup France, done a couple of SEAT championships. He's a pretty experienced driver, so he's still in the way of Alex Buncombe. And look behind, look, because number 1 Audi is also buying into this. We haven't talked about Laurens Vanthoor much, but look, he's not far behind the Nissan now. If Buncombe loses another place, it's back to the calculator.
8.5 minutes, and Laurens Vanthoor probably got a bit of momentum up behind him. So the Nissan's still running behind a 27th place car. I mean, it's just crazy. Now he gets through finally. Somebody might have got on the radio and said, look, you know, wake up. And now he runs totally wide onto the dirty part of the track. Serves him right.
So, just to throw something else into the melting pot, were the Audi to get past the Nissan, that would mean that the Bentley and Nissan would end the year on the same number of points. But the Nissan would win the championship because it's had a win on the tie-break. Are you following all of this?
Yeah, but is the podium big enough? The winners podium to get 6 drivers. I mean, share the pot for 6 months apiece.
Yeah. We've still got 7 3/4 minutes, so the story ain't over yet. But look at Vanthoor, he's suddenly back in the fight.
Quite right, and I mean, we know that the Nissan, in my view, has been struggling for rear-end bite. Laurens Vanthoor doesn't appear to have any of those troubles, has run down the third place, what is now the third place, Nissan doing 1 minute 56, Laurens Vanthoor's last lap.
Vanthoor up the curb, sideways, lots of arm twirling as he gets it back on track. So Stephen Kane clear, but there is the margin, look, because as he came out of the last corner, into the second corner goes Kevin S, but he's got a whole galaxy of cars to wriggle away past as well. There is the second place Bentley. It's 19 seconds, in fact. The gap has come down by 6/10, but it's not enough. But Stephen Kane, yet again, has thrown everything at this. What he needs now is for some bad luck to befall Alex Buncombe, and if his tyres are going off, the pace might ebb away even more.
Wow, well. I mean, the last thing Alex Buncombe wanted was having had to deal with a whole stint of a Bentley headlights burning into the back of your car. You've now got a set of Audi headlights burning into the back of your car, and it's 6.5 minutes to go, and it isn't over. And again, traffic could be the factor that brings an overtake into play. Laurens van Thor wants the podium. He likes the podium, and he's got the momentum again. He's positive, where Alex is having to be defensive and by nature then negative.
Downhill, 6.5 minutes to go. A lap, remember, is just under 2 minutes on this full version of the Grand Prix circuit. And as the cars now climb uphill once again, Laurens van Thor is inching up onto the back of the Nissan. He's not storming up there, but he's creeping up onto the tail. There is the second-placed car then that in the first sector, blimey, was over a second quicker than the McLaren. But Kevin Est has still got such a gap that he can afford to be a little bit more relaxed in his driving than Stephen Kane, and then up the pace if he needs to at the very end. But I don't think it's ever going to get to that point.
No, it's not. It's all over and dusted. Other than something particular or peculiar might happen, it's a McLaren victory for Von Ryan Racing. The battle is for third place between Van Thor and fourth, and Alex Buncombe, who again's got to defend.
Now for Pro-Am honours, the Jaguar is being caught, look, by Cedric Sbriazioli. So 1.2 seconds between Jaguar and Ferrari for the Pro-Am lead. Remember the Jaguar we saw a little while back, and it had a comfortable advantage. Cedric Sbriazioli, the Monegasque driver, has hunted him down, and this, I fear, for the Jaguar team will change before the end, and that would be a first victory for the Ferrari duo. But if Gabriele Gardel, who's a hugely experienced GT racer, former FIA GT champion, can hang on in there, it will be a maiden win for the big cat, and that'll be something else to cheer about.
Well, it would be a great result, because you're going to have a McLaren winning, you're going to have a Bentley second in the Pro section, and if you have a Jaguar winning Pro-Am, you know, it's a pretty good day for the British manufacturers.
This is how it looks in Pro Cup then. Jaguar, Ferrari, Mercedes, Aston Martin, Mercedes. The gap 1.2 seconds at the start of this lap. But actually, Gabriele Gardel quicker in sector one. He's pulled away by a couple of tenths. Chio's son looking at more points calculations, I think, this. He's got his spreadsheet out, hasn't he, of who's doing what to which and to who.
Well, it is tense moments with 4.5 minutes remaining. And whatever they're going to look at ain't going to make any difference, because there's the challenge coming now from Laurens van Thor. The Audi doesn't have the straight line performance the Nissan has. It's the same kind of battle for the track position that we saw with the Bentley behind the Nissan for so many laps. But Laurens van Thor will once again be using the speed of the Audi much quicker up the hill in terms of traction and acceleration, and up through turns 8, turn 9. Can he do something into turn 10? It would be a brave manoeuvre, too far back in reality, though.
4 minutes to go then, so that's going to be 2, maybe 3 laps before the very end, as the cars now work their way up towards the Van Bogen. So looking at the points, this is how we are at the moment. 62 for the Nissan team, 59 for the Bentley boys. But if the Audi gets past, remember, that takes points away from Buncombe and Chio and Ripe, and then it becomes effectively a tie-break between Nissan and Bentley. So it's still not over, with 3.5 more minutes yet to go. Who we'll be talking to as champions at the end of the race is not yet decided. Vantor still trying hard, and he's way up the curb there, pushing as hard as he possibly can. Alex Buncombe will come through now then. 3 minutes and change on the clock as they work their way over the timing line, down then towards turn 1. The Nissan has half a second in hand as they go down into the braking zone. Alex Buncombe stands on the brakes, works his way now through the first right-hander. He's into the Mercedes arena, and going with him, look, is still Laurens van Thor. He was the champion here in the Nurburgring round a year ago. The championship won't go the way of the Belgian in the Endurance Series this year, but he still wants another place. If he can get past Buncombe, it's his, but he can't do it at turn 3. The Nissan fends him off for the moment. They're on the power. Now the run down towards turns 5 and 6. There in second spot is Stephen Kane, and in fact, he's fallen further away from Kevin Est. The gap now is 16.2 seconds, so the Bentley drops further back. Kevin Est with the McLaren once again using very clever pit work to get the car into the lead of the race, and benefiting a bit from the safety car confusion that we had. But Est, we've hardly seen in the stint because we've been so busy looking at other battles, but he's not put a wheel wrong, and it's been another epic stint by Kevin Est. For my money, probably the best GT racer there is, but that's another debate to have another time, because here are 2 others that could lay claim to that. Alex Buncombe, who's really shone in Nissans. Laurens van Thor, very much part of the Audi brand in GT racing. A winner here this year of the Nurburgring 24 Hours, which used all of this circuit and a lot more miles besides on the Nordschleife. And as they work their way now through the Van Bogen, keeping an eye to where the leader is. There he is, Kevin Est. He's going to start the last lap then this time. So 1 more lap to run. Est is the leader. The Von Ryan Racing McLaren is set to be the first double winner in the championship. and it will be the only double winner because the class battles below in Pro-Am and Am will be for first-time winners. So there you've got Kevin Est in the McLaren, the MP4 12C, pensioned off in favour of the 650S. Andrew Kokodi oversees McLaren's GT project. He's nearest to us. Dave Ryan's in the middle. The taller, beardy guy is Shane van Gisbergen, the Kiwi, star of the V8 Supercar Championship. And I think he's enjoyed his European tour with a win at Silverstone and a win at the Nurburgring, 2 circuits he'd never raced at, of course, before. He's been learning about new venues all year, and but for disappointment at Spa, their championship story could be very different as well. Here then is champion-elect Alex Buncombe, but he needs to keep Laurens Vanthoor behind him for one more lap to be absolutely sure of that. To turn 4 they come, and Vanthoor up the inside, up the curb as well. Doesn't quite pay off. He had to back out of it, but Vanthoor committed. But the big Nissan pulls away in a straight line. The turbo kicks in. The Audi slots in behind. More nervous faces at Nissan. I don't think they've breathed for the last hour, but they can do so soon and then crack open the champagne, potentially, if Alex Buncombe, who has had to soak up so much pressure in this stint. OK, Stephen Kane got past him, but they're still there to win a championship. Katsumasa Chiyo nervously looks on. Who's going to be the person that knocks on the hire car door of Wolfgang Reip and says, you can come out now, champ, because he may not know any of this. So nervous. Don't look at all. Into the last few corners comes Kevin Est, set for a race win. Karim Auger is further up the road there in the BMW that's running second. The Karim Auger car, Oliver Grutz, his co-driver at the wheel of the BMW. So Est into the chicane for the last time. It is going to be a second win of the year then for Davy Ryan's team, Von Ryan Racing, for Kevin Est, for Rob Bell, who did the first stint, for Shane van Gisbergen, who we barely saw in the middle because the car wasn't really in contention at all, but it's in contention when it counts for a race win for McLaren. Kevin Est wins the final round of the Blancpain Endurance Series. A win for Dave Ryan there, along with his co-drivers, Rob Bell, Shane van Gisbergen, the partners in the race for Kevin Est. Second will go the way of Stephen Kane, Guy Smith and Andy Merrick, and third will be Alex Buncombe, Wolfgang Reip and Katsumasa Chiyo to win Pro Cup in the Blancpain Endurance Series for Bob Neville's Nissan team. And there is a great reception for that from the Nissan guys, hanging over the pit wall. Tremendous job done by Alex Buncombe in the last stint. Laurens Vanthoor comes home fourth. And I think Wolfgang Reip, yes, there he is, has made his way out of the hire car. Bob Neville on the headset, hopefully saying, well done, Alex. Wolfgang Reip embraces Katsumasa Chiyo. And jubilant scenes. Bob Neville's squad has worked its way up through British club racing the hard way. It's had some dramas along the way. It's battled on with occasionally uncompetitive cars, but with a full budget from Nissan and the GT3 onslaught it's been able to launch, it has all now clicked into place. And that, for Bob, former Formula One mechanic, racer himself, racing the British Saloon Car Championship as it was in the 1970s, to running a team, that is his crowning moment. Now this is Pro-Am, and the Jag is still in the lead, but only just. The championship-winning Ferrari is getting in the way because it's from the same team as AF Corsa, and there's a bit of team orders going on to try and let the Ferrari get through. The yellow car, operated by the same team, is trying to find a way by, but 51 Ferrari eventually, no, doesn't let the Jaguar past. It's going to be a sprint to the line. Gabriele Gardel then to fend off Cedric Sprezioli. AF Corsa trying to use one car to help the other. Up towards the line they come, and as they took the checkered flag, the Jaguar wins by 0.3 of a second. Fantastic. After so many years of heartache, the Emil Frey Jaguar team has scored a result, and I can see the people on the pit wall, the team celebrating. They can't believe it. The cameras are flashing, the cheers are going on. They are having an absolutely vast party already, the Emil Frey team, because so many years of hard work has just paid off in a class win. It may not sound much compared to people winning championships, but for a small team like that, that is a big moment. So Kevin Est heads for all the old rubber to pick up on the tyres to boost the weight of the car, brings it back towards the pit lane. What a race. So much to talk about, so much going on. And let's hear from our victors. Alex Buncombe will get, no doubt, with John as soon as the car arrives back in the pit lane. But Bob Neville must be a very proud team manager, a dream come true, I suspect, for him. And he is ready to talk to OJ.
Bob, I would guess that was the longest half an hour of your life so far.
Longest 3 hours.
What a win, though. How'd you feel?
Well, absolutely over the moon. so tense that, you know, with the we weren't sure if the Audi got us, whether we'd be on equal points then with the Bentley, and that was as close as you need to get.
And how excited were you to see how much it meant, not just to you, not just to the drivers, but to the whole of the Nissan team?
Well, they've just worked tirelessly, so yeah, fantastic.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's not just a race win, it's not just a championship win, it's many, many years.
So I've been house hunting for a while now.
Oh, aye.
When I suddenly thought, can I afford it? I need to know my credit score. I was so flustered, I just ran like lightning. Gone.
You can get your credit score free at clearscore.com.
ClearScore?
Yeah, clearscore.com. Whatever you need, new credit card, loan or a mortgage, you can get your credit report free at clearscore.com. That way, you don't shell out.
Get your credit report and credit score free forever right now at clearscore.com.
Time is the overseer of all things. It sees men build their kingdoms. It sees them become legendary. Will you build an empire that lasts forever? Game of War. Play for free now from the App Store.
What are you driving? Small car? Big car? A van? Or a sporty car? When you sell it, you want a great price. You want WeWantAnyCar.com. Just go to the website, enter your reg number and a few details and get your valuation. Then book your appointment at a branch near you. We pay cash directly into your account. Go now to WeWantAnyCar.com and enter your reg number now.
When it came to improving your stop at Esso, we had some really exciting ideas. But in the end, a new look and synergy fuels just made more sense. Esso, energy lives here.
It's the penultimate round of the F3 Championship, and Felix Rosenqvist is the man at the top of the standings, going to the Nurburgring as Antonio Giovinazzi has slipped away. Delay coverage of race 1 Saturday, September the 26th at 2 in the afternoon, followed by live coverage of race 2 at 5. And then we've got delayed coverage of race 3 Sunday, September the 27th at 6:10 in the evening on the high-speed television channel, Motors TV.
Behind the monitor, you know, James Carter and Andrew and Dave did a great job, and we just caught the right moment on the pit stop on both times, and we made a lot of time there, no major issue anywhere, and the car was great. I had a small gap at the beginning of my stint, and I could pull a bigger gap while the other were fighting, and then I was just controlling it. So mega, the car was really constant, and I'm really happy to finish this championship on the highest place. And I think we could definitely have won this championship without a small problem with another car in Paul Ricard.
We're running out of time, Shane. Well done. Just say well done to the folks in New Zealand.
Oh, it's awesome. So good to be up here. But thank you to the team. The strategy race pitted on 40 minutes in. It was unbelievable that we made it. So just stoked to be here. Thanks for the team.
Well done, guys. Thank you. Congratulations again.
So 3 very, very happy drivers. In the background, the Bentley boys, perhaps less happy. Stephen Kane gave it his best shot, but just not to be. But how about that? The Nissan drivers are victorious. And, of course, it was here earlier on in the season that the Nissan had big dramas in an earlier race. We'll come to that in a moment. Let's hear from the Nissan drivers.
Congratulations, guys. Champions, you were in a terrible state. Yeah. You were in your car watching, I don't know what you're watching. You look like you had no rear grip for over half your stint. Tell us about Alex, what was it like?
Firstly, I'd like to say just thank you to everyone involved. It's unbelievable feeling. We've worked so hard as a team, and to get the championships, absolutely fantastic. So I'm a little bit shocked. So yeah, you might want to speak to Chio first.
Well, I can see you're overwhelmed with emotion, but just tell me, we were saying that you had no rear end grip. Was that the problem ultimately?
Yeah, I mean, I started the stint on new tyres, and we know the GTR's not the kindest on its tyres, and
I knew I had Caney behind me. He was going to be quick, and he was. And to start with, there wasn't a lot in it. He had a few tenths on me, and then I knew my tyres were going to go more than the Bentley. It's been like that all season, and yeah, just...
Well done, champion Wolfgang. You had a great stint as well, but were you really sitting in your car? You couldn't watch it?
Yeah, I couldn't watch it anymore. Honestly, I was waiting because it was too much emotions for me.
You got to control those emotions. You're a racing driver.
Yeah, when I am in the car, but not outside.
Anyway, well done. Congratulations. Gio-san, you're almost, you can't say very much, really.
Yeah, it was an incredible race. We are now champion. I couldn't expect it. It's difficult to say, how to say, you know. The team did a really great job, and Alex Bandy was great run. It was longest time in my life, and the last minutes. It's yeah, I want to say thanks for the whole team involved. This team Arjen, it's fantastic. This is good family. Thank you very much.
Well, you've all done a wonderful job. I'll tell you what, back in Japan, you're going to be #1 as well.
Yeah, I gonna fight again in Super Japan. I couldn't think it. I just, you know, emotion, the moment. So thank you very much.
Well, congratulations all of you. Well done, Wolfgang. Well done, Alex. And go off and celebrate. I'm sure you will.
Yeah, here earlier on in the year there was the serious accident that Nissan was involved in the VLN race, but the team has regrouped, and the success here testimony to how everybody has come good. And there, more happy scenes. This, just going back a few moments, was how Gabriele Gardel was greeted as the winner of Pro-Am by the Emil Frey team, carrying their man aloft to celebrate. And that car, as I say, has had so much grief over its troubled development, but great result. Now the team probably thinks it's a great show. The season's come to an end. Lorenz Frey and Freddie Barth, the other two drivers. Now, let's hear from the Jaguar team. They've won Pro-Am for the first time, and John is with them.
Freddie, I think you guys, your team, are the happiest guys in Parc Fermé. You're just delighted.
Absolutely, there are no words for it. I mean, it was such a hard fight during all the years, we have to say, and finally we did it. I mean, it was a great success for the whole team, for everyone with, and nothing to say. I mean,
well, who do you think's more surprised, your competitors or you?
I would say the competitors, but for us it's a surprise that we finally did it.
Well done. Come on. So, emotions, everybody is so emotional.
Yeah, for sure, because it's 4 years really heavy work, and this is the payback. We really work hard. We were some kind of unfortunate, but today everything worked really correct in the race, and we could set our pace. So thanks to everybody.
Well, congratulations, and isn't it always better to finish the season on a high than to start on a high?
For sure, this was our aim, to show a good result, and we're really proud that we can drive with a Jaguar, such a nice brand, and it's an own-built car, so for us it was now nice to show. We know the potential is there, and now we're so proud that we could show it at the race and win this race. This is great, and thanks to Jaguar. Great.
Well, I think there are many very popular results here this afternoon, but I think your one gets the prize.
Sorry, I just didn't follow the question.
Okay, I'm just saying everybody's so happy. Yeah. You get the prize for being the happiest team.
Absolutely, I think, but the team is over there. I mean, they've done a great job. We just drove a perfect car, so it's easy to finish in front. They are the guys, he and the whole crew behind there.
Enjoy it, celebrate it.
Thank you.
Well, the Emil Frey Jaguar team does celebrate, doesn't it? Knows how to throw a party. So lots and lots of happy people in Parc Fermé and resigned people at Bentley. Let's hear from them. John has found the Bentley boys. It's over to you.
Guy, great drive by Bentley. Second place when you were the starting. Lights flashing everywhere. Andy, you were under pressure and you were providing pressure. Stephen, you lived up to my view of being a little terrier, snapping at the legs, got penalised. Start off with you, Guy. How was it at the beginning?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, typically the start's very difficult here. A lot of cars going down into turn one is very tight. A little bit exciting, but the main thing was to get through there without any contact, and the first stint went well. We managed to move forward, and Andy drove a great stint, and then was over to Stephen at the end, and yeah, it was just exciting as always.
Well, you had the middle stint, Andy, and of course the team were saying let the other Bentley go, maybe it's a bit quicker. I mean, nobody likes to be asked to give ground.
When
no, but he was on new tyres, and we were on a different strategy. We put new tyres on at the end, so yeah, no, it was a good battle. To be fair, we were quick, so these guys did an absolutely incredible job as usual. So yeah, it was just very tight at the end.
Certainly was. Stephen, you fought very hard with the Nissan. You got ahead. There was light contact, and sort of we thought maybe it didn't have any bearing, but you then had to give up that place and do the job a second time.
Yeah, it was enjoyable. Well, it was enjoyable to a point, but I just have to thank the team. Bentley M Sport done a fantastic job all year. These two guys drove amazingly to give me the car in a good position, and yeah, it was difficult against Alex. He had a lot of straight line speed, and you know, I thought the first pass was quite fair, but we had to do it again, and we got past him. We got second, but it's just a shame we couldn't have got past him earlier and got up to the McLaren.
Do you think you could have chased the McLaren down?
Yeah, I think if we'd have had clear air, probably it would have been a better fight.
The trouble is that thing was boiling like a kettle when it came in. How far would it go?
Oh, it would have went all day. Don't worry about that. They build them strong and crew.
They certainly do. Anyway, congratulations, great drive, memorable 1929 and all that number on the 31 car. Well done. See you next year.
Yes, thank you.
And so the drivers shortly will be making their way to the podium. Some of the drivers are already there. We have, of course, the class champions podium, I suspect, to look forward to as well. But let's have a look, first of all, at how the overall results were. Race results, first of all, 88 laps done, and it was a win for the Shane van Gisbergen, Rob Bell, Kevin S. McLaren, ahead of the Bentley of Guy Smith, Andy Merrick and Stephen Kane, and the Pro Cup champions, Katsu Masachio, Wolfgang Reip and Alex Buncombe. Fourth was Audi number 1, ahead of the second Bentley. Lamborghini's best was 6th in the end, ahead of the Santalok Audi, the Dolby Plowman Walkinshaw Nissan 8th. Black Falcon's Mercedes was 9th and faded a bit, and the Motorbase Aston Martin we hardly saw, but Rory Butcher brought it home in 10th position. In Pro-Am, 17th overall was Gabriele Gardel, 2nd Cedric Sbriazioli and Adrian Delina, they're under investigation, and 3rd was the Michael Lyons Bromniewski Alessandro Bonaccini Ferrari, that finished in 19th place overall. And then go down yet further, and you find the winning car in the AM category. And that down in 35th place was the Anthony Pons Fabien Barthez Ferrari. 2nd in the AM category was the Carimoge Oliver Grutz BMW. And then in 37th place overall, on the next page, you get to the Porsche that Frank Schmickler brought home, that they were all ahead of the Julian Westwood Ian Loggy Audi, and that came home in 5th place. So with the Porsche bagging 3rd and the Audi 5th, the Audi the champion by just 1 point in the championship. Couldn't be much closer, but in 43rd place overall, 5th in class, Ian Loggy and Julian Westwood, class champions by a solitary point. And the rest of the finishers, you see, 55 started the race, and the bulk did make it to the end. But there you start to see those that did have problems and are many, many laps down that didn't get to the finish, 49th and back. The damaged Mercedes, the Ferrari that was in the gravel a couple of times, more errant Ferraris, and the very damaged Bentley, damaged Nissan, and a broken Ferrari as well out of the race. The Pro Cup Ferrari never really came good on the promise it showed in qualifying. So that's the race result, and now the drivers get themselves ready for the podium ceremony, where in a moment they will be called forward, and the SRO officials making sure they have all the drivers across the 3 classes. And the intention will be to do the AM podium first, so that means that we have Jürgen Hering, Dimitris Constantinou and Frank Schmickler onto the podium first. For 2nd place in Pro-Am, Carimoge and Oliver Grutz, recovering from the accident that the car had at Spa. But a maiden victory in the AM competition goes the way of Anthony Pons and Fabien Barthez, who make their way to the top step of the podium. It is a win for the ACA ASP, the ACA Autosport Promotion team, and the Ferrari drivers can celebrate. Am Cup winners, Anthony Pons and Fabien Barthez for ACA ASP, Jérôme Policon's team. And now the trophies presented, first of all, to the third place team of Frank Schmickler, Dimitris Constantinou and Jürgen Hering. The Porsche drivers on the podium. Second place will go to Karim Auger and Oliver Grutz. And then to the race winners, another first-time victor is the combination of Fabien Barthez and Anthony Pons. And in the middle, Jérôme Policon, who, very successful racer himself, now runs the team. It's the first time that they have scored a victory. The Porsche team on the podium for the second time this year, and a third podium result for Oliver Grutz and Karim Auger. The Am Cup winners, Anthony Pons and Fabien Barthez. And so now, is there champagne for them, they ask? The podium is next going to have the presence of Stefan Rattel, the chairman and CEO of the Stefan Rattel organisation, who hands over money to the teams, 5,000 euros to the winners of the Am Cup. Then I think there will be some more checks to be given across the podium ceremonies. So the drivers can now celebrate their victory. And I can hear bottles chinking in the background as the trophies have been presented. Now the champagne is brought forward. The Porsche drivers at one end of the podium. And there is a plan here as to when it can be presented. I think trophies have to be put down first of all. Karim Auger says, what would we do now? Now the trophies are all on the floor pretty much. The champagne can be handed over to drivers, and some with bottle, others not. And Karim Auger says, no, thank you very much, I'm off. In fact, nobody is in terribly much of a spraying mood, are they? So Jérôme Policon, as the winning team manager, thinks otherwise. Fabien Barthez makes his way off the podium. Prolific racer these days, but for his team, Jérôme Policon sprays the champagne. So a first victory in the Am Cup for Anthony Pons and Fabien Barthez, but Ian Loggy and Julian Westwood, the champions by just 1 point in the end from Jürgen Hering, Dimitris Constantinou and Frank Schmickler. Steve Earle and Liam Talbot and Marco Zannettini end up third after a pretty subdued race by their standards, it must be said. Fourth, not here this weekend, Andre Berzin, Fabio Mancini and Rino Mastronardi. But for the accident at Spa, Oliver Grutz and Karim Auger would have been more of a threat in the championship, taking fifth in the end. Fabien Barthez and Anthony Pons sixth at the end of the season. So the drivers now being brought forward for Pro-Am, which means that, first of all, out come Michael Lyons, Michael Brodniewski and Alessandro Bonaccini. For second place, onto the podium, Cedric Spriazioli and Adrian Delina. And then the joyous Emile Frey Jaguar team, Lawrence Frey, along with Freddie Barth and former FIA GT champion Gabriele Gardel for the top step, and the team represented as well. A Pro-Am win for the first time for the Emile Frey Jaguar, for Gabriele Gardel, Lawrence Frey and Freddie Barth. The victors on the top step of the podium. The trophies now presented, and a tremendous result for the Jaguar team after so many years of trying. It's come good at long, long last. And Freddie Barth saying to John Watson, we just drove a perfect car, but it's taken a long time to get anything like a perfect car, but today it has happened. And I don't think anybody will begrudge the team its day in the sun.
No, they thoroughly delighted, and I think, as I said on the podium down in the Parc Fermé, probably amongst many, many very popular outcomes to the various championships, categories and whatever, that this car, this team have persevered. And for 4 years they've been working to make this Jaguar XKS become a competitive, reliable race car, and today that came to fruition. And it's always better to do it at the end of the season, finish on a high, than it is to start well, then taper away. and the pleasure and the joy, and I'm sure that that team will know how to celebrate. They look like they're players, and they certainly are going to behave like it up on the podium.
I mean, Gabriele Gardel, go back over a decade, he was the man to beat in Ferraris in FIA GT, but he's had many years in the wilderness, really, almost forgotten about after the Ferrari project stopped, and he's been racing in the Trofeo Maserati and in this, but you kind of forget that he was very, very successful all those years ago, but he's proved, if you needed reminding, that he hasn't lost his ability to drive. And they're looking down from the podium at the winning overall cars in the Parc Ferme area. So let's double-check the points in Pro-Am. It was already won, of course, by Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin. Second in the championship goes the way of Alessandro Bonaccini, Michael Brozniewski and Michael Lyons ahead of Francisco Guedes. Then Stuart Leonard and Michael Meadows ahead in turn of Marco Asma and Alexei Vasiliev, with some of the absent drivers, Jimmy Bruni, Passin Lathoras, next in the standings. Much of that based on how people did at Spa, of course, with those triple opportunities to score points. And AF Corsa, the winning team. Kessel racing second, and Leonard Motorsport in third, the Aston Martin team. Emil Frey racing fourth, ahead of GT Russian team, and then Rinaldi sixth from Black Falcon, Ikuriakos, and the second of the Nissan GT Academy team, RJN cars, outscoring Team Russia by Barwell with Demon Tweaks. That's the top 10 in Pro-Am, and the drivers have now made their way off the podium, which means that we await the arrival of the victors in the Pro Cup. And so, as the podium is made ready, out comes the new Pro Cup champion, but for third in the race, the team of Katsumasa Chiyo, Alex Buncombe and Wolfgang Reip. Third in the race, but Pro Cup champions. Then second in the race and second in the championship, Stephen Kane, Guy Smith and Andy Merrick for the M Sport Bentley team. But the winners for the second time this year, the only double winners in the championship this year, Shane van Gisbergen, Rob Bell and Kevin Est for Von Ryan Racing. So the trophies brought forward for the third place drivers. First of all, a very emotional Alex Buncombe when John talked to him in Parc Ferme. Wolfgang Reip now able to breathe again. Katsumasa Chiyo, who stood nervously. I don't think he moved a muscle, did he? Certainly didn't stray away from where he was standing in that last hour of the race. The trophies to the Bentley boys for second place, Andy Merrick, Stephen Kane and Guy Smith. No wins this year, but blimey, they threw everything at that last race. And then how McLaren has moved on, how Von Ryan Racing has moved on this year. Double winners, not a single Audi victory in Pro Cup, but McLaren has become a brand with 2 wins. And Shane van Gisbergen, the bearded Kiwi, along with Kevin Est and Rob Bell, celebrate. There is a €15,000 cheque to go to the team as well from Le Patron, from Stefan Rattel. That might go in beer tonight to celebrate a great result. And so the 3 race class podiums completed, and we anticipate that the champions will be recognised on the podium as well. But first of all are the bottles of champagne, which have been saved thus far, largely, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. Katsumasa Chiyo says, we are meant to spray this, aren't we? And Alex Buncombe agrees. So the Pro Cup drivers celebrate in style. A win in Pro Cup for Shane van Gisbergen, Rob Bell and Kevin Est. Champagne everywhere, and 3 different stories. A race winner, a champion, and the vanquished, both in the race and in the title race. 2 seconds, if you like, out of that for the Bentley drivers. Second in the race, second in the championship, but it certainly wasn't for the want of trying, because they threw everything at it. As we check the points at the end of the Pro Cup, Alex Buncombe, Katsumasa Chiyo and Wolfgang Reip victorious in the end by 3 points over Stephen Kane, Andy Merrick and Guy Smith. Stefan Ortelli and Frank Stippel are almost anonymous in that race, and Rob Bell, Kevin Est and Shane van Gisbergen in the end 4th. Just think what it might have been but for Paul Ricard and but for Spa. Lucas Law, absent this weekend, the Spa 24 Hours winner, taking 5th, along with co-drivers from that event in Marcus Palteler, and then behind the likes of Jean-Carl Vernet, Robin Frins and Lawrence Vantor, having struggled to make points over the course of the season. They end up 7th in the case of Vantor and Frins and Vernet, behind Nico Bastiat and Steph Dusseldorp, Danny Junqueday 9th, Nico Muller 10th, Maxime Martin 11th, Buk, Suchek and Sule 12th in the second of the Bentleys, after a more difficult season again for the second car. But so many point scorers within Pro Cup this year. Nick Katzberg, of course, part of the winning team at Spa. Babini, Mull, Palmer, winners at Monza. And all of that means that as far as the teams are concerned, then the points scored give, in the end, a 3-point win to the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT. So no race wins, no drivers' celebrations, but a team's championship instead, ahead of the M Sport Bentley squad in second place. And then the champions, because the AM champions, Ian Loggy and Julian Westwood, class winners here last year, step forward. The Pro-Am winners, Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin, will step forward. And then we will have the Pro Cup winners as well, because there's going to be another enormous cheer reserved for Alex Buncombe, Katza Masachio and Wolfgang Reip, who make their way out onto the podium. And in a championship as competitive as this, John, to win, never mind your class in the race, but in the championship itself takes a huge amount of effort and commitment.
Well, it's also done over such a variety of races, 3 hours, 6 hours, the exhausting 24 hours of Spa. Not only are the cars exhausted, but it's a very diverse championship. Yeah. It is an endurance race, but this today was a sprint 3-hour race. There was no breathing space for any one of those 9 team members from the 3 categories at all, and it was just a flat-out charge.
So the class winners being joined by AF Corsa representatives, and I think anybody who wants to get on the podium now is going to join in. So it's going to be a very, very long photograph, this, to be orchestrated. But the 3 class champions, and remember, Matt Griffin and Duncan Cameron wrapped it up at Spa, and now the celebrations begin. Ian Loggy and Julian Westwood for Stuart Parker's team, Team Parker Racing, winning the AM class by just a point, but a win's a win.
Yeah, and I think it's a great story. Just 2 drivers in normal circumstances, 3, of course, at Spa. Julian Westwood, a driver who was a young up-and-coming driver in the 80s, then sort of got rather lost in the usual issue about funding and went off and did other things in his life, now coming back and having the time of his life and winning championships.
And Ian Loggy, somebody who, having built a successful business, has come into racing in the last few years. And Katsuo Masachio with a selfie stick, ready to take photos.
Someone had to do it.
So it never used to be like that, did it? Selfie sticks, what were they? So there you go, the class champions at the end of another fantastic season in the Blancpain Endurance Series. The drivers make their way away from the podium. Katsuo Masachio celebrating along with his Pro Cup teammate champions, Alex Buncombe and...
Oh my goodness me. Poor Harlow. He was just half the weight he should have been when I found him.
What have they done to you?
It makes me so upset when I see incredible animals neglected like this.
But Harlow is just one of 120,000 animals that we rescue every year.
Fortunately, I got to Harlow in time. But right now, there are thousands of animals experiencing unimaginable pain and suffering, and we desperately need your help today to rescue them. Please call 0800 313 4390. Text URGENT to 81025 or visit our website to give £2 a month now. Thank you.
This is a Provident loan. It could be right up your street